Table of Contents, asterisk, Part I. The key, general remarks on the condition of society in past and present times. Causes of evils not visible on the external of things but are hidden in the soul of existing institutions. The interior of all things is the only real reality, the external is the mere transient expression, rationale of animal magnetism, clairvoyance, and the source of the author's impressions. Proof of a spiritual existence, generalizations and reasonings on various laws and principles of the universe, universal and eternal motion, eternal progression of all things through circular or spiral lines of development, universal correspondence or analogy, the great positive mind the cause, nature the effect, and spirit the ultimate, and C. Part 2. The revelation, the original condition of all matter is liquid fire, the great sun of the univerculum as the throne or vortex of infinite power and intelligence, evolution of an igneous atmosphere from the great center, and formation of successive nebulous zones, encircling almost the immensity of space, formation of countless millions of suns from these, with their respective planets, the immensity of creation, laws of planetary motion, origin and rationale of universal gravitation, our own solar system, origin of the sun and planets, inhabitants of the latter, geological history of the earth minutely traced, development of the mineral, vegetal, and animal kingdoms, and man, original settlement of the nations, former inhabitants of Central America, and C. Origin of languages, of hieroglyphics, of mythological theology, of creeds and institutions that have no foundation in nature, former revelations, what is man physically, what is man spiritually, analyst of the human faculties, laws of their government, the process of death, this second sphere, or world of human existence, the 3D, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th of great spiritual sun of the universe and throne of divine love and wisdom. Part 3. The application, analysis of society, diseases of the great social body, corruptions of institutions, disunities, universal conflicts of interests, and consequent vice, the remedy, the law of universal association, affinity, or gravitation, applicable to man as to all other things in the universe, a natural situation adapted to every person, and a person adapted to every natural situation, mankind organized to correspond to the planetary system, or the universe, if, e.g., each one gravitating to his own congenial employment, climate, association, and laboring in the sphere which he is qualified to fill, the transition process of social reorganization, and the first and subsequent steps to be taken by farmers, mechanics, manufacturers, lawyers, physicians, and clergymen, society as it will be ere long, the new heaven and the new earth, and C. Our table of contents for the present is designedly brief and very general. What is given we trust will not in any case tend to divert the mind of the reader to particular parts, in such a way as to prevent that progressive and consecutive perusal of the whole volume, which alone can ensure a proper understanding of the parts. An address to the world. Brethren, fear not, for error is mortal and cannot live, and truth is immortal and cannot die. Duty demands serious analysis, and investigation of all conspicuous subjects. Truth may be found in the following revelation. If so, nature must be the standard by which all men may judge whether the truths therein contained are pure, practical, and elevating. No arbitrary or external standard shall be recognized as suitable to test the truth of what is herein present, or the character of the truths which may be herein contained. The verdict of nature, and not of men, is required, inasmuch as all terrestrial creations are the spontaneous productions of the divine mind. No truth is lessened by disbelief, no error is made true because the learned receive it as such. Nothing can be changed about that is unchangeable, by man or his actions. Then press onward, exercise your choicest gift, which is reason, and fear no corruption from truth, though new, and expect no good from error, though long believed. I have been impressed to speak the things contained in the following pages, not because truth was before undiscovered, but in order to give it a new and attractive form, and a power to instruct, purify, and elevate the race. The first part, or key, presents a general view of theories that exist and unfolds the foundation of the philosophy that is presented in the second part, which is the soul or basis of the whole superstructure. The third part, or application, consists of an analysis of human society, and an application of previously revealed principles to it, in order that a reformation like unto a new heaven and a new earth may legitimately flow therefrom. The physical and mental organization of man enforces the conclusion that there are no possible limits to social progress and spiritual attainment and elevation, for man is a microcosm, or a combined expression of all the perfections contained in the divine essence that animates and preserves the harmony of the universe. Upon the constitution of man, who is a type of divine wisdom, are based those important principles which, when duly comprehended, will construct of the whole world one brotherhood. Moreover, I was impressed to select 3 witnesses who should be present at the lectures, so that the world through them might know from what source these revelations flow. Asterisk, the number corresponds to a trinity, everywhere manifested in nature and her productions, and was fixed upon for the purpose of having as many specific degrees as possible of perception and qualification. And also, a scribe was necessary to preserve these sayings, and to prepare and present them to the general mind. And it was impossible, without a qualified manipulator, to enter the sphere of wisdom which was necessary to enable me to relate these things. The first witness chosen was Reverend J. N. Parker, whose physical and mental structure predisposed him to external observation and investigation. He was inclined to perceive and understand nature and qualities of all exterior movements, had the ability to comprehend the things related, but was inclined too outward and general. Asterisk, besides the witnesses specially chosen, the following persons have witnessed respectively a greater or a smaller number of the lectures: Joseph Haight, New York; Reverend S. B. Britton, Albany, NY; S. W. Britton, Troy, NY; Benajah Mallory, Bridgeport, Conn; James Victor Wilson, New Orleans; Isaac S. Smith, SD, Detroit, Mich; Dr. Thomas Lowery, Newark, NJ; Joseph H. Goldsmith, Southold, NY; John Landon, Factory Point, VT; Abner Howe, Syracuse, NY; Hervey K. Haight, K. Bridgeport, Conn; Israel Kinsman, New York; H.G. Cox, J.H. Bailey, C.C. Wright, B.S. Horner; Henry J. Horn, J. Pendleton Lapham; Dr. A. Johnson, Albert Brisbane; Reverend T. L. Harris, James Taylor, William L. Burdick, L. There were 157 lectures in all. To the original penciled manuscripts of 140 of these, I find attached 267 signatures as witnesses one or more of the names of the above people, including the witnesses specially chosen, subscribed to each lecture. The number of lectures witnessed by any one individual ranges from 1 to 73. There is here and there a lecture, amounting to 17 in all, which does not contain any signature as a witness, but the identity of the source of these with that of the others will not be doubted by anyone on proper investigation. A few people, not named above, were present at particular lectures, but as their names do not appear in the documents, it is unnecessary to mention their observation. Therefore, he was qualified to take cognizance of each physical phenomenon and thus corresponds to the principle of love, which the sequel will define. The second witness chosen was Theron R. Lapham, who is physically and mentally qualified to perceive external manifestations, and to enter deeply into the interior of the subjects revealed. He is naturally inclined to critical investigation of the various subjects tending to unfold the mind and elevate the race. He is qualified, by a combination of experiences, to comprehend the truth and practicability of each subject familiarly treated upon. He can feel the applicability of these principles to society, being personally conscious of the truth, and naturally though silently desirous of beholding their perfect work. Therefore, he was chosen because he corresponds to the principle of will, or executive power, which also the sequel will define. The third witness chosen was Dr. T. Lee Smith, who was in a transition state between the artificial doctrines and philosophies of the world, and those high and more important truths which the mind only is capable of perceiving and associating with. He is naturally inclined to interior meditation and qualified to feel the force of any high and interior truth when presented to his mind. He is inclined to spiritual association, displaying at all times a purity of intention and earnestness of devotion. Therefore, he corresponds to the principle of wisdom, which also the sequel will unfold. The scribe who was chosen is William Fishbough, who is physically and mentally constituted so as to preserve the harmony and dignity of the outer, and the purity and goodness in his inner being. He is by nature inclined to associate with those high and elevating truths, a knowledge of which proceeds from the sublime manifestations of nature and the divine mind. He has an interior desire to search for and comprehend all useful natural and spiritual truths. He is mentally disposed to seek the higher spheres, and to repose confidence in their unfailing revealments. He is generally qualified to preserve harmony in the movements of natural life, and a purity in respect to the teachings of divine things, and he has a sense of justice not to be purchased by natural interest. Hence, he is chosen to act in this capacity, because he corresponds to love, will, and wisdom, combined combined. Though these are still in a rudimental state, they are sufficiently developed to produce their natural results, the nature of which the sequel will describe. The manipulator, Dr. Silas Smith Lyon, is physically constituted so as to be able to impart a congenial influence on the system of the speaker, whereby the transition of the natural faculties to the spiritual sphere has been accomplished. He is mentally inclined to perceive and comprehend elevating principles, and to apply them to his life and general actions. He is earnestly engaged at all times in doing what those principles demand, desiring justice and general good for all, and he is thus mentally qualified to understand all spiritual truths which are the subjects of interior meditation. Hence, he is naturally opposed to all dissimulation, and will present those things which form a part of his mind, not in speech, but in general department and action. Therefore, I was impressed to seek this outer association as the primary means of assisting the mind to obtain and reveal these things. Being thus situated, surrounded by witnesses earnest, desirous, and qualified to receive the truth, a scribe spiritually absorbed in the things related, and a manipulator to govern the action in delivering these things, I have been impressed without obstruction to present these disclosures. Of the physical and mental structure of the speaker, the world will know by a different process one which will be suggested to the scribe, by whom all useful information concerning these things will be presented to the world. Such, brethren, were the external means by and through which this book has made its appearance. Your duty is to search, and after searching, ask nature, and your own superior judgments how much practical truth there is herein revealed. In doing this, you will display the dignity of your nature, perform your highest duty, receive the most unbounded interior approbation, and obtain mental happiness. Part I. The key, or the principles of nature. One reason is a principle belonging to man alone. The office of the mind is to investigate, search, and explore the principles of nature, and trace physical manifestations in their many and varied ramifications. Thought, in its proper nature, is uncontrolled, unlimited. It is free to investigate, and to rise into lofty aspirations, and the only hope for the amelioration of the world is free thought and unrestricted inquiry. Anything which opposes or tends to obstruct this sublime and lofty principle is wrong. The mind cannot be chained. It will leave its resting place and explore the fields of science, and, not satisfied with the investigation of terrestrial things, it has soared to the heavens and counted the stars. It has familiarized itself with the motions of the planets, given names to laws that control the universe, and has proved the existence and qualities of these laws by mathematical analysis and demonstration. The mind is naturally unrestrained in its actions and thoughts, free from all shackles and bonds of the external world. Yet man has not been allowed to express sentiments irresistibly flowing into his mind. Ignorance, superstition, and bigotry have wielded a tyrannical scepter, and sectarianism has usurped the dominion over the human soul. Man has rights founded in principles of nature. These rights have been perverted, crushed, and prostrated. Folly has reigned in the place of reason, imbecility has reigned instead of thought, vice has reigned instead of virtue, ignorance has reigned instead of knowledge, and bigotry has reigned instead of benevolence. Thus, the highest, holiest, and sublimest powers of man have been repressed and distorted by the degrading shackles of superstition and false imagination. The office of the mind is to hold dominion where the above evils have reigned. It is to become unchained and free from the prison of sectarian darkness and ushered into the light of truth and the atmosphere of liberty. The tall monuments of ignorance which have existed may be interrogated by generations yet unborn. Man has not been permitted to enjoy the free and uncontrolled exercise of his powers and intellectual endowments. He has not had the liberty to express thoughts gushing from the depths of his mind, but has been compelled to restrain and repress them for want of an atmosphere of light and liberty. The few who have dared to express themselves freely have done it at the immediate risk of their physical destruction. Truths that are eternal have been conceived of yet smothered by the hand of a dominant and tyrannical ignore. This ignorance still exists, this bigotry and superstition still exist, and where is the responsibility for the cause of their existence? Sectarian usurpation must bear the charge. It has, in its long career, crushed and prohibited the free exercise of moral and intellectual attainment. It has obstructed the progress of human knowledge. It has obscured the main features and manifestations of truth and thrown a mantle of ignorance and fanaticism over the world. It has covered and concealed from the mind of man the real and only principle which constitutes his peculiar dignity. It has sapped the foundations of human happiness. It has produced a schism in the race, and a wasting prostitution of human powers yet uncorrected and uncontrolled. The true interests of mankind have thus been converted to those of vice and misery. Wisdom has not existed, but folly has usurped her throne. Knowledge has been been limited, while ignorance has been universal. Happiness has been crushed to the ground, while misery has everywhere raised her hideous head. Persecution, incited and sustained by ignorance and party prejudice, has destroyed thousands of human beings. The mind of man has thus become enslaved, and no principle or power of truth and virtue has been able to break its chains. Deplorable have been the results of ignorance and vice. With a ruthless hand they have grasped and held the interests, affections, and mental associations of men, until the voice of nature had no power to speak and tell of the victim's fate. Thus, most melancholy has been the condition of generations past. The cause is vividly reflected in our minds, and the reflection induces the conclusion that such conditions shall not exist again. Reflection on things past and present show to the inquiring mind that the institutions which have existed have been in direct opposition to the interests, feelings, and affections of human nature. Those institutions cannot exist to the extent to which they have, because the mind of man has become nearly unshackled, and free to act and investigate, and boldly express its earnest and serious convictions, and these investigations will remove the foundations of illiberal institutions, which are based upon impure motive, and not on true principle, which are sustained by motives of individual interest, and not by the interest and good of mankind. The world is existing on wrong foundations. The interests of one person are in direct opposition to the interests of another, and what is one man's interest results in another's misfortune. The interests of individuals are centered in their isolated and distinctive principles and pursuits, and the corrupt condition of society and the world is owing to the great amount of individual absorption from the common rights of humanity. It is from this cause that the world, instead of harmonizing in all its parts and ramifications, is in a disorganized state, and, from the fact that each part is obstructed in so many ways from communicating and harmonizing with others, the whole has become disunited and confused. As the world is situated, those elements that are united become absorbents from those which are not, and hence, instead of a harmoniously organized condition of the world, one part is extraneous and excrescent to another. Hence, instead of being united, the world is disunited, and instead of harmonizing, it is confused. Instead of universal peace and goodwill, war and devastation have prevailed, and instead of the happiness and interests of one man consisting in the happiness and interests of the whole, the interests of each one are in direct opposition to the interests of others. This cannot and shall not much longer exist. Its causes are becoming revealed, and this revelation arouses the feelings, interests, and crushed affections of man to one vast rebellion against the dominion of vice and misery. Truth, in her mighty power, shall prevail over ignorance, and all her enemies shall be crushed, to rise no more. One principle, one foundation, one faith, one interest, one universal and eternal asylum, shall exist for the whole world of mankind. This result rises above the utmost conceptions of the mind, and this will usher in that light which has been hidden for so long from the world. This light is happiness and peace, and this, too, is the light which, when once it expands, cannot contract. And this is the resurrection from moral and intellectual degradation. To the general principles of nature and of human rights demand this amelioration. Interests in the form of sectarian desires have prostrated the energies of the freeborn mind, and the moral principles have become enslaved and imprisoned in the darkness of fanaticism that has covered the intellects of men. Not only have the true principles of the nature of man become obscured and vague, but their legitimate workings and manifestations have been misrepresented. Dispositions, feelings, and affections, which man never possessed, have been thought to compose his nature, and this mistaken idea has led to the conclusion that man can hold situations which are in direct opposition to his interest, but he is immorally situated, whose interest tells him one thing, while his conscience and duty tell him another. He is immoral situated, whose interest it is to withhold knowledge, when his reason tells him that the same should be extensively disseminated. He is immorally situated who is obliged to withhold from the world his feelings and affections, and to suppress the general principles of his nature, in order to preserve his individual interest. It is thus that the true principles of man's nature, and the true source of human happiness, are concealed, and when there is a correct manifestation of these, it passes away before the eyes of the world as a mere apparition and appears fleeting and evanescent as the thoughts of the last generation. Circumstances are thought irresistibly to control the world, both collectively and individually, and, under this impression, man has consented to be controlled by them. But man holds the power to destroy those circumstances which are unfavorable to his happiness and peace, and by exercising this power, he will sustain and cooperate with the principles of nature. These fleeting circumstances being destroyed, man will be controlled only by the operations of general law. This, however, has not yet been done, because man individually cannot do it. No one principle of government, unvarying in its nature, could be made to manifest its proper results, as applied to an isolated and detached community. Those who have founded, and put forth efforts to sustain, communities, have been people who have striven to familiarize the laws which govern them, to their feelings and affections. The condition of society and of the world has become repulsive to their feelings and sentiments, and their movements are but the outbreaking and gushing forth of those desires that have been so long concealed. A knowledge of the natural laws which govern society should have been before understood, but the sources of knowledge which exist in the world have been deprived of their legitimate object and use. Institutions for the diffusion of knowledge are founded on an artificial basis. It is the interest of every institution to confine its knowledge to itself, whereas it should be both the principle and interest of all such to cause their knowledge to become universal. Moreover, people who have not the capacity to comprehend the sciences should not be educated for, and compelled to hold situations where such knowledge is absolutely required. The situations of professional men are exceedingly corrupting and vitiating. Those who would be honest cannot, for their interests, oppose. The condition of these and of other members of society at this time is an artificial representation of the circumstances by which the world is controlled. Generations that are past have neglected the great light of the knowledge of these truths. Their time and talents were engaged in the upbuilding of sectarian and denominational castes, and in protecting these, nations have warred against nations. Destruction and devastation were the legitimate result, and, neglecting the general and personal good, man lost his happiness by these inhuman proceedings. No man could utter a thought, or express himself in any respect, contrary to the prevailing sentiment. This vice, misery, illiberality, and uncharitableness, with all their legitimate moral and intellectual results, still exist, and man has lost much of the light and knowledge which he would now possess, if the real had existed in place of the artificial. Free and unrestrained inquiry is necessary to moral and intellectual progress, and therefore should be encouraged. Truth is eternal principle, and any institution, creed, denomination, or any influence of a sectarian character, which opposes in any way the free and unrestrained investigation of truth, must evidently be founded on ignorance, superstition, and bigotry, and, moreover, anything which tends to restrict the spirit of inquiry, openly manifests its own error. Every principle opposed to free and unrestrained investigation shows distinctly the fear of light and knowledge. Light upon any subject of a moral nature should be received free from interests or local prejudices, and if free investigation or the most unlimited exercise of the human mind is obstructed, the obstruction proclaims its author's own condemnation, for this is the condemnation, that light is come into the world, and men choose the darkness of bygone ages, and foster it, rather than light, because their institutions and actions are evil. Appeal is now made to the feelings, desires, and the understanding. Is it consistent with the natural promptings of true moral principle that the interests of mankind should be distinct and conflicting, or that man's interests should be in direct opposition to his sense of justice and right? Is it right that man should suppress thought, rather than let it have its free course? Is it right that man should mistake things that exist for things which do not exist? Is it right that man should be so situated as that his interest must conflict with his duty? Is it right that sectarian usurpation should hold the sway over the mind of man, rather than that man should be allowed to reason understandingly? Is it right that the morals of man should be supplanted by the prevalence of vice and misery? Is it right that one idea should constitute the scope of the minds of any class or community, rather than free, universal thought and action? Is it right that truth and its results should be crushed and subdued by error? Is it right that happiness and peace should be expelled from the world, to give place to wretchedness and imperfection? Is it right that the free and unpolluted atmosphere of light, truth, and liberty should be contaminated by the impure elements of ignorance and folly? Language is inadequate to set forth the importance of these questions and their answers. Association, when based upon true and natural principles, is proper and highly advantageous, but when perverted and arbitrarily formed, it is exceedingly evil and vitiating. It is the nature of man to seek an association, wherein he may breathe an atmosphere of light and liberty, and it is his nature to appreciate the associations which he forms from the spontaneous impulses of his affections and inclinations. But though it is natural for man to form attachments, these, in order to be genuine, must be governed altogether by his internal sense sensibilities and affections. The sphere of one man can approach that of another only in accordance with the laws of a natural congeniality, and impressions upon the man internal, though received through the senses, are governed and sanctioned by one universal law of nature. For man possesses a visible form, which serves as a medium through which he associates with things invisible and eternal. Thus man has the power to comprehend and analyze the important features of truth, which is invisible and eternal, and if he had rightly used this power, he would not feel that he is existing among uncontrollable and foreordained circumstances, but would display his true nature and dignity by investigating and removing the causes of which these circumstances are the effects, and if these causes were removed, the effects themselves would cease. But a protective policy has prevailed throughout the world, destroying the power and disposition to change these circumstances. The cause of these has been universal ignorance, and man can change this cause only by becoming free and intelligent. Free inasmuch as man is governed by interest. This is in reality his principle, and the general object to be aimed at is to change his interests to the interests of the whole. He should feel that what is his good is the good of all, and that what governs and controls his actions should control and govern the actions of the world, and that what constitutes his happiness and peace should constitute the happiness and peace of all mankind. He should feel that what it is his interest to explore and investigate should in like manner be related to the interests of all, and he should feel that what contributes to his comfort and improvement should administer to the comfort and improvement of the race, and he should feel that the highest and only good of his own nature comports with, and is conducive to, the highest and only good of all his species. This principle will be recognized, but not until the shackles of sectarian usurpation are stricken off, and the mind of man becomes free to think, express, and act out what he and the whole world receives with approbation. Then will man manifest his true nature and dignity, and then will he manifest his intrinsic worth. Then he will be actuated by the great moral principles which were designed to govern his being. Then will be made perfect the beauty of virtue. Then will man be governed by the immutable laws of kindness and affection, and then he will be man, in the highest and holiest acceptation of that term. Then righteousness, justice, and equity will be the inevitable characteristics of his thoughts and actions. Then patience, perseverance, and the guidance of his mental nature will be manifested in all his moral and intellectual enterprises. Man has the promise that all these results shall be attained. The sun of moral light will dawn through the clouds of his past history, and, by the aid of past experience, light, warmth, and virtue, shall be spread with universal diffusion. But it is necessary to set forth to view more distinctly the vice and misery which have been experienced in generations past, for experience is the only true monitor, which, by reminding men of former errors, may lead them into the paths of right, and it is man's province to learn by experience dearly bought, and by errors past detected by him, to practice righteousness. Institutions which have been founded upon the artificial demands of a dominant ignorance, cast at this time a mantle over the world which prevents unrestrained and free inquiry. To defend these institutions, man has been forced, against his nature and duty, and to the entire sacrifice of justice, his feelings, and his conscience, to take the sword against his brother. War, persecution, vice, and misery have thus reigned. The moral, social, and intellectual nature of man has been thus crushed and prostrated. Mohammedanism has wielded her tyrannical scepter, and in her career, she has crushed thousands to the earth. The sympathetic tear, and the gushing affections and feelings of man, have been repressed in the madness of fanaticism, thought to be religion. Man at that time was not man in his feelings, desires, or actions, as the distinctive characteristics of his nature were smothered by the inexorable hand of persecution and distress. Legislation, as at that time unrestricted by any principle of human rights. Social principles were no longer cared for by those who founded institutions. Thoughtlessly and fearlessly was this high-handed destruction of morals and peace of the world carried on. Man at that time was oppressed by all temporal and external power and was not at liberty to express even a desire to be free from his degraded condition. His moral, intellectual, civil, and social rights were completely prostrated. His utmost energies were inadequate to produce a revolution in the condition of mankind. A reorganization, such as would give scope to his powers and faculties, was impossible. A restitution of his crushed rights was even beyond his conceptions, for his mind was not free to expand, if it would, or even to hope for a resurrection. Inquisitorial institutions, without control or restriction, spread over the nations like a great flood, and at that time, as is yet the case, the mind was not free to think and to reveal its inward convictions. No principle of justice or of nature was any longer recognized as a propelling power to prompt man in his actions. These were all perverted, and man was forced to stand at the stake, where, amid the burning flames, the instinctive principles of his nature would gush forth, and he would stand unmoved and unchanged. But the world has not been so vitiated as to destroy the principles of some noble characters which have lived. Men have become degraded, not only from darkness and ignorance, but they have become still more degraded and depressed by the martyrdom of their physical and mental natures. Many have passed the fiery trials which ignorance, and vice, and inquisitions could subject them to, and have suffered not only the loss of their physical and mental freedom, but have sacrificed their very lives. All this mental slavery is caused by a perversion of man's natural inclinations, and of the principles of nature, and there are beings now existing as perfect as any others in size, symmetry, and physiological structure, governed by the same feelings, affections, and natural associations, manifesting the same instinctive and genuine affections and desires for their physical freedom, beings who form a part of mankind, though they are not quite the same as others in their external complexions, and over these you have assumed a control which it is not your office to exercise, and by an abandonment of all sense of justice and righteousness, you have enslaved these, and thus held a part of your own species in physical and legal servitude. The mental slavery of generations past bears a resemblance to the physical slavery of the present. The only hope for the physical and mental amelioration of mankind is based upon a slow but steady mental progress, and this must be the result of a steady, patient, but firm and decided investigation of the causes of the existence of present evils and the experience of the errors of ages past will serve as a monitor for our future proceedings. The condition of society at this time prevents the exercise of true moral principles, and the justness of human action. It is the object and interest of institutions to keep knowledge confined within their own limits, and to withhold what little they may possess from the general mind, for if knowledge were universal, these institutions would be useless. Professional men also feel it their interest to withhold knowledge relating to their distinct spheres of pursuit. The physician feels it his interest to have but little knowledge prevails concerning the physiological and anatomical structure of the human system, for if the knowledge of this and of the law which controls physical organization were generally diffused in the world, each person would know the result of organic violation, and would avoid it, and men would be morally as well as intellectually informed, and hence they would not only prevent disease but would individually abstain from violating the laws of society, and in proportion as the knowledge of this science exists in the community or the world, man's individual interests become absorbed in the general good. The physician therefore feels that his interest consists in the amount of ignorance, vice, and consequent disease. As a physician, he will tell you so. As a man, he will utterly disapprove and abhor this state of things. Similar in this respect is the situation of every man in society. Another vice may be mentioned. The distiller's interest consists in the amount of inebriety that prevails in the world, and the degradation of man through ignorance adds to his profits by promoting unrestrained indulgence in beastly gratifications. Hence intemperance has prevailed to an alarming extent, and this state of things, too, is sanctioned by the highest civil laws of states and nations, and each legislative body has given its approval, while its best feelings, sense of justice, and consciousness of duty, abhorred the act. For society is thus existing on wrong foundations, is based upon a mistake and misconception of the real principle which actuates man. It seeks isolation rather than the general good, and the destruction of the morals and peace of society and the world has followed. Is there, then, liberty for the unrestricted exercise of thought and expression? Is man irrecoverably lost to his true nature, in the circumstances and condition of things which have placed him where he is? Is there anyone who would oppose the free investigation of the principles which govern his being? And is there a being in the world who would not readily apply all his menial force and energy to produce a revolution and reorganization of society? And instead of society and the world existing in a disunited and disorganized state, depending wholly upon external circumstances, and being subjected to the immediate rule of artificial laws, would it not be better to understand and recognize the law that controls nature and man with an undeviating and unchangeable government? went, would it not be better to have those laws understood whose results can at all times be depended upon, so that, in accordance with their demands, the whole actions and interests of mankind may be made generally reciprocal, and each individual interest to harmonize with the interest and happiness of the race? Would it not, we repeat, be best to have the world exist upon these immutable laws? Then existence would be emblematical of the brightness and beauty of Eden. Then that great tree which has been so long concealed from the mental view, but whose roots have existed eternally, founded only in that great system of nature of which we are the subjects and the effects, would grow and progress in glory, beauty, and perfection. It would assume the true form and display the ennobling qualities legitimately belonging to its nature. It would branch, bud, and bloom, in beauty, and its fruits would be the united interests of mankind. It would diffuse the fragrance of a general benevolence, brotherly kindness, and charity. Its branch would wave over the world, and generations yet unborn would repose in its invigorating shade. Such would be the delicious fruits of the great tree of knowledge. The opposite has existed. It has been permitted to grow upon the mistaken and misdirected minds of men, and upon supposed principles, such as never did compose the nature of mankind. All these superficialities have been permitted to germinate the roots of the tree of evil, and now understanding the foundation on which this tree is permitted to grow, it becomes your duty, your interest, your highest and greatest good, to undermine and overthrow it, and then to establish mankind, both socially and mentally, in the various natural spheres and organizations of existence, and then will be seen towering above, and completely transcending the highest conceptions of man, that great tree whose foundation is in nature, and whose growth depends upon the fertility of your minds and just actions, and its legitimate effect will be to send through the world one universal fragrance of affection, which will bind the interests, feelings, and associations of men, in one united mass, and the race will be perfect, even as was its representative, the man Adam. Then this earth will be one grand and universal garden, the true Eden of existence, and then, too, will mankind, as one nation, be like their representative, standing perfect in this garden, without spot or blemish. And then this great tree, whose growth has been so long depressed and retarded, will germinate, and spread its branches over the nations of the world, whose interest will be one interest, whose morals will be one vast and universal stream of light and righteousness. All parts will be joined to compose one vast harmonious whole, and then will be the true millennium. Then, too, will the united voices of each succeeding generation repeat that grand and holy exclamation which is now smothered, yet unrepealed: peace on earth, goodwill to men. These prophetic thoughts are not merely the result of a heated imagination, but they are conclusions arrived at by direct appeals to cause and effect, inductions drawn from a comparison of past and present generations. A synopsis of the reasoning is as follows: truth is a positive principle, error is a negative principle, and as truth is positive and eternal, it must subdue error, which is only temporal and artificial, and as knowledge is a direct and ever unchangeable result of truth, it must overpower and subdue its opposite, ignorance, superstition, vice, and misery. The first is eternal, the second is temporal. One is founded on the unchangeable laws that control the universe and all organic beings, and the other is founded on the misdirected, crushed, and perverted understanding. And as that which is eternal must and does prevail, that which is temporal and terrestrial cannot prevail, and truth will gain the ascendancy. Ignorance, which has been, and still appears to be, inexorable in its influences, must be destroyed by the annihilating hand of truth and wisdom, which are omnipotent. Man, who has now approached to some degree of knowledge, feels sustained by surrounding beings who wonder at his indulgence. He becomes lofty, dignified, and vain. He assumes a spirit of arrogance, and with an air of pomposity takes the stand of a foolish critic. He will complain of the great laws which compose and govern the universe and dare to suggest alterations and improvements in their operations. He will laugh at the appearances which the world manifests and assume the ground which nothing but ignorance can prompt him to maintain, daring to sneer at the great laws which govern this and other worlds, when in reality he has not the capacity to comprehend the component parts of one atom that goes to compose the universe. There are, however, some lofty and noble characters in the world. They do not hesitate to sacrifice their individual interest for the interest they feel in truth. Possessing a high sense of conscientiousness and a deep and solemn veneration, the very elements of moral philanthropy compose their nature and desires, and these, with intense and patient deliberation, search deeply into the causes of the social effects which are visibly manifested. Their interest is involved in exploring, investigating, and revealing the cause that produces the disunion and disorganization which spread persecution throughout the world, and which genders vice and misery, and consequent personal and national wretchedness. Such a one, with the best feelings and actuated by by the best of motives, dares to lift his voice against the causes of the prevailing evils in society. He does this with firmness, and yet with a feeling of philanthropy and benevolence. He addresses himself to the world in the mildest language. He states the truth with simplicity yet fearlessly, and his thoughts are not contracted to one particular society or state, but he speaks forth his irresistible convictions to the world. The world opposes him with its varied interests, individual, sectarian, denominational, and political. These weapons are hurled against him with anger, and the fire of indignation and wrath is set against his efforts, and he is finally obliged to leave the field as a reformer and retires in despondency and heartfelt wretchedness. He no longer feels life a blessing, but longs for the dissolving elements that compose his being to terminate their work. Discouraged with the experience of this life, he seeks a future. He arrives, through analogy, at the conclusion which he sought, stops breathless and amazed, and sinks to be known no more. And is this free thought and unrestricted inquiry? The man who presumes upon knowledge, which is merely superficial, is praised and approbated. He maintains the sentiments of the institutions which cover the land. He freely enters and breathes their atmosphere when he has an internal consciousness and irresistible conviction that it is deleterious to the world. He not only assumes all this, but he is sustained in his assumptions by the strongly fortified denominational institutions to which he personally adheres. And there is the meek and lowly reformer, who feels the moral convictions of his nature, and claims an atmosphere of light and liberty to express them, and his voice is hushed, his influence is arrested by private and public denunciation. And is this free thought? If truth exists, why is it closed to all examinations of a free mind? If truth one possesses, why should he be afraid of investigation? If one has found truth, why should he not be permitted to manifest it to the world? If an interest should be taken in truth, which is more powerful than any motive of selfishness, why not take hold and assist every new reformer? If knowledge is desirable, why not let it become universal? If this generation is now open to free inquiry, why does it not receive the truths which are obscure yet daily manifested? And here a former declaration may be repeated, that anything which tends to oppose or in any way to retard the progress of the highest and holiest principle of man, which is reason, carries, by such opposition, internal conviction to every person of capacity and intelligence, that it is erroneous and very imperfect. 5. To further view and contemplate the causes that have prevented the progress of knowledge and morality, it is necessary again to reflect upon the dark and deplorable picture of man's primitive history. Kingdoms warred against kingdoms, and nations were persecuted, divided, and destroyed. From the ruins of each, new kingdoms and nations have been formed, each holding its respective and exclusive rights. Each has founded barbarous and sectarian institutions, and established standards, marking and limiting the extent of thought. And those who have dared to go beyond the boundary marked out by their spiritual shepherds have been tortured and put to death under the sanction of the nation or the church. Horrible and dreadful machines have been invented to compel men to believe that which was sanctioned by public opinion, and they were thus forced to bow physically, but not mentally. They might be compelled to bend the body in humble submission to these inhuman tortures, yet the mind could not be made to waver or change. Prisons were erected to confine within their walls the depressed and afflicted who claimed the right of free thought and expression. Asylums and hospitals were erected to contain the emaciated and insane, made so by existing institutions, and their men were compelled to linger out a long and wearisome existence. There they were chained and plunged into unmingled and unimaginable gloom. No combination of figures would be adequate to express the number of prayers that have been offered for their physical dissolution. Others, again, would kneel in faith and submission to these tyrannical institutions with their eyes closed and their minds circumscribed to the narrow and contracted circle which was well marked out and defined by their leaders. Revolutions, rebellions against kings and kingdoms, sects and institutions, caused an incalculable amount of life and property to be sacrificed, for when man could no longer endure his unfortunate condition, his mental and physical energies would be aroused to one vast rebellion against its causes, and thus, from time to time have been conquered and subdued the inexorable laws and institutions of the kingdoms. The guillotine was no less an invention to destroy man and prevent crime, than the modern gallows. It was then thought to be a medium of great good in promoting the morals of the world, but it is now considered as a relic of the ignorance and degradation of former generations. It still stands as an engine of destruction, as do also prisons and asylums as receptacles for deranged and insane beings. These are supported by the laws of the nations and are all founded upon the evils arising out of misconceptions of human rights and of the laws of nature. Free institutions, so called, for the general diffusion of science and knowledge, are sustained and sanctioned by the nation and the church, which claim the exclusive right and privilege to enforce their own doctrines and opinions, and to prevent the introduction of any new ones. It would be well, however, for the world to solve and give answers to the following questions. Are there not existing in some instances innumerable opinions relative to one particular science? Are there not a great number of physicians whose theory and practice are in direct opposition? Can there be more than one true religion? Is there not one foundation for each science? Must there not be one true and universal medical theory and practice? These are not all true, but which is the progress of light and knowledge in the world, will develop the true relation between nature and science and man. Man's course is onward. Thought is like a great ocean whose tide is continually rising, but unlike the waters of earth, it will not again ebb. Truth is one vast mountain, lifting its head with exalted dignity. It stands unmoved and will not bow to the caprices of man, yet man will progress until he reaches its very heights. Ignorance and error cannot remove its foundation, nor prevent the progress of mental and moral attainment. Xerxes, marching with his mighty army to invade Greece, and being obstructed in his progress by the lofty Mount Athos with the assumed pomp of ignorance and self-sufficiency, and feeling that he possessed all power, raised his hand and commanded it in imperious tones to give way and let him pass. He threatened its destruction if it did not quail at his voice, but finding it would not move, he commenced the tiresome work of perforating his way through it. But large and massive rocks obstructed his progress, and then a mighty bridge over the Hellespont became broken in pieces and destroyed. On seeing this, he commanded that by large stones and chains, the waves' percent should be bound and repressed. But the waters heeded him not, but with a steady and fearless progress, ebbed and flowed as in derision of his feeble and prostrate powers. And so, with the ocean of moral and intellectual progress, urged by the great impetus, the love of truth, it will flow on until it subdues and overflows all that is of an opposite nature, and the world will be cleansed and renovated, and man will stand in the brightness and beauty of his nature. Then there will be diffused from this great source, a universal good, as constituting one principle, one universal thought and action, one grand and lofty aspiration for perfection. Then all will compose one body whose organs will reciprocally assist and promote the good of each other, and there will be no absorbents, no excrescences, no superfluous or imperfect parts. There will not be any individual or general wretchedness or distress, but all will act on the principles of their nature, as these will be set forth in the following revelation. 6. The object of the foregoing has been to exhibit to the mind the past and present condition of the world as viewed in its intellectual and moral aspects, to show that the privilege of unrestrained investigation is yet limited, and to notice specifically the causes of mental restriction. It has been the object to make these causes plain to the understanding, by viewing retrospectively the condition of generations past, and to prove all things and retain that only which is just and good. It is thus perceived that ignorance has been the cause of all the distress, vice, misery, and wretchedness which have prevailed, and the existing cause of this ignorance is individual, local, and national prejudices closing men's minds and their institutions against any new revealments of truth. Ecclesiastical bodies have contributed most to this state of things. Any progression, or the revealment of any new truths, in theological matters, has been discountenanced and treated with intolerance. They have taught, and do still teach, that such is impious and sinful. The consequence has been the establishment of the most confirmed and deeply rooted prejudices. Hence men who have progressed in knowledge, and have offered their attainments to the world, have been repelled by strongly fortified prejudices, and have been classed either with mystics or skeptics. And many indeed have become skeptics about such causes, but being free from the conventionalisms of the world, they have freely examined all phenomena and manifestations external, and by these means have arrived unbiased at truths, and have embraced them for their own sake. Such persons have a high sense of honor, justice, and conscientiousness, and do good for the love thereof. And is this the 19th century? And has ignorance so prevailed that the spiritual and internal principle of man has become hidden and obscured? And is this an age in which such a principle should be doubted? 7 times have I been requested to explain the nature and composition of the spirit. What an age to ask such a question! But this has been propounded by men of free and expansive minds, willing to receive truth if evidently manifested, but who would not and could not believe unless a cause was shown adequate to produce the effect to be believed. This skepticism is honest. This honesty is virtue. This virtue is the principle which should govern man in all his mental and moral actions. But I have frequently been in connection with people whom I have found to be dishonest skeptics, and who concealed the same by wearing a fashionable cloak of hypocrisy. From these I expect criticisms, reviews, and obstruction. From these will be noticed the greatest manifestations of fear of deception and imposition. These will decry, retard, and oppose, and to these I have nothing to offer. But to the honest inquirer after truth, this revelation is submitted, that by it he may become convinced of, and familiar with, the immutable laws which govern nature and man. And to him I would say, follow me through this investigation, and then decide for or against the conclusions arrived at, according to the preponderance of evidence which you receive. And it is the duty and interest of the world to subject these developments to investigation, and such is the positive and fearless demand of the subject. And by revealing and making plain to man, through his organization, or senses, the teachings of nature, and the true principles of reasoning from cause to effect, the race may be elevated, united, and rendered happy. 7. Outward searching after truth, and inductions drawn from the appearances of substances external, has been thought the only process by which man can demonstrate tangible realities. Men generally proceed in this way to become convinced of the reality of things are satisfied only in proportion as evidence appeals to their senses, respecting forms visible, and consider this as the only test of truth and reality. Such men in their belief or disbelief in the evidence of their senses, making the outward passive, and the inward active, objects and manifestations observed, they take as the test of truth. Things which are invisible and imperceptible, they either doubt, or arrive at the conclusion that their existence is imaginative and visionary. Hence men have expended much talent in forming theories founded on visible facts and appearances, and probably the following generation will experience and witness phenomena relative to this science, which will be in direct contradiction of the theories received. Theories founded on facts visible, men have labored to reduce to science. Believing that the fact which existed was attributable to some cause invisible, search has been made, and the real cause evidently demonstrated. From these men have reasoned to the effect, which was visible and manifest. This reasoning is the true reasoning, proving visible effects by imperceptible and invisible causes. Sciences have been founded upon this ground, which cannot be overthrown, that is, their causes are true, and their effects are true, and to be depended upon as a general rule. But those who might expect their effects to manifest themselves to the senses as unchangeable, would inevitably be mistaken as respects their particulars and minutiae. There are such things as general causes to produce general effects, but there is not such a thing as a general cause manifesting invariably both general and minute effects, particularly when these effects are looked for or expected in forms. Upon man, for instance, many useful and correct sciences have been established. Man has witnessed corporeal phenomena as proceeding from his organism and presenting many varied and mysterious manifestations. Upon his form has been established the science of anatomy. Theories and books have been given to the world almost without number, giving extensive and minute delineations of his anatomical structure. Many of these have been received as true in all their descriptions of the generals and particulars of the structure of man. It is generally supposed that the extensive study which has been employed on the science of anatomy prohibits even a possibility of its being in any particular erroneous or misunderstood. Practice has been established, and this science has been a chart and directory to the practitioner, but every practitioner will give in his experience as differing from that of others, in many particulars. All depend upon the structure of the human system, which they have found invariably the same, but in the minutiae of practice, they differ exceedingly. Thus, the foundation of practice, or the theory of the anatomy of the human system, is proved to be invariably true by the united experience and observation of all men, but the minutiae and particulars have been found irregular in their manifestations, and this proves that particulars, as looked for through the medium of the external senses, are not to be depended upon. The science of physiology has also been proved in general, but not in particular. The science of phrenology has been proved demonstratively to every erode man of science and is admitted being true as regards its foundation and general phenomena. It comprehends the structure of the organ of the mind, including its undulations and developments as indicated on the external surface of the cranium, and practitioners in this science know its truth by its many manifestations in shape, size, and general appearances. This is good as general indications, but when their particular and minute effects are looked for, there will be observed extreme variances. Thus, this science is true in its generals, and is to be invariably relied upon, but its minutiae vary greatly in their manifestations. All sciences relative to man and his physical and mental organization are truthful and to be relied on, as is demonstrated by the general and united experience of all mankind. But the ultimates and minutiae are changeable. The anatomical, physiological, and phrenological constitution of man, being the bases on which these sciences are founded, and effects in ultimate minutiae are also observed differently by every person, even when they are invariable. Thus man, making the external the test of truth and reality, becomes invariably and inevitably deceived. Reasoning from cause to effect is the only sure guide to truth, and then analogy and association may follow, as carrying direct evidence to the mind of that which is beyond the reach of the senses. If external and visible appearances are the correct test of truth and reality, whence are the innumerable theories that are presented in explanation of any one of the sciences? All agree indisputably as to the foundation and cause, but each widely differs from others in accounting for the various effects and manifestations. Is not this conclusive evidence against making external appearances the test of positive and absolute truth and reality? For illustration, suppose you cast your eyes upon a beautiful fruit. It is pleasing and enticing to the eye, it is grateful to the palate, it is pleasing in its action upon the taste and stomach. You saw it, that convinced you of its reality, but had you any evidence of its minutiae and effects? The general was known, the particular was not known, for in a few hours, in a given instance, this same fruit works out a most deleterious and destructive effect. What evidence then had you of the real reality, by knowing that the fruit did exist? By the evidence of vision? But in all psychological research and investigation, the external and manifest have been made the test of inward reality. Reasoning from effects, in a retrograde manner, men have arrived at non-entity, and become confirmed in a disbelief of anything beyond what the senses will recognize as existing. Are you not convinced by the fluctuating nature of things external, temporal, and transient, and which are fleeting and evanescent as the leaves of the trees, that these are mere effects, and not realities? 6. That the real or cause is invisible, and the effect is a mere transient expression, for matter and form cannot be depended upon as producing the same and unchangeable appearances, for there is a perpetual exhalation and inhalation going on throughout all nature, imperceptibly a steady flux and reflux of matter, daily, hourly, and secondly, as changing forms and appearances. Are you not convinced that the causes of this continual change throughout all nature are invisible, not to be heard or seen, yet nevertheless actual and real? From this you will learn to make the test of truth the amount of evidence you receive through the organization, and not that originating in the organization. Make the body, the organs, the medium through which you test reality. Be passive in the inward, active on the outward. The outward is an ailing instrument, an agent, a medium through which may be tested things externally. 8. That my meaning may be more distinctly comprehended, let it be observed that the body is form, is transient, is changeable, the internal is not changeable. The man is the internal, the effect or form is external. The mind is not acted upon by, but acts on, the body. That which is internal is the reality, that which it acts on is visible and mortal, and all appearances foreign are composed of the same mortal ingredients, mortal in the restricted sense of that term. Now it being proved that the visible is not the real, but that the invisible is the eternal, it follows that you must make the test of truth to consist in an imperceptible, yet unchangeable, and eternal principle. Admitting this much, you are able to advance one step further in the cognizance of probable possibilities. Effects are witnessed, they are traced to an immediate cause, which is demonstrated by strict and severe analysis. This cause producing this effect shows you that the effect is not without a cause. This effect produces another, and that also another, and so, by analogy you may see that there is an endless and incalculable number of causes and effects, and tracing effects to causes, and causes to effects, is the correct process of reasoning, and this you do in your imagination until you arrive at a chaos of existence. Then stop breathless and return to ask, what was the cause of the first cause? You would not have gone upon these trackless peregrinations if you had considered all forms and externals as not causes, but effects. In the process of this key to the revelation, which is to follow, you will receive still further evidence directly in favor of this form of reasoning. I will here indicate the order of reasoning and investigation to be pursued. First, we are to commence at the first cause, and trace causes to their effects, until we reach the human body, which is an ultimate effect of the great cause. To prevent this train of remark from being considered as based upon senseless hypothesis, we will also trace the ultimate effect through cause and effect, until we arrive at the first cause. Approaching with deep reverence the first cause, we will commence at the great head of all existence, and through the formation and operation of all spheres spheres celestial, trace the chain of existence to the terrestrial, and until we arrive at the last effect, or the ultimate, considering it to be an eternity which produces and reproduces spheres, existences, and forms, until there is an infinite expansion of ultimates. And this process will be understood by the following familiar illustration: the germ, roots, body, branches, limbs, buds, blossoms, beauty, or this, water, steam, ether, immaterial, or fall, winter, spring, and summer in their brightness and beauty. The great train of investigation, which is soon to follow, is based upon the principles of reasoning which have been laid down and illustrated, and conceive of a germ being hidden beneath the surface of this hard earth. Imagine that you forget its existence, let a few years of time elapse, and then cast your eyes to the spot where it was concealed, and you see a lofty and beautiful tree, standing in all the majesty and dignity of its nature. And would it not be as absurd and impossible to disbelieve the existence, as it would be to doubt for one moment the germ which has produced this existence? The tree stands, and is visible as an ultimate. Man stands, and he is also an ultimate. The germ of the tree, you knew of its existence, but the germ of the world, you do not know of its existence. But is it not evident that the latter is at least possible, since the first is known and demonstrated? By even assenting to such a possibility, you have become prepared to take one more careful step in this investigation. By the next careful step, which is to be taken, is meant the admission of the process here indicated, as being the only correct mode of reasoning. But before this step is taken, it becomes highly necessary to illustrate still further the truthfulness of this rule, tracing synthetically visible effects to their causes, and analytically causes to their effects. The transition from the usual mode of reasoning to this would be too sudden for the mind to receive, without its being made still more plain by reasons deduced from general truths, as they are indisputably and extensively known to exist. Illustrations and representations which have been made are direct, but too comprehensive to be familiarly understood, in proof that things which are visible and external, are only tangible effects and ultimates of causes invisible. The following is to make still more plain the reason of this reasoning. All things external, in forms, series, and degrees, asterisk. What is meant by forms, series, and degrees, is the unfolding of the various and successive stages or kingdoms of creation, as the sequel will illustrate, appear to different persons to present different manifestations. Suppose a man diseased, physicians examine his case, guided both by the physiological manifestations of the disease, and by the feelings which the disease produces, which are not perceptible to them by any process of external observation. The patient communicates his own feelings, the physicians taking these for granted, and from these, together with the symptoms manifest, they decide upon the name of the disease. Each of these physicians, from the evidence which he has received through the senses, differs from the others as to the character of the disease. Have you not here proof that the external and manifest is the effect and cannot be relied on, while the cause is hidden? And you do not possess any means by which you can investigate its cause. Again, a man has a carious tooth. He tells you he experiences a severe pain, but you doubt his word and ask for proof. He points you to the tooth, which is the object tangible. But does the evidence of which your senses admit convince you that he has a pain? The tooth is the external, the ultimate, the pain is the invisible, but reality. In both of the above cases, are you not internally convinced that you must adopt some other process of reasoning and investigation to find the true cause of the objects manifested? Conclusions drawn from things visible, which are effects and ultimates, cannot be so reliable as inferences drawn from internal causes as to their legitimate effects. One more illustration: you have a foundation of belief which you call the evidence of your senses, and which you implicitly rely on as proving truth and reality. But notwithstanding the evidence which you may receive through the senses, particularly that of vision, the following illustration will enable you to conceive of the possibility of internal truths the whole world of mankind can give in their united testimonies that they positively and absolutely see the sun rising in the east, and setting in the west. Is there no internal evidence that the external and manifest of this is positively unreal? Inward searching after truth has established the cause of this phenomenon, and proved that the sun does not move, but it is the visible and external that you are deceived by, and not the invisible, which is the reality. True philosophy embraces both of these processes of reasoning synthetically from effect to cause, and analytically from cause to effect. The philosopher who pursues only one of these processes is not a philosopher, but he who adopts both is a true philosopher, and has true philosophy. Admitting this as the true course, you become a reasoner from internal realities to external, visible effects. 9. And now free your mind from all things present, and retrospectively view the past, have you not times innumerable been perfectly deceived by visible manifestations? Has appearance not often been in direct opposition to reality? Has not the appearance of a person deceived you when you least supposed it possible? Have not the particulars, the minutiae of everything familiar to your senses, irregularly presented different and opposite manifestations? Have you not been mistaken almost as often as you have relied on this as a mode of receiving truth? Responding to the deceptions caused by a reliance upon things external and manifest, has not the whole become repulsive to many minds, and have they not doubted appearances and totally disbelieved invisibles? If so, how inexpressible should be man's delight to know that that is not real which is visible. A person may have a passion or an emotion, he may have sentiments and thoughts which are not known to exist by any other person, for a thought is invisible. The only process by which the world may become convinced of its existence is its manifestation on the body, the external being the effect or ultimate, the cause internal and real. So, with every form and manifestation, tangible and external, you see light. You are thus convinced by the evidence of vision that that light exists. It may proceed from various states of matter, from fire, or a candle, but does the sight of it convince you as to the nature of its source? If you had not the conviction previously that it would burn, then by presenting any part of the body in connection with it, you would find the reality of fire, but of this you would know nothing until it was proved by a different process from that of external and tangible manifestations. This presents evidence conclusively that the internal is the cause and reality, the external, the effect and ultimate. Why judge ye not yourselves of the right? External representations have been too much relied on as proof of reality. The outside of the platter was clean, but the inside, the invisible, was full of extortion and excess. Arriving at these truths, which will be universally acknowledged, have you not seen sufficient reason not to pursue this course any longer? It is now clearly seen and proved that the things which constitute causes are invisible, and that their effects are manifested in all forms external. Hence the latter cannot be reality, for such a supposition would involve a self-inconsistency. The process of reasoning thus to be adopted is based on an integral view of the universe, and by resting on positive, and not on particular, depending on general and not on minutiae in external manifestations, your expectations will be realized in the general manifestations, associating cause and effect with analogy and correspondence, observing forms, series, degrees, associations, and spheres, is to be the method by which their future condition will be shown to be in analogy with things which are here visible. But this is not to be commenced until the careful step is taken, and that is to prove the visible by the invisible, and the foundation of true reasoning being established, it brings with it irresistibly the conviction of this state, which you are to have evidently demonstrated to yourself internally. Proof of this state, and of the source from which I received these impressions, must be made apparent and conspicuous before you feel yourself constrained to admit the contents of the following revelation. In order that the real foundation of my impressions may be established, it is necessary to first explain the admitted science known as animal magnetism, upon which I will proceed to explain this state, of the real importance of which you receive externally but little evidence. To comprehend a subject so vast and extensive as that of animal or human magnetism, and to familiarize the mind with its various and mysterious phenomena, with the main features of its manifestation, and with the grounds upon which it rests, it becomes highly necessary to make illustrations relative to the proofs to be introduced. A man intending a journey to some foreign country would, if a judicious traveler, familiarize himself with the geography of it, and acquaint himself with the maps and charts of the various ways by following which he might reach the place of his destination. These he would know in order that he might not misunderstand the direction of, and means of proceeding to, the place where he intends to terminate. Of the existence of the place he does not know by any direct evidence through his organization, but of this he is convinced by the previous reports of men, and by the uniform admission of all. So, with this science, its foundation and basis must be admitted by the evidence of previous research and investigation, instituted by erudite men, both in this and previous generations. But the many ways which lead to its peculiar phenomena, it is proper to become familiar with, in order to arrive at its legitimate attributes. The direction to its known results may be given in the following explanation, and the guide to the paths will be the isolated facts presented in the remarks upon individual and universal experience. The foundation of this science cannot be doubted, for it is admitted that there exist two fluids, which may here be termed magnetism and electricity. In making the subject familiar to the understanding, it is proper to give a brief description of the organs of sense. The organ of vision is supposed to be the only medium by which man can communicate with the external world, in such a way as to receive a knowledge of forms and substances foreign from his reach. The retina acts as a medium for the intervention of things visible, the reflection of which it comes in contact with, and thence the impression goes through the optic nerve to the brain or seat of perception. The ear is supposed to be the only medium to receive the vibration of external disturbances, and it is thought that hearing cannot exist without the perfection of this organ. The tympanum, its membrane, bones, and stapes, are thought to be requisite to perform this office, but physiologists are aware, by innumerable experiments, that the tympanic membrane and the small bones, with the exception of the stapes, may be totally destroyed without materially injuring that sense. Hence there must be a different medium through which that sensation may be produced. The organ of smell may also lose some of its parts, and still perform its office. The various convoluted parts of the nasal organ are not developed until the child is quite advanced. Still the sensation of this organ is apparently manifested in the earlier stages of its development. The organ of speech also can exist without every part of its present structure. The lingual nerve may be severed, yet there will be existing muscular action of the tongue, and a continual performance of its office. The sense of feeling may be partially destroyed, from some external and incidental connection, such as may partially paralyze its action, yet there will be still existing acute sensitiveness of this sense. 10. Each. These senses may and does perform its office indirectly upon the mind, without any direct interference or connection with anything external. This is demonstrated by the experience of every person during the hours of slumber. It is generally supposed that thoughts will not be excited upon tangible realities, without a direct connection between the organs and such realities, and it is also supposed that the nerves of sensation, which are active in conveying all the organic impressions to the mind, can only be excited by the action of the external upon them, to transmit the emotion necessary to generate thought. This is not entirely correct, and the true state of the case will be known by appeals to your own experience during your normal and abnormal existence. During the hours of physical repose, while the parts of the system are recruiting and reproducing new strength and energy, and while the organs of sense are closed to all external impressions, the mind, free from all obtrusive and disturbing influences, makes imaginative excursions to different places and contemplates different things in existence. It supposes it sees or hears, while sometimes it is arrested in its travels by the sound of beautiful music, or by various pleasing scenes which it appears to enjoy. Sometimes it supposes it walks, feels, tastes, or suffers excruciating pain. It also appears to be irresistibly in many places, where it had no previous desire or intention to be. During all of these peregrinations, the wave of sound, the reflection of sight, the susceptibility of feeling, the pleasure of tasting, are all supposed to be enjoyed. This cannot be spirit, for if it were, it would be distinguished by the perfection of all its qualifications during its disconnected state from the body. This is mind, connected with the body, and the impression which it receives through the disturbed condition of the nerves of sensation. This proves that there is an internal medium of sensation by which the mind enjoys its capacity as if the external were in connection with the world. It proves also that there is a medium, which I have not yet named, existing upon these nerves of sensation, independent both of internal and external exciting causes. Having thus established the existence of an independent, conscious medium, I will now proceed to explain its existence. Because of this, the foundation is universally known and accepted, and hence it is not necessary to speak particularly in reference to its existence. This foundation is the muscular and sympathetic nerves. A synopsis of the theory is as follows. Man possesses two coatings, which are classified as the serous and mucous surfaces. The serous covers each organ, nerve, and fascia of the muscles, including the whole of their surfaces. The mucous surfaces constitute the inner of every organ, nerve, and muscle. The serous surfaces and mucus generate and sustain a positive and negative fluid. This controls circulation. The negative expands the ventricles, and that attracts the blood to its reservoir. The positive contracts the ventricles, and thus repulses the blood throughout the system. Hence there is a continual expansion and attraction, and contraction, and repulsion which illustrates familiarly the office of these forces. The serous surfaces are susceptible of feeling, while the mucous surfaces are not. The muscular nerves are controlled by the mind, while the sympathetic, or nerves of sensation, are the medium of actuating the mind, whose motion produces thought. The brain is composed of a sensitive and complicated composition of fibers, to which no other part of the body bears any analogy. Being sensitive, it is attractive or positive to all that exists on the nervous medium, hence it receives impressions irresistibly. It possesses within itself the positive and negative poles, or greater and lesser parts, the one controlling, the other subject. the one receiving power, the other transmitting and exercising power. The ethereal substance which serves as a medium may be termed magnetism. The muscular motion of the system is performed through the medium of the substance, which may be termed electricity. When there is a full and uninterrupted exercise of all the powers and organs of the body, when there is a harmony existing throughout the whole physical system, there is perfect health and enjoyment, because its forces, which are positive and negative, or magnetic and electric, are regularly performing their functions, and this indicates a perfect condition of the magnetic or nervous medium. Nevertheless, when the body becomes deranged in any of its various parts, it is a loss of the positive or negative power which produces its health and harmonious action. But when all parts are in perfect unison and harmony, then the system is thoroughly magnetized. In order to demagnetize it, you must in some way overcome the equilibrium, and extract the positive power by a power still more positive, and this will produce the unconscious state called the magnetic. The medium, heretofore explained, exists between all organic beings. Magnetism composes the sphere, rather the atmosphere, by which every person is individually surrounded, and besides this, there is a medium existing which extends through all things, placing man over the lower new creation. For animals are subjected to man's control by the positive PT subduing power which he possesses, and they receive this to their minds by the same medium which exists between an organ and the brain. Man being positive, and all else negative, the latter must yield to his control. Here again is proof that the internal, invisible, is the real cause of all external and ultimate manifestations. 11. The state termed magnetic can be produced by the following process, which is not in any way confusing the laws of nature, but instead thereof, is only developing its powers and attributes, which have not been known to exist as appertaining to animal or physical creation. One system coming in contact with another of less positive power will be attractive, the attraction depending upon the medium universally established, and will attract the positive power from the patient or subject with whom the former is in contact, and the positive or magnetic force which is attracted from the subject's system is that which exists upon the nerves of sensation, which terminate in the serous surfaces. This fluid being withdrawn, the patient is not susceptible of external impressions, simply because the medium by which these are transmitted is absent. He is then demagnetized, leaving sensation only existing upon the internal or mucous surfaces which produce vital action. J. The negative power remains, the positive does not remain. Vital action becomes torpid and feeble according to the loss of power which previously controlled it. This is the magnetic state, and in this peculiar condition, the patient is in sympathy with, or is submissive to the will or positive magnetic power of, the operator. This is the first state. The subject in the first state is obedient to the will or wish of the operator, through an established equilibrium of the two forces which must exist in all things to produce motion. The subject is negative, the operator is positive. Hence the negative phenomena, witnessed in the patient's system, stand in analogy to muscular motion or negative manifestations in one man. The subject and operator form one system in power. There is a visible disunion, yet there does exist an invisible union. One is positive, the other negative, and the one performs negatively what the other performs positively. And this representation illustrates the condition, man, when uninterrupted in any of his functional capacities, stands magnetized, one part of his system being positive, the other negative, and the two being united by an equilibrium which does, yet invisibly, exist, and all phenomena produced by his mind as the positive, upon his body as the negative, are parallel to what takes place in the patient and the operator. It is not necessary to give a minute description of the various changes and modifications which these potent fluids pass through, but the fact is visible, manifest, produced by the real, invisible, yet the primary cause all the external appearances. To convince the rational mind of the foregoing inductions, I will state the position which the true reasoner occupies. There is a continual antagonism between faith and doubt. The true reasoner stands as a mediator between the two. Man cannot disbelieve nor believe. There is no such thing as disbelief or belief without evidence to produce one decision or the other. To be a disbeliever, man requires in reality the same amount of evidence that he does to become a believer. The mere expression of belief or disbelief has no meaning unless it is determined by a sufficient and reasonable amount of evidence. Supposing you to stand as a mediator between belief and disbelief, and to require the same amount of evidence to make you take either side, I now ask you this question in reference to the explanation of this subject. Have you not received a sufficient amount of internal, conscious evidence to make you take the side of the believer? If you have not, then your evidence must be sufficiently strong and powerful to make you disbelieve, and this it is your duty to make known as extensively as possible, in order to settle the antagonism existing between faith and doubt upon this particular subject. Thus, the phenomenon, known as magnetic, does not controvert or subvert in any way the laws of nature, but instead, thereof, such should be looked upon as a progression and further development of the laws which govern organic beings. The placing of one person in the magnetic state, he is composing the negative, and the operator the positive, thus brings the law that controls one system in its various parts, to control two beings, as composing one with all the requisite magnetic forces. It would not be inappropriate here to introduce a few thoughts upon the utility of this influence in alleviating the sufferings of humanity. There are several classes of disease which greatly excite the nerves and surfaces upon which the magnetic medium exists, and excitement causes them to generate an excessive amount of the magnetic medium, or positive fluid. This often produces excessive fever. When intense, it affects the BN, and often produces awful paroxysms and derangements which could all be removed by the contact of a person who is strongly positive. This would be extracted the superabundance of heat, or magnetic ether, which being excessive, produces the effects above described. In all cases where there is too great an amount of positive power, it can be relieved by the application of a due and superior amount of positive power. All excess of heat, or fever, such as is caused by innumerable derangements of the system, can be invariably reduced to an equilibrium by employing this new development. There are properly four magnetic states. In the first, no particular phenomena are witnessed, only that, the external organs being in some measure divested of their ordinary share of magnetism, a feeling of dullness pervades the system. Persons in this state lose none of their senses but are susceptible to all external impressions. They have also the full power of muscular action, and if situated nearly midway between the first and second states, they are inclined to happy feelings. And all phenomena witnessed in this state are only of a physical nature, but in the higher states, the phenomena consist in the development of the mental powers. The next state, or the second, manifests itself through the mental organization. The patient still manifests his intellectual faculties but is deprived of all muscular power. The pupil of the eye expands, and that organ refuses to act on the brain. The tympanic membrane and cavity of the ear expand and refuse to perform their wonted action. The extremities are somewhat cold. In the latter part of this state all sensation and feeling are destroyed, so that any surgical operation can be performed without giving pain. The patient in this condition appears mentally associated with the operator. All the external organs being closed, there is no possible means of receiving impressions from without, but all phenomena are produced through the medium which exists between the operator and the patient. Hence there are sympathetic, incoherent, and indefinite accounts received from the mind of the patient, which are analogous to the impressions of the man previously spoken of, who seemingly recognized external realities during his moments of dreaming. Thus, the phenomena are of a mental nature, and are a natural production of the mind so situated. 12. The ear is not entirely closed to sound in the first part of the third state. The patient can hear indistinctly, possesses the power of speech, and partly of muscular action. About the middle of this state, the ear is completely closed, and all impressions made upon the brain from external objects are at an end. The patient is then placed in an unconscious condition so far as the external world is concerned. Divested of his ordinary share of magnetism, he possesses just enough to perform vital action. In this state there is a strong sympathy existing between the operator and his subject. The chain of sympathy which connects the mind of the operator with that of his subject is animal electricity, / the same fluid which is the agent of all muscular motion. It is through the agency of this fluid that magnetic sleep is induced. The operator sits down with the determination to put his subject to sleep. All the powers of his mind are concentrated on this object. His will being exercised to this point, the electric fluid passes from his own brain and nerves to the brain and system of his patient, and forms between the two a chain of sympathy. The one, then, is completely subject to the control of the other, and in this manner you may easily account for all the phenomena witnessed in the sympathetic somnambulist. In this state the patient is wholly unsusceptible to any tangible or physical connection, no feeling existing upon the surface. The magnetic medium is far less active than in the previous states, but the negative or muscular forces are still preserved. At this crisis, the mind is extremely susceptible of external mediums which connect mind mattering. Hence the subject appears to see and hear, and to perform many wonderful and mysterious things, during this condition of the mental faculties. This is a state of still higher mental development, and of consciousness or perception of mediums. This is often supposed to be the clairvoyant state, but it is not. It stands in analogy to natural somnambulism. Only one is a phenomenon induced by magnetism, and the other is a similar mental state, but naturally produced by an inactivity of the magnetic medium or sensation. The magnetic subject has progressed in his mental capacity toward the state known as death, for the positive power does not remain, while the negative or muscular does remain, and the increased perception of the mind is through the medium of its own association. Passing from the third to the fourth state, a still greater and higher mental manifestation will be observed. About midway between these two conditions, the mind loses almost all its sympathy which attaches it to the system. At this time the chain of sympathy existing between the positive and negative is nearly disconnected. The mind becomes free from all inclinations which the body would subject it to, and only sustains a connection by a very minute and rare medium, the same that connects one thought with another. In this condition the patient progresses into the earth state. Then the mind becomes free from the organization, except as connected by the medium mentioned above, and then it is capable of receiving impressions of foreign or proximate objects, according to the medium with whom it particularly becomes associated. The body at this time is dormant and inactive in all its parts, except the negative, or muscular, and vital action, which is constantly kept up and controlled by the united forces of the operator upon the operation, and this stands in analogy to that natural state of physical disunion known as death. Death is produced by the loss of both forces, but the clairvoyant state is produced by the blending of the forces of the two persons and making them physically equivalent to one. The mind, in the first case, loses all of the medium which connects it with the body. The latter is in the same state mentally as the former, with the exception of the medium referred to. All the phenomena are seen, and do exist, with every being. Their healthy state is the magnetic state, and the various conditions and developments of the mind during sleep, until death, are analogous to the various phenomena induced by magnetism. Only one is an ordinary manifestation, and the other is a further development of the same principles and laws which constitute and govern animal organization. Science is thus explained, and the phenomena and appearances, which may be invariably expected, may thus be generalized, but the particulars and minutiae will vary exceedingly, according to the various dispositions and organizations upon which the magnetic condition is induced. To particularize would require an indefinite length of remark, consisting of individual observations and isolated inductions. A great question now presents itself for investigation. Is there such a thing existing as independent clairvoyance? I answer, there is. You ask for a proof. Such you shall receive by the following investigations. It is well, however, to understand the meaning which is applied to the word independent. If you mean self-existent, abstract, indefinite, and without any connection, then the expression means nothing, for in this sense there is no such thing as independence. But if the word is intended to mean free from direct instigation, then it has meaning, and to it this signification should be attached. I am compelled at this time to explain and reveal the mental phenomenon as I experience it, and the reasoning to familiarize it to the mind will be given hereafter. It was admitted that the body is in negative subjection to its operator, and also that muscular and vital action are still sustained, yet in a less degree of activity than during the self-possession of the forces of motion. The body so situated is dependent for its activity upon one source, while the mind or the intellectual quality is dependent upon another. While I am examining, I am directly dependent upon the close connection of the physical, and the steady and intense cognizance of the mental. But when the independent condition or crisis is produced, the body assumes an inclined position. It becomes cold, rigid, and unsusceptible, and hearing and all the physical organs are torpid and inactive. But when the body resumes its natural position, hearing returns, muscular motion is commenced and active, and the organ of speech is also in full exercise. Each of these powers must be in operation in order to communicate externally what the natural organs are seemingly cognizant of. This dependence is not what is termed sympathetic, but it is in reality a situation which that word will express. The medium existing between thought and thought, between mind and mind, and between time and eternity, is the only active pervading medium which I am dependent on for the conception of thought, and for the perception of all things of a refined, ethereal, or spiritual constitution. This is when the activity of the body and mind appears to be sympathetic or dependent. I am not impulsed or impressed by the thoughts or feelings of a foreign person, though I am cognizant of them through the medium above termed ethereal. The independent condition is when the body manifests the external appearance of rigidity, and see, above described, and in this situation only is the term independence applicable. 13. I will now illustrate the connection between the internal, through the organization, with the external, that is, what the mind is dependent upon to generate ideas. Forms of all things make an impression, or rather cast a reflection upon the mind, which reflection is the idea. Sound of every kind conveys to the mind a peculiar vibration, imperceptibly yet irresistibly undulates the portion of the mind with which it comes in contact. This vibration is the idea. The vibration and idea are simultaneous, yet perfect. Words, or sounds which are called words, are the agent of ideas. So also, when a person meets or observes a form or substance, he necessarily receives an idea concerning it, and the idea once created is irrevocable. An association of the mind with the form external excites and develops the idea first established. So also, with sound or words. Hence in learning, a frequent repetition of the association of ideas is necessary, and when the idea is established, the same sound or word, even though irregularly or indefinitely repeated, renews it, and thus confirms the knowledge through the faculty or medium termed association or imitation. All thoughts or ideas are thus dependent upon exciting causes, the medium of which is but obscurely known. Yet every thought is an unrestrained production of a mind acted upon by forms, reflections, sounds, associations, or imitation. All thoughts, in one word, may be termed irresistible impressions. The cause of all such is invisible. It is not the form, substance, sound, or word which produces thought, but it is the irresistible impression which such produce upon the mind. There is, first, the cause, secondly, the effect produced, and thirdly, the thought, idea, or ultimate. Thought is dependent, the mind is independent, not existing with the body as a component part of its constitution but is an ultimate of organization, and thought is an ultimate of both. Let it further be considered that a physical manifestation is not produced until thought of as a cause or prompter previously exists. Let it also be considered that an idea or thought could not be produced without the mind previously existing, and let it further be impressed that a mind could not be individualized without the previous existence of the physical organization, and still further, that the organization could not be constituted and established without its previous and eternal elementary existence, and that this all could not exist without a self-existent, unchangeable, and eternal principle. Here, again, is developed the principle previously established, that the visible and external are effects and ultimates of invisible yet real producing causes. In analyzing your mind, it becomes necessary to admit what you at first would doubt. If you say, the mind is a principle belonging to, and is produced and developed by, the action of the organization, you at the same time admit the production, and its existence. But if you do admit and sanction this alone, then you virtually approbate and sanction a most ingenious theory, that all forms which possess within themselves a moving force, are no less than thinking principles. So, then, to be consistent in your efforts to analyze your own mind, you must admit a power beyond man's present power of investigation, and if such a principle does exist, and you are compelled irresistibly to admit it, you may call it spirit, or substitute for that word any other name which may alleviate an inward skepticism of a continuation of this principle's identity, and by the admission of a principle previously existing, adequate in power and wisdom to produce organizations, and to disseminate universally, life and vivacity, you positively deny the belief in the annihilation of the most minute substance in existence, and by prostrating the grounds of such a belief artificially sustained, there is established in its stead the existence of an invisible yet unchangeable principle, which is previously admitted being even more than a probable possibility. And while you have no possible means of refutation, just quiet the mind, until I reveal the situation in which my mind is placed while observing and receiving impressions which you at this time have no possible means of arriving at. Number. When the mind becomes free from the organization, and is launched from an insinuated state, it passes into a new sphere of existence. Impressions of truth, of virtue, of principles which govern, control, and actuate tangible and physical substances, all converge to one focus. This I call the fountain, the sun, the great illuminator, the unchangeable, eternal positive mind. This fills all negative substances, worlds, their forces, their physical existences, with their life and forces, are all negative to this positive mind. This is the great positive power. All subordinate existence is negative. Both positive and negative exist as a united, unchangeable principle of all action. For an illustration, let the mind conceive of a wheel, sphere, or circle. Let it concentrate it at the center of this, and it will be perceived that there is an expansion of circles from the center to the circumference, or that one wheel cannot exist without another. And so, with the great positive and negative, which compose one whole sphere of existence. If these two forces produce all existence, do they not from the center expand to the circumference, passing through minute and modified forms, until they pervade the universe and constitute the powers of all things? From this focus then I receive impressions of the many and various principles and mediums which exist between the mind and the objects to which it aspires. When I pass into this sphere, sphere, I become associated with the spheres of the people or forms which it is the previous desire to associate with. I do not pass to the focus of all existence, but to the focus of this existence which is analogous to the expansion and center of every wheel of existence. When I pass from the body, it is not the distance, the indefinite space through which the mind proceeds, that is necessary to enable it to obtain its information, but it is the transition or metamorphosis of the principle of mind to its second sphere of existence. 14. In a wheel, there is but one center, so, at this focus, there is but one principle, one united attribute of goodness and truth. If it were possible for a circle to have several centers, then it would be possible for various principles and truths, both good and evil, to emanate from this source. But as the first is impossible in a particular sense, so the other is positively impossible in a general sense. As the sun stands as an emblem of this great truth, you cannot resist the impression of its positive analogy. The sun produces light, it cannot produce darkness. It is a focus for the universal diffusion of light, and this sends forth to the extreme sphere of its existence. So, this center is a focus for the universal diffusion of knowledge, truth, and one unchangeable principle, as disseminated to the extreme sphere of its positive power or existence. The focus of this existence is but an indefinite expansion of the great focus, passing from general positive to general negative existence and being the controlling power of this existence, even as the great focus governs all existences. To this CENT, to this focus, to the great positive power of this sphere, which is an effect or ultimate, to this great actuator and propeller, consisting of one principle, which is goodness without distinction, I go to receive information. And as the mind generates thought by coming in contact with external exciting causes in the natural body, so, this mind ***, all the inhabitants of the second sphere or world of human existence, are considered as united and forming one. The mind referred to, therefore, is the general mind of the second sphere, creates in my mind parallel ideas which I term impressions, and by the minute the yet existing medium between the mind and the body, I arrive back to convey the impressions through the natural organization. How little, therefore, is the evidence of reality to be observed in corporeal manifestations, for while the phenomenon termed clairvoyance is visible as an ultimate, the real cause is invisible, but faintly evident to the senses. The ultimate perfection of all substances, the ethereal existences of spiritual spheres, and the means by which I receive impressions, are evident to me, but so greatly different from anything familiar to the natural mind, acting through the organization, that it is impossible at this moment to make these things evident to your senses. But I must reveal these things as the impressions are received. The parallel facts and inductive conclusions will be made evident to your minds hereafter, and I must proceed to give the appearances of all second spheres as they are to me manifested. Human organization appears as a perfection and combination of all substances below its exalted composition. It is controlled by chemical and mechanical forces, and is a coating, a casement to contain its inward properties. There is another distinct principle, which appears and is evident to me as a spirit. Also, there is a mediator, or medium connecting the spirit with the body. This I know is a sensation, and when this medium becomes disunited, there is a physical dissolution, and a spiritual elevation to a different sphere of existence. When the mind becomes connected with this sphere by a medium similar to that which connects it with the body, it is then identified with a personal sphere peculiar to itself, even as spheres are peculiar to different organizations. The man is the internal of the body, occupying the organs as instruments for external communication, and when transferred, he retains all the senses, in a spiritual condition, and his mediums of communication are then spiritual, and he is susceptible to all properties and elements that compose the existence of all things. He receives impressions by these as exciting causes, which are imperceptible to the natural senses, but extremely evident and manifest to the spiritual senses. And while the natural organization perceives substances and appearances as artificial and external, the spiritual organization perceives the real and invisible as susceptible to the action of all existing properties through a sensation peculiarly belonging to its nature. When I pass off into the independent state of clairvoyance to receive impressions, I receive them as the knowledge of the reality, or essence, of the substance which I had a previous desire to investigate. And as it is a law of nature which cannot be reversed, that positive is attractive to subordinate or negative substances, I must pass to the positive sphere of this existence. There I do not have any counselor or informer, but I receive the reality of what I request. I do not observe entities as they would be naturally known to exist, but I know the peculiar connection existing between all ultimate spheres of man. When passing from the organization, all natural forms and substances appear closed from my view by a great shade or mantle, when all above appears one broad and extensive light, passing through all of the second spheres of existence. This light is the medium of perception and association, which pervades the second spheres, and unites them together, even as the natural spheres are bound together. And when it is said that all shall know the truth, this was spoken in reference to the ultimate of this life, or to the second sphere of future existence, for there the truth is known. The reality, the invisible, the real cause of all effects, are then known, and this knowledge makes us free. 15. The laws that govern nature go on with a steady and unchangeable progression. They are not at any time retarded or accelerated. Nothing can prevent the natural results of these laws. They are established by one great positive power and mind, and equaled by a negative or ultimate equilibrium. Hence their continued and united forces, by the influence of which all things are actuated, governed, and developed, and pass on in a steady process of progression. Every particle of matter possesses the same power which governs the whole universe, and in each particle you see a representation and evidence of these divine laws. Thus in the stone you may see the properties of the soil, in the soil, the properties of the plant, in the plant, the properties of an animal, in the animal you see man, and in man you cannot see, but you can feel, the immortal principle. The free, unshackled spirit, then, should be considered as the essential principle belonging to the organization, that with one sympathetic chain, encircling all spheres of this existence, can receive impressions instantaneously of all things desired, and with its spiritual senses, communicate with spiritual substances, and as all these must be in a sphere necessarily attached to this sphere, it is there that I receive my impressions. I do not receive these from the great supreme mind, but from this second sphere, focus, or medium, which legitimately belongs to this globe alone. When you ask me a question, I am then existing in the medium or sphere of the body, but in investigating and finding the answer, I pass to the sphere where I can associate with the truth and reality. It is impossible by words to convey a full and adequate conception of the manner in which I arrive at truth. I can only employ such words as convey all the idea that words can convey. Of this process, my information is not derived from any persons that exist in the sphere into which my mind enters, but it is the result of a law of truth, emanating from the great positive mind, and pervading all spheres of existence. By this, truth is attracted to, and is received by, the mind. It is impossible for anyone to enter voluntarily that state in which he can view with clearness things belonging to a sphere of existence higher than the natural world. Were such a thing to take place, that moment death would necessarily and inevitably ensue, for this state cannot be entered without a loss of one of the controlling forces of the system, and if this force is not supplied by the system of another, the natural functions of the organization would cease, and the spirit could not re-enter it after it had departed. Independent clairvoyance, therefore, must be induced by the action of another system, by which the positive power is extracted from the subject. To sustain life, this is supplied sympathetically by the system of the operator, and so long as this is the case, there is a rare and subtle medium of sympathy existing between the mind and the body, by which the former finds its way back to the latter after a temporary absence. If this medium were destroyed, the mind could not return, and it is impossible to go voluntarily into the independent state of clairvoyance without destroying it. To some, however, it is possible to go voluntarily into a state in which the mind is greatly developed and made cognizant of principles and truths pertaining to this mundane sphere. This sometimes happened with a well-known Grecian philosopher, Aristotle. During his hours of slumber, he often received impressions which led him to extensive generalizations, and such was the source of those excellences in his works which have so long been the admiration of the world. He was in the habit of wearing particular kinds of stones about his person, imagining that these had the virtue of inducing this condition of mind. A celebrated orator of the same country frequently went into the same state of mind. Some of his best impressions were received during his hours of slumber. These he would subsequently systematize and carry out to their legitimate results, and the ability for which he was distinguished may in a great measure be referred to this source. A distinguished ancient physician also received impressions in the same way, which led him to analyzations of the properties of plants, and to the discovery of their medicinal applications, which before had been locked in secrecy, and which must long have remained unknown. Independent of this source of discovery, a similar mental phenomenon often happened in a still more perfect degree with a noted Swedish philosopher and psychologist, J. who flourished within the last century. His impressions were more extensive and distinct than those of either of the others to whom I have referred. inferred, and by these means he was led to extensive generalizations about the animal kingdom, which are true. He also had visions of the future state, but not being an independent clairvoyance, these were not in all respects perfect. Yet to some extent they were true, and were valuable as being the best that could be received under the circumstances. Besides these, several Chinese and several Germans, and other writers who have had the most influence upon the world, received the leading ideas which characterize their works, in the same way. Such impressions were of the same species with those which I receive, though theirs were received through a different medium, and were measurably clouded by the organization. To go into the future state, many people suppose that the mind must depart to an indefinite distance from the body and assume a particular location. This is not so. Mathematically speaking, 2 feet from where I now sit is as much into the future state as any other distance. This consists simply in the condition which the mind assumes, and not necessarily in any change of its location. Information concerning the things which I say in these discourses is received while I am in this state of mind. For instance, I know not now what I shall say the next moment, but must first pass off in search of thoughts and truths to be presented next in order. Furthermore, the manner in which I obtain my information may be compared to a process of chemical analysis. In analyzing a body, the chemist separates its constituents until he has found its simple elements. These are truth. It is by a process of spiritual analysis that I obtain truth. I pass through the body with a desire for a particular kind of information. This desire attracts the particular kind of truth of which I would be informed, separates it from all other things, and causes it to flow into the mind. And when I thus obtain the truth of which I am in quest, I return to communicate it through the organization. 16. Thus, though the transition of my inner life to its second sphere presents to the senses but little evidence of its reality, to me it appears a metamorphosis analogous to death. While the senses observe the cessation of life and the dissolution of the natural body, they have no tangible evidence of the real change which the inner passes through, but the latter itself is conscious of the change. The worm, while in its pupa state, passes through successive changes, till it arrives at the form of the caterpillar. We can see a further metamorphosis. The caterpillar knows not of it. The butterfly is conscious of its former encasement. Appearances to the senses constitute one species of evidence, while the consciousness of changing in the creature constitutes another. To the natural senses, the effect, or phenomenon only is present, the cause is foreign and seemingly disconnected. To me, both cause and effect are present. Forms and substances external are the subjects of outer association, but their reality, internal, rarefaction or refinement, is what I am associated with. The natural senses are cognizant of corporeal and formal investiture, but when things pass into their various progressive conditions, they are lost sight of, like the water which, while remaining as such, is perceived by the senses, but, when it passes into steam, air, and the luminiferous ether becomes rare and refined, the natural mind and senses lose the perception of its existence, and apply to it, as to all unparticle matter, the appellation of spirit, for the want of a better term to define its condition. To me this, is known as matter become rare and unparticle as the ultimate of matter, to which is applied the word spirit. A natural tendency of the mind is to feel a conviction of its own continuance and progression. This amounts to a belief, but not to an absolute knowledge, for no collection of particles or substances of any kind possesses the power of self-analyzation. Hence all above the power of the mind may be received as a desirable conviction, yet not a palpable reality. To me this reality is made perfect. My perceptions and general impressions are from the ultimate or perfection of all material substances. The scope of these perceptions and impressions comprehends the substance of the second sphere in a particular sense, even as it comprehends all in a general sense, and as the result of present things is the substance of the second sphere. I in this sphere have the perception of the things pre-impressed upon the mind to investigate. Things appear real to me which are beyond the reach of the natural organization, which knows of nothing except what exists in matter and form. To me the grosser matter is impelling the rare and refined, while the rare and refined is pervading the grosser, or, in other words, forms and appearances are effects of matter in approximating to its future state of perfection, while its perfected state, or ultimate, is in return controlling and refining these substances and forms. This is illustrated by the fact that the atmosphere becomes purified by the intervention of ether or vapor. Thus water, passing into vapor, purifies the air contained in a room, in a particular way, as the same refinement of water purifies the air in a general way. All ultimates, to me, are still matter, but to you they are spirit. These appertain to the second sphere, or ultimate condition, which I become associated with. As the natural senses are cognizant of forms, the spiritual senses are cognizant of their ultimates. Thus, a particle of matter, in its ultimate perfection, cannot associate with a grosser particle, but when the grosser progresses to its ultimate, it becomes an associate with another ultimate particles. The rare acts on the lower, but the lower cannot act upon the rare. So, with the mind with the senses, they can progress in their inward nature to their unparticled or ultimate state, but the ultimate cannot associate with the senses. So psychological theories are only based upon desires of the mind, and convictions which it receives through the external senses. In the state in which I am placed, all things are in an exalted condition, and this I am conscious of by arriving at the same ultimate sphere, and by association with these, and by inquiry and analyzation of any given subject, I perceive the reality or ultimate of the things visible to the natural senses, and with this impression I arrive to associate in the organic sphere, and thus am enabled to convey my impressions by words instinctively accompanying them. And this explains the distinction and apparent contradiction between dependent and independent, as manifested in my own case. For while I am off, I am independent of objects and forms external, but dependent upon things interior, for the information which I receive. The impression is made upon my ultimate or inner principle. This impression creates thought. This thought, when I return to the body, brings up an association of words to express it, on which words I am thus dependent. Words are to me signs or sounds by which impressions are conveyed to others. All words, corporeal manifestations, muscular actions, the organs of the body, and such like, are instruments or means of external communication, but the things communicated, I am conscious of through a different agent or medium. While receiving impressions, I am a representation and signification of the second or future association belonging to man and matter, or of their ultimate or perfected state. I have no means of directly convincing the understanding of this condition, for, as was before mentioned, grosser matter cannot be associated with more refined, but refined and perfected matter can and does associate with grosser. So, while you cannot associate your impressions with mine, I can associate my impressions with yours, yet not distinctly, evidently, or consciously to yourself any more than grosser matter is conscious of its pervading unparticled matter or moving principle. To make the understanding analogically convinced of the ultimation of matter termed spirit, it is necessary to commence at the beginning of all things formal and rudimental and trace them evidently and naturally to their ultimate perfection. My impressions of spheres, or of matter in their second or ultimate stage of progression, are received in a way analogous to the natural, but by virtue of a perception much more exalted. But ultimates are no more than finite to me, as they appear in a particular sense finite to you, but in a general sense infinite. As natural ideas are associated with matter in its gross and perfected state, it appears limited, while to me the whole appears unlimited, evident, and is present with all its features and representations of cause and effect. Thus, the human body shows both the grossness and perfection of matter. The grosser composes the bones, its progression produces nerves and all secondary formations of flesh and filaments, while the ultimate produces the skin and hair. So, with the blood, it passes from its grosser state of coagulation to the refined state, when it becomes fitted for deposition and reproduction, and it becomes more and more rare and refined until it escapes the body in insensible perspiration. So, with the moving power, or volition, while the grosser is active in moving the muscular fiber, its refinement and perfection constitutes the thinking principle, which becomes so refined that it constantly escapes in thoughts or ultimates of which the mind is the originator. Thus, the finer pervades the coarse, but the coarser cannot pervade, but is approximating to the finer, and when it arrives at its ultimate state, it becomes an associate with that which has previously arrived at the same general condition. So with my inner life or ultimate sphere, it associates with the ultimates or realities of all grosser substances, and by such a connection, traces subjects analytically yet instantaneously from cause to effect, and this supplies me with the knowledge which to your minds and understanding bears the impress of being derived from direct supernatural and spiritual intercourse, while to me the word supernatural has no meaning. All natural things cannot produce supernatural, but this term is only applied to effects when their causes are not evident. Through such impressions, all things sought for appear present. The knowledge of the modus operandi of the universe, from generals to particulars, is present to me. All this comes instinctively, through an impressive connection with matter and ultimates. These principles instinctively perceived, to me appear realities, and all things else is superficial. Asterisk the word superficial, which frequently occurs hereafter, is applied by the author to that which is incidental, external, opposed to the inward or real reality, and which floats, as it were, upon the surface of general causation. The term unreal is also frequently employed in the same sense, so, this instinctive perception of truth enables me to communicate the knowledge of the second sphere through the organization, to the external world. You may term this an expansion of the mind, a quickness of perception, an exalted condition of the imagination. You may doubt its real truth, you may question the existence of the principle of which I speak, but you will not, if you consider the position which the true reasoner and philosopher sustains. But those who will doubt, are doubters and skeptics by nature and profession. A disposition like unto this is not in a state to receive truth, or to progress in knowledge, and when the transition or metamorphosis occurs from this sphere to a future one, such a mind will not be refined and progress to its ultimate condition. It will be like the second refinement of matter, and hence will take a long time to progress to its legitimate ultimate, and then it will associate in the spheres of those who have arrived at the state of perfection previously. The mind exalted before it assumes its second body or sphere, is so much progressed toward its ultimate state, and it will be associated with knowledge which subordinate, or less refined minds cannot appreciate or enjoy. 17. Thus, grosser matter, or rudimental beings, and their progression until they arrive at their ultimate perfection, are in correspondence with the mind and its progress to its ultimate sphere. Their many spheres and associations are only such as mark the natural refinement or progression of all things. Intellectual progress commences in the body or first individualization, thence the mind goes onward through its many stages of knowledge, corresponding to the various stages or its ultimate progression. It is a law of matter to produce its ultimate, mind. It is the law of mind to produce its corresponding principle, spirit. It is the nature of spirit to progress in knowledge and understanding relative to the cause, of which all things else are the effects. Knowledge in its nature corresponds to truth. Truth represents light and peace, and the acquisition of these two produces the enjoyment which a lover of truth appreciates in this sphere, while he anticipates and will receive the same enjoyment in future. All things in forms and corporeal investiture, which exist upon the face of the earth as displaying life, are correspondence of their inner life or principle which not only actuates them to thriftiness, but is working, by an undeviating law, the refinement of all subordinate substances, and these visible, corporeal manifestations also stand in analogy with the ultimation of their inner and living principle, which by influx produces rudimental sensation in the organic system, and becomes a part of animal existence. So, tracing the refinement of matter from vegetable to animal existence, the life or soul of plants being perfected to become animal sensation, the refinement and perfection of these two, to become the substance of mind and the progression of its nature to its second sphere and investiture, you arrive naturally and reasonably at an idea of the future properties, the positively individualized condition and existence of the mind in its first ultimate state of progression. Asterisk admitting this much, you arrive at the condition of existence in which my mind is placed. Asterisk. Asterisk in a subsequent part of this work this subject is unfolded and illustrated in such a way as to ensure a thorough and correct understanding. The speaker here remarked that he used the word eternal in its full force. Admit the mind and its future identity, and you then can conceive of thought being irrevocable, and existing in repetition and association with the form, or because of its production. Individual perception establishes this truth, that a thought once produced never requires reproduction, but it is only necessary to associate the mind with the cause of its first development, to renew or refresh its action. Mind, therefore, corresponds to a fulcrum, upon which operates the lever of producing thought, which revolves, in its action, the principles and associations of ideas which thoughts seek to conceive. Then a repetition of thoughts once produced creates as an ultimate, or effect, accompanying new ones. Each of these laws of matter and mind stands as a representation of what is future, and an admission of the foregoing presses upon the mind, as an irresistible conclusion, the probability of its natural and eternal progression. Facts have thus been presented as illustration of the condition and sphere of my inner life, to make it evident to the senses as corresponding to the sphere which you are now in, and to enable you to receive the truth by analogy. Being compelled to admit the visible facts, you are equally constrained to admit as probable, a correspondent or ultimate sphere. Conclusions arrived at by independent processes are evidence of its reality, though by no process of investigation now known, have you the means to prove demonstratively the sphere which I am at this time associated in. Therefore, receive impressions favorable to its truth, for such impressions answer as a guide to your future progress in knowledge and truth. I am now compelled by a reasonable demand of the subject to explain the cause of several particular phenomena which sometimes present themselves in the state of the physical system induced by magnetism, and its ultimate, known as clairvoyance. There are times when I, apparently to the senses, do not receive vision or impressions. This, being a particular phenomenon or effect, requires an adequate explanation. When progressed to the condition or state known as completely demagnetized, which is invariably induced, physical causes incidental to the external system sometimes indirectly interfere with the medium of sensibility, this medium being disqualified from particularly and internally attaching the mind to the body, prevents occasionally the free expansion or transition of the mind, and its intimate connection and necessary attachment to the organization. When this occurs, and it cannot be perceived by the senses, impressions cannot be received, because the mind has not become thoroughly independent. Again, the expression I see, which I frequently use in familiar conversation during examinations of various descriptions, would, literally understood, convey a wrong impression. If I should use any other term, you would not understand its signification. This expression naturally conveys the idea of vision of an optical knowledge of a foreign substance. In reality, the expression simply conveys the idea of knowing by a peculiar process, for the knowledge of a foreign substance is obtained through the imperceptible reflection which the substance casts upon the retina. So, it is knowledge, sight being simply a process to convey inward the existence of the outer. Hence, if the expression I know were ordinarily used, which would be correct, I would use the same to give the impression of what I know, independently of optical or other processes of rudimental perception. Therefore, I see means simply, I know. I know of things by the process explained in the foregoing remarks, and all phraseology which characterizes my conversation is adapted to, and corresponds with, your present sphere of perception and understanding. These last phenomena, which are sometimes manifested, and are occasions of impressing wrong conclusions, are explained as being particulars which cannot be depended upon. Particulars and minutiae correspond to incidentals, and you naturally have no confidence in the invariable repetition of these things. Generals are always manifest, corresponding with truth and inward reality. Hence it is again necessary to impress the conclusion that generals can be depended upon as inevitably manifesting inward truth and invisible corresponding causes, but particulars and minutiae cannot be relied on as producing the same unchangeable effects, for they stand in correspondence with incidental intervening circumstances which are always necessarily of a subordinate character. 18. In bringing my remarks on animal magnetism and clairvoyance to a close, it would not be inappropriate to recapitulate the arguments drawn up to prove the phenomena. All that I have said upon this subject has been said without reference to any particular axioms, or facts presumed to be admitted, or dependence upon any manner or form of belief that may exist. First, the magnetic state was proved to be a further development and extension of the motive powers of organic life, and it was shown that the propelling forces that control one system in sensation, life, health, and enjoyment, could be united to another system, and both become as one that, according to the laws which govern animal existences of a positive nature with reference to their negatives, the magnetic state could be produced by a transferation of the forces of the two. Secondly, it was shown that all states between the first magnetic state and perfect vision are analogous to phenomena witnessed in the various conditions of natural sleep and somnambulism, that the transition of the inner principle to the second sphere corresponds to that painful metamorphosis termed death, and that the connection existing between the inner life, or mind, and the organization, is a medium analogous to that existing between one thought and another, familiarly understood as the power of concentration. Thirdly, that the source of the impressions which I receive exists in, and corresponds with, the second sphere, or the ultimate of this sphere, and which corresponds to this, and that the knowledge which I receive is obtained by associating with the causes which lead the mind instantaneously to their effects. Cause and effect, thus presenting themselves almost at the same moment, give me the power of analyzation from generals to particulars. Therefore what has been said regarding these things, and the reasons for reposing credence in them, is not founded upon hypotheses, or facts admitted, but it is a tracing of general truths to their corresponding ultimates, proving evidently and carefully these phenomena as not being a perversion of the laws of nature. The whole is thus made too evident to require the word supernatural, too reasonable and manifestly true to be, by a truth-loving mind, doubted. Still the whole is submitted to the analyzation of minds which it has been analyzing, and as it was admitted that no principle possesses the power of of self-analyzation, you will doubtless arrive at the point familiarly established, that truth is truth in every law, from that which governs the most minute atom in existence, to that which propels and actuates the planetary system, and you are not to admit some of the premises to be evident and truthful and consider the remainder as requiring a greater extension of credulity than you feel responsible for exercise, but you admit one truth which stands at the basis of all these, the motive power of life and volition. In this your faith is established. The rest, then, you cannot disbelieve for the want of the amount of evidence necessary to prove them untrue. But if you either doubt or sanction the truthfulness of this explanation, without previously and seriously weighing the arguments for and against, neither your approbation nor disapprobation can be considered as legitimate. Magnetism and clairvoyance and their various phenomena being traced, by evident facts, to their ultimate effect, which is an opening of the second sphere, they were left there, and the science of correspondences was adduced in their favor. The first train of reasoning consisted in investigating facts and analyzing realities to obtain their conclusions. The second train consisted in presenting analogous truths, agreeing with the visible and terrestrial, and ascending to the invisible and celestial. A third train of proofs is that which for distinction may be called representation, showing that facts represent truth, and that truth is a representative of knowledge and intellectual progress, and that these all are representations of each other, including the subject to be established. When the author speaks of one thing as representing or corresponding to another, he, in general, means that the one thing indicates, points to, or shadows forth, the existence of the other. The distinction which the author makes between truth and fact, in the above sentence and in other places, is the same as that which exists between cause and effect, or law, and its manifestation. First, matter corresponds to life, or the law of activity. Matter and life correspond to production and reproduction. These correspond to, and represent, the existence of plants. The small plant or herb stands as a representative of the largest tree, and all these correspond to animals. The smallest species in animal existence stands as a representative of the most perfect animal organization. The least the atom that goes to compose this existence is a representative and signification of the largest globe or sphere existing in the universe. Once more, the inhaling of the vegetable kingdom, and the life which it possesses its soul corresponds to, and is a representative of, the influx and reflux of the same principle in animal existence. Life in the vegetable kingdom represents life and sensation in the animal kingdom. In the least, animal existences there is seen a law to govern them in reproduction, activity, and in sustaining their own existence, and there is another peculiar manifestation of this law, which is termed instinct. This instinct represents, and corresponds with, the mind of man, the forces that act upon the least particle of matter, presenting positive and negative manifestations, are representative of that great eternal positive and negative principle which governs all matters. The mind of man represents the great mind. Thus, facts which have been presented in the foregoing are one step beyond the argument of correspondence. Is not the first train of reasoning admitted? Is not the second also true as harmonizing with facts first established? Is the third also admissible? When considering their relative bearings from first facts to ultimate realities, does not the first adequately explain the second? Does the second not confirm the first? Does the third not correspond with both, and stand as a representative of truth? If so, will you let truth stand as a representative of your intellectual progress? 19. The science of representatives being thus developed and established by a consideration of general truths and visible realities, the application of this science will be necessary to further confirm the proofs deduced in previous argument of a transferation of spheres, or transition of inner life. First, the healthy and powerful man, equal in all the forces of his body, represents the connection of two bodies, or the unity of their positive and negative forces which makes the two correspond to one. Secondly, the extreme sensibility and acuteness of the perceptive powers, or the medium unconsciously existing upon the nerves, and which, independently of external disturbing causes, excites upon the mind thought, corresponds to the phenomenon of dreaming, or the peregrinations made by the mind during the hours of repose. Thirdly, the extension, transferation, or transition, of the mind from this to another sphere represents the disconnection of the mind from the body at the period of physical dissolution. The moment of independence, which is during the apparently stiffened condition of the body, its inclined position and appearance of sleep, represents death. The medium which connects the mind, or second sphere, with the body, or this sphere, represents the medium which exists between thought and thought, between cause and effect, between general and particular truths, causes invisible, and effects visible. It is the same that exists between all particular things relative to matter and mind, being imperceptible to the sight, hearing, taste, and smell, but perceptible to the feeling. Again, first, facts have been presented, secondly, established truths corresponding with facts, and thirdly, representation sustaining the two formers by appeals made to visible and external truths, independent on belief or disbelief. These becoming manifest, not only establish facts as corresponding with facts, but the first two confirm the last, and the last represents and confirms all. All this is positively sustaining the truth which was first apparently presumed to exist in the phenomenon termed clairvoyance. The amount of evidence is now before you on which may be grounded your faith, or rather confidence, in that which is to come. But if it is not sufficiently overwhelming to your minds as evidence to establish faith, you must admit the following by affirming the questions propounded. If what has been said does not correspond with your preconceived opinions and admitted to quarries, or is not agreeable to your present desires and feelings, does it not nevertheless correspond with truth? If what has been said relative to the grounds of true reasoning does not associate itself with your present mode of reasoning, does it not correspond with truth and invisible realities as manifested in external effects, and thus explain theories which you have long fostered as true? If what has been developed relative to the science of magnetism and its ultimate, clairvoyance, does not appear reasonable for you to believe, does it not appear more unreasonable to disbelieve it? If what I have stated in reference to the second sphere, or the source of my impressions, does not correspond with what you regard as truths evident to your senses, does not all that I have revealed in candor, consecutiveness of investigation, and freeness of expression, commend itself favorably to your minds? Even if the propositions presented appear at first the opposite of truth, does not the investigation the close development of forms, series, associations, correspondences, representations, yet the strict analysis of all these manifest truth and sincerity corresponding to that great focus of positive truth, to which all things else are subordinates? 20. In the progress of this key to the revelation, and in familiarizing the truths and principles to be unfolded with the present sphere of reasoning, as to make plain and demonstratively evident all things invisible as associating with, and corresponding to, things which are known to exist, it becomes highly important to investigate the main attributes and various developments of matter, as it is known in forms, from the animal and vegetable down to the mineral and earthy, and in the many modifications which it assumes. It is generally believed to be totally disconnected from all principles of intellect, or spiritual and inner life. Many opinions have existed relative to the motion of matter, and its vis inertia. It is evident that the foundation upon which the prevailing theories and hypotheses have been based, is laid in a misconception of the true mode of reasoning, taking some visible forms and manifestations of nature as moving, and some as not moving, and taking one as an established principle of truth, and the other as a probable reality, or assuming that inertia was a law of matter, when the contrary might have been evidently demonstrated in various ways. Nature and her forms present more evidence in favor of a ceaseless and unchangeable motion in matter than otherwise. There is no such thing existing as positive inertia in matter. It is not particular in what way matter is developed. It is not particular whether activity in any form of matter is directly manifest to the senses or not. Activity in such nevertheless does exist, for universal motion may be demonstrated as a general and positive law of nature. Then why take particulars and justice in evidence of the opposite? Matter possesses within itself the positive and negative motion, and the specific essence of life and sensation. Some philosophers have supposed that matter contains within itself the principles of motion, life, sensation, and intellect regardless of any distinction in the organisms or modes of these various principles. Their reasonings are based upon the known existing principle in matter, sensation, and they have endeavored to prove by this development that a further perfection and refinement in matter would produce mind or spirit, independent of any absolute change or distinction in the organization of inherent motion. It will be proved, however, that this is not the case. The great distinction between life and sensation has never been named or properly understood in philosophical and psychological disquisitions, but as this refinement of matter, termed spirit, is not the proper subject to speak about at this time, I will proceed to speak of motion and laws which govern the material universe. If there is a principle of inertia existing in matter, then man possesses the power to create, but if there is not such a thing existing, then man has merely the power of developing. One or the other of the above must necessarily be true. Preponderance of evidence, as connected with individual and external experience, must decide which is. The most apparently immovable substance known in creation is that of stone, and the question has often been asked, does stone form and develop itself like unto other forms in nature? In answering this question, it is necessary to understand the relation and distinction existing between the form and composition of matter in the stone, and the nature and composition of the form that interrogates. For if the stone were composed of the same principles and possessed the same movements with the subject which is investigating its properties, the answer would be immediately evident. But instead of this, though the composition of the stone is of itself active, the action is so slow and imperceptible, in comparison to the quick activity and changeableness of man, that he arrives at the conclusion that the stone is inactive, while his body is active. That a living and moving principle exists even in stones, is rendered evident to the senses by the appearance on their surface of decomposition and decay. Where decomposition takes place, recomposition must also occur, for matter is indestructible. Therefore, rocks and stones give particles to, and take them from, other bodies. Also, when mines are found not so thoroughly developed as the geologists or miners expected to find them, they often leave them to grow, germinate, or get ripe, as they express it. Does this not afford external evidence of the activity of matter? And could man constantly unite with his body substances and matter which are not active, or which do not possess a living principle? Food is constantly taken, it is active upon the body, it becomes a part of the texture and substance of the system, is subjected to physiological operations and is governed by the same mutual motive forces that pervade all things. If matter were inactive, could it be associated with activity? Can motion and rest exist together? Chemists who have instituted investigations relative to matter and motion will tell you that one substance will unite with another of like affinity, but they go no further. But if particular matter is only associated with that of like affinity, how is it that 4 or 5 elements are often found to exist in one composition? The truth is, there is a mutual affinity existing between all forms and substances throughout nature, including the mineral, vegetable, and animal kingdoms. There is a constant fluctuation of all these, from, to, and through each other, acting fast or slow according to the development of the matter sustaining these mutual actions. There is a constant and unchangeable movement throughout all nature, produced by the ultimate of matter, or what is now known to be its inherent properties of life and sensation. There is a constant, undeviating action, which produces and reproduces all forms visible and external. Composition, decomposition, recomposition, visible and invisible, are evidently performing their natural yet ceaseless work, according to established laws. Earth and atmosphere form and compose vegetable existence, and these three, in their united and energetic forces, compose their ultimates, the higher degrees of matter known as animal existence, and this last constantly gives to, and takes from, all things below its existence. Hence there is a ceaseless and endless chain of formation and reproduction, loss and gain, accumulation and dispersion, taking place yearly, hourly, and secondly, throughout the universe. If there is an infected place upon the body, such as a sore or wound, you may see, in its action of healing, a representation of all nature. You may there see the perfect operation of the two principles or forces of the anatomical and material system. What is decomposed will be gradually repulsed from the wound. What has formed pure and healthy, by a fresh ultimation and composition of particles, is gradually and carefully deposited at the place where it is required. There is not one particle too much or too little, but the whole sustains a harmonious and united action in forming anew the parts, and repulsing the extraneous and decomposed substances, until the whole is united as before. So, with all nature, every particle of matter being governed by these laws and forces, produces harmony, and union in all parts of existence. With an undeviating tendency, each particle in nature proceeds to its destined spot, there to form what is required, or to become more refined to produce its grand effects and sublime ultimates. Thus, all things have mutual affinities, yet these are not always perceptible, for some substances and elements have progressed too far to associate visibly with that which has not arrived at a similar condition. The analysis and knowledge of the real principles, which are invisible, governing even the atoms of existence, would teach a lesson of truth in reference to the laws and movements of all things. For the least substance in existence contains within itself the specific forces and essences that exist in the remotest sphere in immensity. Matter in its present not only represents matter in its ultimate state, but it is typical of intelligence or spiritual ultimation throughout eternity. 21. In speaking of the origin and primitive cause of all life, it is necessary to sustain the position to be assumed by inductions drawn from nature and her laws. First, if man is an animated being, and the earth inanimate, how can these exist together? If man is formed as an extraneous substance separate from the great mass, how can he take from, and give to, the elements that compose his and other existences? If motion or life existed in one part of nature, and repose in another, could these two be made to characterize a universe? Or can activity and rest exist in one substance? If, on the contrary, motion is manifest in the general departments of the universe, is it not more than probable that all things are active, either in a visible or invisible way? The motive power of all life and activity in nature must be a part of the same. It must exist with it, for it cannot separately act upon it. Motion is then coexistent, coessential, and co-eternal with nature. It acts on all matter to a greater or less degree of perfection, and consequently there is not a particle or substance in nature in an inactive condition, but all things are full of life and energy. It is not necessary to explain the formation of this sphere at this time, but only to investigate matter and motion as evidently manifested to the senses. Motive power, existing with matter indivisibly, is the cause of life, and to distinguish motion, life, and sensation from intelligence, there must be a correspondence shown as existing universally, representing these principles as motion in a greater or less degree of perfection. What is known as motion is not proper life, for motion exists where life does not. The harder substances, such as minerals and stone, are apparently motionless, but still, they are continually decreasing or increasing, according to their peculiar states of perfection. For mineral bodies are formed by the association and action of such elements as enter into their composition. When they commence forming, they are in a crude and unrefined state, but by the activity and motion which characterize them, they constantly extract from other substances particles for their own composition, and as that which has progressed to a condition to enter into such a formation, associates with, and becomes a part of, the mineral, so all which has not progressed to the proper state to associate with the same, is repulsed and separated as dross and extraneous matter, and this associates with that of like affinity, even as did the former. Particles may accumulate from the combined elements in the interior of the earth to form what is termed ore, and this cannot remain inactive when it is formed but progresses to metal. Then it possesses no visible motion or activity, but time will develop its slow, yet perfect action, for rust will be seen accumulating on its surface, and finally the whole becomes dissolved and disunited, and passes into other substances of like and equal affinities. In this, therefore, is seen a perfect illustration of the steady motion existing as an invisible reality. The appearances of forms and substances would almost give the impression that they exist as independent of earth and atmosphere, for the question could with propriety be asked, if animal and vegetable existences belong to and are a part of earth, why are they not all like earth, or why is not earth like unto them? The distinction is not properly made between substances which are constantly progressing to specific states of perfection and association. A peculiar kind of earth is perfected, and has the essential property of associating with, and forming mineral, while, by a long and imperceptible progression, earth and minerals associate with and from vegetable existence. By a gradual progression and refinement, particles of the mineral and vegetable kingdoms are rendered capable of becoming the substance of animal organization, and there is between earth and animal existence a general and particular correspondence, and there are intermediate associations of matter, grosser or more refined, which produce the various substances and forms existing between each of these kingdoms. In earth and minerals, and all matter which is commonly said to be in repose, there exists the primitive and original principle inseparably belonging to and characterizing the whole universe. There is motion in these, developing power in its action such as man is not capable of comprehending, for man, with all his powers of intelligence combined, is not competent to investigate and properly comprehend the force and moving power of his own existence. Yet in grosser matter, there is contained the primitive and essential principle of motion, and this is the first of all powers existing in matter throughout the universe. Life does not exist in such forms, yet this is a specific and essential quality belonging to motion, but one which cannot yet be developed, for the want of a higher and more perfect state of material existence. 22. For illustration, imagine this sphere as existing, and nothing of what is now known as vegetable and animal forms. Let matter be destitute of any higher state of perfection than the grosser substances which compose this sphere only. Then, if you are in a condition to be cognizant of all motion, which is incessantly going on among the various atoms and particles, you have the principle of motion primitively existing. You would not know of a principle of life or sensation. Your mind could not extend to vegetable and animal creation, for such you would think were utterly impossible. But suppose you still continue in the condition to be cognizant of the progression and continual motion universally existing, you would next see the formation of minerals. You would consider these as forming from the progression and ultimate refinement of grosser matter, yet no combination of numbers would express to the understanding the number of years intervening between the first or rudimental stages of matter and the formation of minerals. Next, you would see plants germinating and springing up, of a diminutive size, over the face of creation. Here again is a substance manifested which you did not know as existing previously to its formation. Yet by a steady perception, you could see that it was evidently the progression of matter that produced such an accumulation of particles to form a vegetable kingdom. There would be also a new development of the law of motion *. You would here see life in every particle of vegetable existence, a principle which you did not know as existing previously to the formation of the substances in which it is developed. Yet it would be evident that this life is an essential quality and development of the first principle of motion. Intermediate formations would gradually be produced, and a long series of years would elapse between the formation of the last kingdom and the production and development of another. You would next see animals existing in minute and delicate forms, corresponding with the minute and delicate forms of plants. From these there would be gradually created higher degrees of animal organization, corresponding with the higher vegetable existences, until you would observe the qualities and particles becoming so perfect from the ultimation of the grosser matter, the formation and production of the magnificent and wonderful mechanism of the human form, comprising within itself the ultimate properties of all previously existing matter, and which stands as an ultimate end, combination of all else existing anterior to its creation. Thus, you have seen matter pass from its grosser condition, through its many stages and spheres of progression, until it arrives at consequent animal organization. There is another principle also developed, corresponding with the perfection of matter. You first saw matter in motion. Secondly, you saw its gradual progression until it formed substances capable of developing a new principle of motion. This was life, corresponding, in perfection to the forms which contained it. Then, again, you knew of no other principle existing besides motion and life, but, in due time, new forms were produced by the same unchangeable laws of progression and association, corresponding to, and capable of developing, a new principle of motion and life, which was sensation. Then you saw that sensation was a further development of the essential properties of motion, that the former contained the latter, but could not manifest it without corresponding forms of progressed matter, capable of producing such a development. You are now convinced that the physical organization of man is an ultimate of matter, and an effect produced by an internal, invisible, yet eternal cause, and you are further convinced that sensation, life, and motion are consequent qualifications of the organic constitution. You have observed the gradual progress of all things until man was formed. You may now be removed from the position which you have occupied as being raised above this sphere, for the purpose of observation, to direct your attention to the beings which you have patiently seen formed. And now, existing and moving among other forms and beings like unto yourself, are you capable of comprehending and explaining what you evidently saw as manifest to your senses while thus situated? You are not, for you are now dwelling in a sphere lower than that which you previously occupied, and therefore cannot associate with the same. Nor can you associate with this sphere fully, for you are not only one among millions of forms, but you are apparently self-existing, and isolated from the great mass of universal production. You now see that man possesses something besides life and sensation, and it is for the want of a capacity to make a proper distinction, that you confuse motion, life, sensation, and intelligence in one form, and sanction the theory that intelligence is a result of organization. The cause, then, of your belief is evidently demonstrated. It is for the want of a higher sphere to enable you to associate with that which belongs to your present sphere. But becoming confused in investigating your own composition, you arrive at the conclusion that the principle of mind is eternal, yet not individualized, or associating identically with spheres of ultimate progression, as corresponding with the spheres which you have demonstrated to your senses in the earthy, mineral, vegetable, and animal kingdoms, with their minutiae and intermediates, and in primitive motion, life, sensation, and intelligence. And in this place, it is necessary to relate again to the proposition, that no substance or power of any character, whether physical or intellectual, possesses within itself the power of self-investigation or comprehension. Therefore you can comprehend and trace, analogically and correctly, grosser substances to the formation of yourselves, but you arrive at mind, intelligence, spirit, and though this is the principle which has enabled you to explore and comprehend all below it, you find that this itself is necessarily vague and indefinite to you, and hence there is either too much belief as respects this principle and its composition, or too much disbelief, and each is a natural consequence of a principle attempting to investigate itself. Having no means to arrive distinctly and evidently at a knowledge of the essence and principle of intelligence, you are compelled to let me occupy the situation which you have been supposed to sustain, and thereby reveal what you would willingly and joyously receive, as corresponding to your natural yearnings, and answering your desires for a higher, nobler, and more dignified understanding of your nature and its legitimate offices and ultimate destination. 22. The classification of series, degrees, and representations must be properly understood, in order that nature and her coexistent and essential laws may be duly comprehended. A focus formed of nebulous matter, or in other words, a center produced by a conglomeration of particles, must of necessity be a body, crude, heterogeneous, yet a cause. Its inherent forces are spontaneously producing effects, and these effects are necessarily producing ultimates. It exhibits, also, the inherent principle in matter known as motion, which is admitted being coexistent with matter itself, producing effects, which effects are producing ends or ultimates. Such an incipient formation is the only basis on which can rest a proper understanding of the potency of matter and the excellence of ultimates. The correspondential reasoning to be instituted is based upon generals and universals or upon the cause which is perpetually producing effects and ends. Intermediate and isolated divisions are not essential to a proper investigation of terrestrial laws. There is an invisible cause producing spontaneously external effects, and these may be divided into series, degrees, and representations. At first, matter and motion existed, and these formed one series. Vegetable production and its essential developments and accompanying life are a second form and degree. Animal organization is a third development, or an ultimate of the inward or first cause, and its kingdom is a third form and degree, the whole forming three series. First, matter, spontaneously producing and reproducing ends or ultimates. Secondly, motion, graduated and developed according to the perfection and utilization of matter into forms, suitable as agents, and perfect as ultimates, to develop its inward principle to the external sphere. Again, for a more particular distinction, first, matter, secondly, perfect degree of vegetable existence, and thirdly, matter in animal organization as its highest state. These are three series or degrees. Secondly, motion as a coexisting principle with matter, life as an effect, and sensation as an ultimate or end, constituting three series or degrees of the progression of matter in its inherent motion, or of the development of the great cause internal, which progresses to, and produces external and visible forms. These classifications must be understood, in order to arrive at the corresponding principles which are still invisible, yet creating infinite ends and ultimates, from eternal, invisible, and potent laws of causation. For an understanding of the reasonings which may properly be based upon these classifications, according to the science of correspondences, familiar and physiological illustrations may be presented. These will answer as a chart for universal investigation, for effects are charts by which internal causes may be arrived at, for forms and effects are representatives in a higher degree, of what is existing in a lower or first degree, and the substance of ultimates is a development and progression of all beneath its sphere of existence, and is a compound of all substances, refined and rarefied to a sphere of ultimate perfection. Consequently, it involves all of the lower orders of spheres and existences. Hence it acts on, and subsists upon, substances and particles which compose the original elements of its nature, all beneath an ultimate, or an effect. Thus supplies the effect and ultimate, and hence ultimates or effects correspond to and represent all things in an inferior degree and sphere of perfection. Thus, the human body is a composition of all else, but to familiarize it with the understanding as corresponding with universals in nature, an examination of its laws and functions generally, and a classification of them in series and degrees, will be necessary, and this will manifest the doctrines which it is necessary to enforce. First, the form is a representative of matter originally existing, for the system is formed by laws not distinctly comprehended, even as is the great system of the universe. There is an invisible, an internal cause, existing in the human form, and there is an external, an ultimate, an end also. These two are generals, but there are other specific qualities and essences, producing distinct results, and a classification of these is necessary in order to make them familiar to the mind, as corresponding with distinct departments in nature. First, the head, secondly, the chest, and thirdly, the abdomen. These are the three orders of degrees in the same form, arising out of the general, as the original basis. The head is the cause, the chest, the effect, the abdomen, the end, or ultimate, or, the head, as a cause, involves, acts on, and produces all which the organism usually manifests. Still more plainly is this principle illustrated and represented in the functional operations of the viscera, informing that essence of organic life, the blood. First, the mouth, tongue, and its mucous surfaces, secondly, the stomach, and thirdly, the termination of the same in the small and large intestines, or saliva, gastric juice, pancreatic and hepatic, or bile. The saliva is the cause and performs the essential office of preparing the food for the stomach. Saliva produces an effect or immediate result, called gastric juice, which is the same juice developed and potentialized to perform its grand end or ultimate. Its termination is the active and finely secreted fluids of the small and large intestines, terminating at the rectum. Hence the element known as blood commences in the mouth, and by the tongue dissolving and preparing the substances which are to form such, and for the further development of the same particles and substances, it passes to the stomach, and there is acted on by the gastric principle, is coagulated, and the ultimate of this operation forms blood, which is drawn by the forces heretofore explained, into the absorbing vessels, and terminates in the venous end. Arterial circulation, the gross and particles, which are not capable of associating with the refined and progressed part, pass into the substance known as feces or excrement, while according to the law of universal life, activity, and progression, the blood becomes still more refined. It forms a serum or lymph, which is the next stage of its progression, and the ultimate of this is the insensible perspiration. Or for further illustration, there is a chyle of the mouth and tongue, an original substance a cause of producing a second chyle, that of the stomach and pancreas, and which is a still more refined development of the same principle. And then a chyle is produced, of the small and large intestines, as an effect or grand ultimate of the whole functional movements of the formation of blood. 23. Now to bring what has been last said into a comprehensive condition, we will recapitulate, first, the head, chest, and abdomen, secondly, the power which these have upon the system, as an internal force to produce external manifestations, thirdly, the mouth, stomach, and intestines, fourthly, the saliva, gastric and hepatic, and pancreatic juices, fifthly, chyle of the mouth, chyle of the stomach, coagulation, blood, serum, insensible perspiration, each is a cause to produce its ultimate. These are all series corresponding to the series in material existence, and as the formation and development of blood takes place through a functional operation of the system, so life and sensation are produced by the developments of the material system. The universe originally contained within itself all the essential properties and substances which are now known to be developed, so the food which is taken into the mouth possesses within itself all the properties and essences of blood, but needs form and condition of series and degrees to produce such a development, and each force, organ, or function which is necessarily called into action to produce blood, must possess within itself the power to cause all which is ultimately developed. Each has a series consisting of three, corresponding with the series and degrees in universal creation, and man, therefore, stands as a representative of the universe, containing within himself the ultimate properties of all subordinate substances, and consequently he is involved in all things, which act for and on him as an ultimate. It is proper, therefore, to deeply and seriously investigate the original structure and motive power of man, together with the many complicated parts which are uniformly made evident external, and by understanding the forms and forces, and the consequent perfection which is manifested in the human organism, you will perceive a correspondence to all else, whether superior or subordinate, existing in universal nature and her laws. Know one and you consequently know the other, and by investigating and exploring all below the power of mind, constituting your own nature, you arrive analogically at the relative powers of the original laws of motion, which have governed from the beginning, and do still manifest an undeviating tendency to universal and eternal progression. As motion is perpetually changing changing and exchanging particles, so there are continual sequestrations and prominent developments of the same in forms going on throughout all existence, and forms, forces, and motions are refined through successive stages, from the most minute atom in existence to the most perfect form and symmetry which are displayed in the physical organization of man. The law or power of procreation and reproduction, in the sense in which these words are applicable, is universal and eternal. There is not such a thing as absolute creation, but what is termed such is merely a development of inherent principles, which are eternally established and sustained. New forms, properties, new developments, and refined and exalted conditions of matter are merely the visible ultimates of the grosser, yet essential principles of matter and motion. They are therefore produced, or rather made manifest by the law of perpetual progression. The highest and most perfect form known to exist, and manifest to the senses, is one link in the great chain of correspondences, which all particles immediately or remotely unite with, and it is a representative of each successive link. Admit this proposition, and you are compelled through that admission to repose belief in one great power which is governing and controlling all things, and has established a law equal to its own comprehension, whereby not one thing is existing but what is uniformly developed in forms, series, degrees, and associations, according to the force and power which is indivisibly and eternally coexistent therewith. Contemplation is necessary, deliberate reverence and a submissive disposition are positively required, in order to comprehend and enjoy the privilege of associating with the conceptions and argument herein set forth. For a further and familiar illustration of the motive forces of internal existence, we will speak of the different motions which are developed in nature, which act on geometrical and mechanical principles. These are particulars and minutiae, and vary exceedingly, according to the forms and circumstances of their outward manifestation, yet they are all comprehended and contained in the first and only great law of motion, known as positive and negative forces. There is a motion termed rectilinear. This contains undeveloped, and progresses to, the spiral motion, which is an ultimate of the same principle. The first motion could not exist until there were forms capable of manifesting it, and when such motion became established, the curvilinear motion was next developed, and other motions legitimately followed, such as the vibratory, undulatory, eccentric, and spiral or ultimate motions. The many modifications in which these motions or powers are developed in momentum processes were only displayed when there were developments in nature, of particles, forms, and substances, capable of manifesting these essential principles. First, the great law of motion existed, and lastly, as an ultimate development, spiral motion was unfolded, and between these, intermediate motions were developed and became visible, and then, and only then, could these motions be admitted or believed to be existing. Did the first motion contain the specific properties and forces of all the others, or were they individually and independently produced or created? Is it not probable that they were produced by, and according to, the law of universal energy and development, and that they bear a likeness to all other progressions, in forms, degrees, and consequent forces, such as matter, mineral, vegetable, animal, man, and their respective properties and essences, of motion, life, and sensation, display? Does not the whole form a succession of united and corresponding links in the great chain of material development? The first power of motion contained all forces that are now known to exist. So also did matter contain the specific essences and properties to produce man. Therefore the original forces and laws of gross matter and motion comprehended all that may now be termed purified and rarefied effects and ultimates, and the whole corresponded, in a general sense, to the law of positive and negative, or grosser, and ultimate, cause and effect, internal and external, and all intermediates and superabounding effects or manifestations legitimately and indivisibly belong to, and are a part of, the great cause, effect, and end. Facts have thus been accumulated, and these stand instead of assertions. They are demonstratively evident as sustaining the proposition first established, as to the existence of a universal and eternal inherent law of motion in matter, and its powerful and energetic productions which visibly exist as its effects and grand ultimates, and these all have been demonstrated in known and visible realities, in order that the correspondence and laws of association may be known and properly understood, so that the great question at issue may be decided. 24. thus, it may be considered established that matter contains within itself an eternal law of progressive activity, and what has been said of motion, and the various ways in which it is developed, proves also a corresponding law of life and action as existing indivisibly and coessentially with matter, the whole containing forces and materials to produce in future developments, all forms and substances in existence. It is thus also shown that the whole is composed of parts, and that the parts are necessary to compose the whole, and that the whole is a vast machine, operating unceasingly by an inherent principle of perpetual action. It throws out effects, which are the results caused by this action. The whole is a mechanical operation, developing each principle and force, each object and form which is known to the senses to exist. The whole is governed by the principle known as the law of nature. Scientific investigations lead to these conclusions, yet cannot rest at this point, but look back still further in search of the first cause. The inductive mind will distinctly observe the indications which all nature presents, as pointing to the great first cause, or positive mind, and upon such, as a basis, the mind will rest satisfied, feeling that the search to find out a cause still ulterior is absurd, and even beyond its powers of conception. But resting on the foundation of such a conclusion irresistibly established, the mind cannot but look at the whole of nature as producing grand effects in an infinite process of progression, and observe adaptation of means to ends, as displaying external proof of design. It cannot fail to perceive that each part is necessary to the composition and structure of the whole, and that the whole, of necessity, must be composed of parts, and that each part performs its specific office in producing and developing new effects and ultimates. This all proves that matter and motion are co-eternal principles existing in nature, that it is impossible for the general and established laws of these principles to be changed or subverted, and that these laws are eternally progressive, and consequently are eternally producing successive states of perfection, and that they are consequently formed degrees, series, and associations, as successive stages of development, from the germ of existence to the highest point of material perfection, and anything appearing or manifesting operations contrary to the laws of nature, must, in such manifestations, be positively incorrect. Such things do not manifest the inward reality, and all scientific investigations prove that external manifestations are not to be depended upon as a true means of understanding the real producing cause, but that the reality, the cause of all things, lies deeply behind all external appearances. And so, with nature, the internal, the infinite reality, the great positive mind, is producing, as a negative, infinite effects and ultimates, commencing from the inward, expanding and developing to the outward. The internal is infinite, and so likewise is the external. The whole may be comprehended by understanding the principles and laws of cause and effect, for the cause is the beginning, the effect is the ultimate. The whole, considered as universal and eternal, composes an intelligent, thinking, positive mind. Such is a generalization of all things, setting forth the corresponding movements and forces that govern this material existence, and proving demonstratively that motion and matter exist essentially together, and possess the properties and essence of all things, organic and inorganic, and also the forces of life and sensation by which such are governed. And by the establishment of this principle, you have a safe and sure basis upon which your hopes and anticipations respecting the future may be rested, not depending upon any theories of a future existence heretofore prevailing. It evidently proves a future life beyond a doubt, and makes it as sure and as eternal as the laws that govern the universe. The existence must be identical and progressive, for such it is known at present to be, and the whole is carried on by principles unchanging and eternal in their nature, and which cannot be in any way confused or disorganized, and thus, all things, from the first, progress with an energetic step to their ultimate perfection. It is not the object at this time to prove how, or in what state, existence will be, but it is the object to prove that it shall be, and by admitting the basis upon which the argument is founded, motion, life, and sensation, all else is plainly manifested, so that even a disposition to disbelieve future identity does not in the least affect the argument from past and present progression and individualization. Also, the generalization of these truths makes existence plain as belonging for a universal movement, but if the details and particulars were noticed, many visible facts would seemingly rather controvert the proposition, for in particularizing, the connection with generals and universals are apparently broken. Therefore, as the only true method, you are compelled to generalize, in order to have one correct glimpse of a future and boundless eternity, it being established as indisputable, yet as an idea too vast for ordinary comprehension, that that matter possesses motion inherently, and that the whole contains the substance and properties to produce all things, you, by admitting this, adopt the belief in the possibility of future progression, and by admitting such a possibility, you are compelled, in consistency, to remain quiet until I trace generally and particularly, from the great positive mind, the cause, effect, and ultimate, of all things, and this will exhibit the infinite progression of all particles in existence, and show that this progression develops the principle so long involved in obscurity, viz. Spirit. 25 The two great points, then, which it is the object to establish, are, the original cause of all things, and the ultimate of man, which is spirit. The prim, is, the coexistence and universal action of matter and motion. This establishes the existence of an original cause, which later it is the object to contemplate, so that from this, tracing secondary causes and effects through nature, may be proved the existence and identical perpetuity of the principle of spirit. Nature is the fulcrum upon which the first is established of necessity, and the second as a consequence not only proved by the law of progression and association, but by the science of correspondences, in the light of which all the combined sciences should be understood, for it is by correspondential investigation that we are led to universally connected and kindred truths. Therefore, if nature displays universal motion, such as is manifested in all substances and forms which are known to exist, does not this prove progression? And progression develops the various spheres, which each substance and particle passes through. If universal association exists, as is proved to be the case, does there not exist a corresponding future invisible principle? This must of necessity exist, as the result of motion and progression, and the whole combination forms one chain of proofs which is eternal, establishing the truths which are seen, and which are not seen. Nature therefore represents things which exist in an original condition, and those which are to be in an ultimate sphere, and all are established by her eternal laws. The beginning and ending form one infinite circle of movement, development, and progression. Representations of this great principle are seen in the movements of nature, the whole of which is formed of concentric circles, from the smallest particles in existence to the united and perfect form of all things. It is the office of polyetiological sciences to set forth general truths in the departments of astronomy, geology, anatomy, physiology, and see, all as in perfect harmony with each other, and as forming a general and undeniable proof of the united chain of existences, and binding the whole together as one grand book, treating upon all proper subjects of investigation, contemplation, and aspiration, the only authentic and eternal book of truths, which is inspired by the original designer, the first cause. From this book properly interpreted, should be derived from the text of every sermon. In this, true theology has its foundation, and the teachings of this should constitute the only study of the theologian. Asterisk from it / old or former, area, a cause, and yes, a discourse. Polyetiological sciences, therefore, are those sciences formerly established, which conspire in the formation of a cause or foundation from which other conclusions may be developed. By collecting polyetiological facts, then, these things are gradually developed, and thus is unfolded the actual demonstration of original design, uniformity of motion and progression, and the consequent adaptation of means, which are effects of ulterior causes, to produce ultimates, and thus is displayed the principle of cause, effect, and end, commencing at the foundation of, and operating through, nature, and in the process of natural development, each particle, substance, and form, enters into the composition of vegetable, animal, and all else existing, by which process the substance or essential principle becomes individualized, but not until man is made the instrument, and by such individualization, it becomes the future and corresponding principle, spirit representing, in a second condition, the instrument of its individualization, and as matter contains the essence and properties to produce man as a progressive ultimate, so motion contains the properties to produce life and sensation. These together and perfectly organized, develop the principle of spirit. This is not a production consequent of organization, but it is the result of a combination of all the elements and properties of which the organization is composed, and the organization serves merely as an instrument to develop the principle of spirit, but such principle must have existed eternally as emanating from the great source and fountain of intelligence, but it could not be individualized and made manifest without a vessel like unto man. The subject of which we are now speaking of legends too much to be readily and distinctly apprehended, and from its obscurity you may be unfavorably impressed, but not if you are reminded of the proposition heretofore established, that no substance or principle contains within itself the power of self-comprehension and investigation, but to analyze the principle of spirit would require self-comprehension on your part. Such a thing cannot exist while all investigation and research depends on the material organization. Therefore, when in a sphere exalted beyond this one, you will be able to comprehend the compound existence in this sphere. While occupying the second sphere, you will comprehend all below, but cannot in the same sense comprehend anything above you. The human embryo, if it possessed intelligence, would require as much argument to prove its future existence as it requires to prove the future existence and identity of the spirit. The embryo would not progress to a perfect being if it were not for the instruments and vessels fitted for its development. So likewise, spirit could not be, if it did not a corresponding instrument adapted to its development. But when the fetus is perfectly formed, there is a symmetry and beauty of design manifested in all the various parts of its formation. Each organ must exist in order to produce a perfect form, and the whole must act on each part, and each part must necessarily exchange particles with the whole. And so, each part has its specific office to perform, in order that the whole may form one united series of concentric circles of cause and effect. Such is its first sphere of existence, corresponding to the first of spiritual existence. The body progresses in size and symmetry until it attains the ultimate of its progression, according to the inherent properties which the germ contained. And from childhood to youth, from youth to manhood, and from manhood to old age, are there four spheres which the organization passes through. Accompanying these various spheres of the organization are corresponding spheres of knowledge and experience. Hence there is an accumulation of intellectual essences and properties legitimately belonging to the individual. This corresponds to spiritual progression, only as the same is developed in the visible and material form, is developed invisibly and in future, the principle of spiritual life. The whole forms one chain of progressive correspondences, for as the human embryo contains an essential principle and quality to produce the perfect organization of man, so does the germ in all existence possess the essence and quality to produce its corresponding result and ultimate, which is spirit. This forms one infinite and eternal circle. Finite circles are correspondences to those which are eternal, and there is a commencement and an end to every particle, visible and invisible, and each one possesses the same essential power and motion which the whole contains. 26 Therefore the whole is composed of parts, and the parts compose the whole, and all these combinations in nature are producing designedly that principle which is so vague and indefinite to the mind, which is the subject of much contemplation, but not a substance which can be proved to exist by external investigation, though it is known to exist as an eternal ultimate, of which proof mathematical demonstration exists in nature, and it is only necessary to comprehend general and universal laws, as these point to that spiritual and intellectual principle, which cannot be known to exist by any other process of investigation, external or internal, but it is demonstrated by these known laws, which are constantly producing and developing corresponding principles, ascending in their degrees of perfection. For these laws exhibit an infinite chain of progression, and as the whole forms one great circle, it comprehends and combines all other circles or corresponding motions and developments that exist in subordinate spheres. And so, the original cause uses nature as an instrument, a means, a vessel fitted in all its various parts and complications, to produce its ultimate, which is spirit. It is the object, then, that spirit should be individualized. The object of such individualization is to establish a communion and sympathy between the creator and the thing created, for the spirit progresses to the source whence it came, and then only becomes fitted for new spheres of its eternal existence. The proofs of such design are found in physiological indications, also in astronomical and geological appearances, and the evident truths which each of these separately unfolds, and the whole combined forms proof of original adaptation of parts to produce results corresponding. But such design can only be known or comprehended by induction, and finding that each of these successive departments of nature forms one circle, which is eternal, the conclusion irresistibly follows that their combined result, individual man, is equally so. Thus, the basis, or original cause, is using nature as an instrument, which may be termed an effect, to produce spirit as an end or ultimate. The foundation, the effect, and the ultimate are all eternal. For natural and external evidence to demonstrate the great points at issue, more particular recourse must be had to the received polyideological sciences, as these exhibit a general connection between all sciences, and between cause, means, means and ends. External and visible facts in nature relative to the whole circle of forms, and the laws which they observe, are necessary and natural productions of the original principles established, and an exhibition of the circles, or of the united and progressive motions of all things, will serve as an index to direct the mind to the original cause, and to conclusions concerning the grand result and ultimatum, for there are seen undeniable facts, which prove the circular motion and perpetual progression of each particle and substance. Also, each science furnishes facts proving the inseparable connection which all particles, forms, and substances observe. It is a familiar truth, universally known, yet little comprehended, that the germ of the plant contains within itself, though not as perceptible, all the essential qualities of its future being. For soon after being deposited on the earth, there is, according to laws which nature has established, a commencement of its germination, not long, and it makes its appearance, assuming a body, a form, a peculiar sphere. It becomes 6. It progresses to its physiological stature and is fully developed in size and symmetry. Leaves gradually unfolded, and thus, from the germ to the ultimate, exist and are developed the powers originally embodied. Hence the germ was the cause, the form, the effect, the seed, the ultimate individualized. This not only establishes the law of progression, but it proves that there is a circle in the progression, for the plant ends precisely where it commenced. It only makes perfect what the original essence contained imperfect. This is a representation of all germination throughout nature. It proves, by analogy, parallel developments in all other things, and as each vegetable reproduces its like, it continually reforms, and produces new identities. One law governs all, yet each is minutely manifested, and generally developed in its own peculiar way. The material universe is a vortex, from which all forms, material and immaterial, are unfolded and developed to the external or surface. The forms assume the force and form of the vortex, while the vortex possesses the form and force of the whole, and from its new particles and developments are constantly and successively emanating, and each is in immediate juxtaposition with every corresponding part or particle. Consequently, nature also forms an arch, and as such, to sustain itself requires parts to form the whole, and if any part should become disunited, the whole would become prostrate and disorganized. But instead of this, each part performs its specific office, as an end, in the great arch composed of them all. It even requires an ultimate to join the great chain or circle of united motion, as the keystone is required to unite and perfect the whole arch of existence. Therefore, each part must of necessity constitute an essential substance, and accomplish a particular object, and thus, the arch is rendered perfect. But if any part did not perfectly unite with the other parts, and with the general formation, the whole would be internally and externally confused and disorganized. It consequently forms, as a whole, a perfect structure, and in particulars it is constituted of the various particles and substances, as means, effects, and instruments, to develop and unite the whole, so that a perfect system may be formed, to accomplish the ultimate design of the original contemplator. 27 physiologists, in dissecting and analyzing the various parts of the human system, will discover principles corresponding to those in nature. The anatomy is a framework which contains no use as parts. It is complicated but is not too. The manifestations which are required, and to fill required, and designed to sustain. Each part is necessary to the perfection of the whole is necessary to the parts. The whole system is composed of organs, each of which gives to and takes from every part that composes the system. There is constant inspiration and exhalation, a constant interchange of particles going on throughout the whole organization, and thus, the whole constantly produces and reproduces new particles, fitted to its progressive formation. Again, the whole is composed of minute and particular parts, and the whole depends upon these for the harmonious results which are constantly occurring. It not only constitutes a system analogous to nature, but it contains the specific forces and laws of procreation. Therefore, man is a representative of the whole material universe, and the laws which he constantly develops correspond with the motions of matter and its reproducing effects. According to the law of nature, man first germinates, until finally the original cause develops in his mature condition, the principle of spiritual life, while he, again, as a material substance, reproduces his like. Consequently, he forms one grand circle of united action. Naturalists, anatomists, and physiologists are aware that these general principles are established as irresistible truths, and as such they are made to subserve the purpose for which they are here used. Again, the geologist forms his speculations concerning the inner structure of the Earth from the general appearance of the external surface. Observing the upper strata, he is led to the conclusion that there are corresponding ones, and by research and investigation relative to the primitive formation, he penetrates deeply into causes and the primitive condition of all matter, and then reversing the order of his thoughts, he traces primitive formation to the surface, which is the ultimate development and progression of the inner principle which the former contains. Therefore, by observing the various strata and layers of earthy formation, and with them the remains of the mollusca, radiata, articulata, and vertebrata, forms and animals existing, which were successively and gradually developed, accompanying the formations of rock in which they are respectively found, he perceives that each forms a successive link, developing from the center to the outside, various appearances and forms which the earth has produced. And at each geological epoch, there are also seen corresponding productions of the vegetable and animal kingdoms. Geological investigations thus correspond with physiological investigations. Then again, the atmosphere which surrounds this globe has corresponding strata of formations, each one holding a position in relation to the Earth according to its specific rarity. The Earth possesses an attractive power over the same, the influence of which counteracts the expansive force, and prevents the formation of an atmospheric connection with the other Earths in existence. Consequently, the atmosphere terminates but a few miles from the Earth's surface. Hence it forms strata or layers, and each exerts a pressure on that which is beneath it, and the whole produces a weight which is confining to every particle or substance existing upon the surface of the Earth. Hence the geology of the atmosphere corresponds with the geology of the Earth, for each contains strata equal to its primitive force of successive development. The whole consequence forms concentric circles of atmospheric and material formation. The progression from the lower stages of the radiated to the vertebrate animals forms also a corresponding circle of development, and from the lowest stages of the vertebrate, or those which possess skull and lateral appendages, to the perfect organization of man, forms another circle of physical progression. The motion of original matter toward the life existing in the lower spheres of vegetable and animal existence, and to sensation in man, produce another circle or chain of development from internal to external. Motion, life, and sensation, combined and perfected in man, and the purification of matter as united with these, forms a compound fitted to produce spirit individualized. This is the beautification of all beneath and inferior to its sphere of existence, and consequently, it completes one united chain or circle of progression, from the germ of the vegetable existence to its own development. Therefore, it is an expansion and opening of the invisible principles and properties in existence to an ultimate or perfect state. Then nature also must, of necessity, contain and form that which is analogous to what minimum particles contain and form. And if nature manifests one principle of motion, life, and sensation, one law of progressive and reproductive development, it must, of necessity, according to an eternal law, operate as an effect or secondary cause, to produce higher and more perfect spheres of material existence. It was the object, then, for man on earth to gradually progress in its material perfection to produce plants, animals, and man. It is also the object for motion, life, and sensation, to combine with the perfection of the former, to develop the principle of inner life. Each form and substance in existence, therefore, is constantly operating as cause, effect, and end, and the object of each is to produce higher and corresponding results. So, the first or great positive mind operates as a cause, through nature as an effect, to produce spirit as an ultimate. Every polyideological science, therefore, adds proof of the great subject under contemplation. If nature in a particular sense manifests unchangeable productions, having so many and various forms, complications, and correspondences, does not this amount to an absolute demonstration of her inherent and eternal operations in a general process of development? And as the germ of the herb produces body as an effect, and seed as an ultimate, so, the great essence and spiritual fountain of all existence produces nature as an effect, and spirit as an ultimate. Is there not internal and external evidence of this, which transcends the mere force of words to express thought? Are there not inward convictions dwelling in the mind, corresponding to its desires for a future and eternal state? Does not the internal constitute the substance of the external? Does not nature, as an external effect, point deeply and directly to the internal, or fountain of its original production? Is it not a chart whose various lines lead directly, and with almost mathematical certainty, to a future and higher state? Do not the inseparable truths which each science unfolds constitute paths which terminate at one common focus? And man contains all this evidence combined within his own physical constitution, yet it would be impossible for him, in his present sphere of existence, to have the subject of a future life demonstrated to his senses. Therefore, he contemplates nature and her laws, as invisibly and eternally producing results according to their inherent qualities and forces. And yet the highest and most important subject, and the one most desirable to comprehend, is the principle, the substance, the inward reality which constitutes the ultimate existence of the contemplator. 28. The facts and phenomena of all the physical sciences, the geological history of the earth up to the physiological formation of man, and the motion, activity, and progression displayed, in all things, afford abundant proof of the propositions established. The particulars and minutiae of these various sciences, and the discrepancies in the opinions and hypotheses of philosophers to which they have given rise, do not in any case destroy the force of general principles. Conclusions arrived at from the apparent indications of minutiae and isolated phenomena in nature, cannot alter the force of, cannot be reconcilable with universal and established laws. Even if research into the particulars of geology has given rise to various opinions, if each species of rock or earthy formation contains various species of animals, whereupon doubts have arisen relative to the original uniformity of organic development from the lowest to the highest spheres, and if marks of organized beings are found only in some parts of the face of nature, does this alter the great fact that they all may in general terms be demonstrated to have existed in different periods of time, corresponding to our previous propositions, such as the uniformitarian theory, as it may be termed, and internal and external evidence demonstrates its truthfulness. In various parts of the earth, strata must have been deposited which are wanting in other parts, for does not nature, in a particular sense, manifest evidence of catastrophic events and occurrences? Does it not likewise, in a general sense, manifest steady and universal formation of the various systems of strata? If, therefore, formations are to be found deeper at some places than at others, does not this prove the action of some particular and modifying circumstance or occurrence? These facts, particularly considered, seem to refute several opinions of geologists, but generalization establishes the principle of uniform and progressive geological development. Hence the science of geology must be received as true, but its particular manifestations must be regarded as having been produced by local causes. As particular conditions of the earth vary from the general appearance, so do zoological formations present corresponding variances, but zoology generalized establishes the principle of uniformity in development. Geological formations present some correspondence with zoological. Each adds evidence to the great doctrines of universal and eternal motion, order, forms, species, associations, correspondences, and still further confirms the inherent law of progression. Also, each establishes one grand circle of inherent truth and external evidence. A knowledge of the physiology of existing plants and vegetables assists the mind greatly in properly comprehending their relations to former forms in existence, and to conceive of the spheres which it is their nature ultimately to occupy. In observing the vegetable kingdom, you will notice particular parts which seemingly refute the general idea of progression. All plants have not the same mode of progression and reproduction, and even if the smallest vegetable form should bear some correspondence in a particular way to the stupendous and massive oak, you would lose the representation in a general and universal point of view. Hence, in investigating the anatomy and physiology of the vegetable kingdom, the basis upon which the mind must rest to arrive correctly at truth is that of known and universal principles, but not particular and seeming contradictions which the intricacies of this kingdom may sometimes present to the mind of the contemplator. Therefore, if, as a whole, this kingdom presents regular and corresponding appearances, the connection must not be broken by isolated and seemingly conflicting facts. But if your contemplations are sufficiently deep, searching, and universal, when your conclusions are legitimately induced from the mass of physical facts, former deductions from scientifics will only serve to confirm them. But if the manifestations are correctly and philosophically traced, they will produce a harmonious and united mass of evidence, leading to truths pertaining to the future, and of which the whole is an external representation. No morphological asterisk theory can arise out of a general and united survey of the whole arcana of nature. Asterisk the word morphological, whether entirely a new coinage or not, I am not able to say, relates here to a heterogeneous and irregular succession of forms. Morphological theories have arisen from apparent discrepancies discrepancies existing between detailed facts, and from observing these without reference to the whole, the smallest plant, and the largest tree, present to the generalizing mind one reflection and one impression, while to the mind which is not capable of receiving universals, or perceiving the relations of cause and effect, small and large present the appearance of disunity, not even manifesting some correspondence. Consequently, the former mind would comprehend nature in her united action, the latter would hold to morphological opinions, and consequently would observe in nature apparently illegitimate productions. Therefore, he would see no steadfast law, but only repose and impulse, rest and activity, and catastrophic and irregular productions. Hence the power of individualization and generalization in the former can perceive no harmony and unity of action, but merely a chaos of universal confusion and development. Is it strange, therefore, that theories based upon the idea of chance should have arisen? Is it marvelous that men whose intellects were not in a condition or sphere of general and united comprehension should not receive impressions of general and eternal truths? Is it a condemnation to such minds that they have formed such theories in reference to nature and her origin? For the cause of such a theory being formed is evidently seen it is the want of a perfect organization, and owing to the inferior state or sphere in which its framer exists. Is it not to be expected that a person whose organization is perfect in all its parts, whose intellect is expansive and searching, whose aspirations are exalted and refined will produce theories nearer truth than those in an inferior state of spherical association? 29 Again, the anatomy of man, as connected with that of the whole animal kingdom, adds strength to the chain of our circled inductions. The anatomist, like the geologist, observes various forms and adaptations. The form of each joint shows an original design, and the internal and external formation of the bones demonstrates the intention of producing strength, lightness, and beauty combined. He sees, in the hollowness and cylindrical form of several of the bones, a design to combine the greatest amount of power with the smallest amount of material. As he passes to the sacral bones, he observes the basis and support for the lateral appendages and observes that its form could not be dispensed with, and the same amount of strength and action be combined within so small a compass. And proceeding from the coccyx up the spine, he observes 24 different parts united in one column, combining strength with beauty. Reflection discovers the purpose of such a formation. Between each part or bone are spaces or intervertebral substances, the object of which is to give elasticity to the whole column, and to adapt it to sustain with ease and comfort the cranium, with other connected parts. Again, if the spine were straight and immovable, the body could not perform the necessary movements, nor could it sustain the same amount of weight, for the slightest incidental inclination would disunite the column. The adaptation is otherwise manifestly perfect, for the whole column possesses 24 distinct springs. Consequently, all the parts unite in performing one motion, and are necessary to the great whole, characterizing it with strength, elasticity, beauty, and usefulness. Finally, the anatomy of the human body, and also that of the inferior species of the animal kingdom, teaches this grand and important truth: original and eternal design. These things are inimitable by artificial skill. No means have yet been conceived of by the human mind, to combine within so small a space the same amount of power, and the same variety of motion, which the anatomical structure of man and of the inferior species clearly manifest. Hence the great satisfaction which the true and comprehensive anatomist derives from his studies. In this science he contemplates all things previously existing still further, the original cause and perfect designer of all material and physical existences. An internal conviction is produced in his mind that there is an inherent and necessarily intelligent principle existing, because, from the lowest point of unprogressed nature to the anatomical structure of the animal kingdom and man, he perceives a united chain of harmonious development, displaying the principles of order and progression, and exhibiting an adaptation of all parts to produce a perfect system. And his field of reflection is too broad, too comprehensive, not to lead him to the conclusion that there will be a corresponding and ultimate perfection of the same principles which he, in the sphere of anatomy, contemplates as an original production of the great positive mind. The true anatomist, therefore, will not detail and particularize the parts of the whole, if the desire is to arrive at general principles, but he will investigate the parts as composing the whole, and the whole as composed of the various parts, and will observe the true and leading principles exemplified, as corresponding with those governing the great framework of nature. The physiologist, if he correctly investigates the laws of the human system and of the animal kingdom, will observe the same interchanging and transmutation of all living particles throughout the whole animal economy, a constant and universal absorption and exhalation, a universal order and harmony as pervading the organs of the body. The speaker here remarked parenthetically as follows: I am compelled to use circumlocution in examining the various sciences, to induce various conclusions to form one conclusion, and to plainly bring the subject to one mind by one process of reasoning, and the same to other minds by a different process, so that the truths may be confirmed to the different mental organizations which may peruse the contents of this work. The minute changing in nature is not the rule by which general truths may be harmonized. The consideration that all motion, life, and sensation subsist as dependent upon every part leads to universal principles, thus to the idea of existing harmony. The true physiologist observes that the lowest form of life passes from its sphere, in other forms, through each stage of animal existence, until it becomes fitted for the nourishment of the human form. He observes and contemplates this as a progressive fluctuation of animal life toward higher spheres of perfection. Also, this forms one united circle of assimilation of lower with higher substances, and consequently adds to the whole united mass of living species and beings universally existing, depending upon the interchange of these particles to sustain their original forms, and also to constantly reproduce new systems at different periods of time, as determined by the perfection, influx, and reflux of animal matter. Hence the whole, in a broad and comprehensive sense, is necessary to the mutual and perpetual action of all particles, which leads to the perfection of matter and fits it to sustain the physiological structure, symmetry, and beauty of the whole animal kingdom. This represents nature in all spheres of anterior production and procreation. It bears a correspondence to the teachings of every other science, and distinctly points to the original focus and fountain of spiritual intelligence which is thus universally manifested. Each polytheological science, therefore, in its general application, confirms the internal and external harmony and unity of nature's motions, as leading to perfection in all its parts, and from the smallest and internal circle, and the remotest period of primitive existence, is constantly observed a perpetual progression and development. From minimum points nature expands in comprehension of beings and substances, until there is an infinite expansion of all particles, and of united circles of life and activity. For as the whole is a vortex of reproducing causes, the ultimate must bear some correspondence to the eternal fountain or internal vortex of external development. 30. Among the many inquirers into the principles of nature, there is none who holds a more conspicuous place, and whose experience is more useful, than the true mechanic. To him are due the many inventions which have from time to time been produced, and the development of the wonderful powers which have been found to be contained in substances thought to be almost immaterial. Electric and magnetic forces have been constantly producing and reproducing the smallest particles which are distinctly seen undergoing changes constantly. They not only produce life and motion in all forms, but the powerful action of the muscular fiber of the animal creation is produced thereby. By this means certain animals are enabled to lift an immense weight, and to draw many tons, while without it they could not exhibit any muscular manifestations. The motion existing among all forms, spheres, and planets can be legitimately traced to the omnipotent power which is contained within these principles. And water, also, has been observed to pass into an unparticled and rarefied form. In the dewdrop, and in the broadest ocean, constant evaporation and refinement of this element is taking place, but not until lately was discovered the energetic power that existed in the expansion of water vapor. But now such power is employed for practical purposes, though it is not yet fully developed. The progress of knowledge in these principles has been corresponding to their outward, physical manifestations. The power of steam was at one time unknown and disbelieved, and those minds, who by unwearied research became internally convinced of the existence of such a power, and openly expressed their convictions, did not escape the charge of fanaticism. Visible and ocular demonstrations have at length convinced the skeptic and the world that there is an inherent power contained in water unparticled, but how much, and to what extent it may be applied, is not yet known. Did it not originally require the same amount of argument to convince the understanding that such a principle and power existed, as it requires to convince the mind of a similar principle as existing in other rarefied and unparticled matter? The first allows evident proof, the latter does not admit of the same, for the latter is the highest and most perfect condition of all things existing, while the former is a mere subordinate and mechanical development. Notwithstanding it corresponds with the inherent principle that constitutes the reality of all things. Inventions, then, are mere imitations of nature, and applications of principles therein contained. Nature, in a mechanical respect, is acting in a perfect way, while man's inventions are but an imperfect representation of the same. Consequently, there is no invention, no creation of principles, no forming originally what has not primitively existed. The most perfect telescope, now about being constructed, and through the instrumentality of which other planets and spheres will become still more visible, and their physical condition more distinctly apparent, is, with all its perfection of formation, and the millions of particles which compose it, only an imitation of the principles involved in the human eye. Yet the latter in its construction, and in the principles on which it acts, is of itself an emblem of original and eternal design. The whole forms an instrument combining beauty and usefulness. It is not yet properly imitated by this great and wonderful telescope, which is now about to be developed on corresponding principles. The true mechanic receives his lessons from nature, in each of which he discovers his inability more than partially to imitate the principles therein manifested, and when forces are combined and developed in the various machines which he constructs, he only finds them to be an imitation of some great principle which nature originally and eternally contained. And if his inquiries are first to know the laws and principles existing in nature, his action next will be to apply the same mechanical principles, only in an inferior degree of magnitude, and thus, he avails himself of the usefulness of such seeming inventions, and when observe, nature as a whole, operating in her various parts on mechanical principles, all his reasonings and inventions will be of a corresponding character, and if he did not soar too soon from the surrounding and visible manifestations of these potent principles to the origin of motion in the center of the planetary system, he would receive more truth and light upon these subjects, by properly understanding that which is around him. But desiring to be free from external intrusions and interruptions, which his connection with the world subjects him to, he vainly attempts to shut all the senses which connect him with such, and in this state of abstraction, while the internal principle takes unto itself, as it were, similar senses, he endeavors to associate with a higher sphere of material existence, not satisfied with the general and minute representations of nature that are around him. He, with the internal principle, views higher spheres, for the purpose of investigating the laws which govern their perpetual motion and activity. Hence, theories and hypotheses innumerable have been produced, merely because abstract reasoning cannot be perfect, while the intellect is still connected with its original tenement, and because men have not reasoned correspondentially from principles which are abundantly existing around, above, and within them. The phenomenon known as gravitation is universally observed. Why not, then, investigate the cause of gravitation? And by correctly understanding this, you would establish the true theory of all other and corresponding manifestations throughout the planetary system. Many disquisitions have been given to the world, relative to the fact of gravitation, but none particularly explaining the cause of the phenomenon. It is well, therefore, not to pass above or beyond immediately surrounding manifestations, until you have become thoroughly convinced of the inherent properties and principles which cause such. 31 mechanical principles, therefore, constitute the united action and forces of nature, and by and through these, the true mechanic receives his unchangeable instructions, and by following these as he has done, he gradually develops the principles contained in them as invisible and universal. Also, each motion, from the curvilinear to the spiral, the only motions which he knows as existing, but which have eternally existed in nature, have been isolatedly manifested in the various machines which he has seemingly invented, and having the various forces and motions concentrated in a small space, he for the time being loses the thought that his invention is a mere imitation of nature's original laws and feels a self-elevation in contemplating the great and inimitable production, of the creation of which he feels he was the cause. But by reflection, he observes that nature and her inherent principles are only developed and made manifest in his contrivance, and by having his contemplations extended throughout the various parts of creation, in reference to the whole as a reflection of each part, he quiets the ambitious principle within him by the consolatory feeling that what he has seemingly created was established by the eternal design of the first cause or positive mind. As these principles are all impressed indelibly in nature, he feels that a correct knowledge of them leads to corresponding truths, and the first idea of original design impresses the mind with a final cause, and if they exist in one particle in nature, or if they are, as they are acknowledged to be, spread throughout nature, and are manifest in all her movements, they must be of necessity eternal principles, and when developed, they correspond to intellectual progression, and that progression with the conviction of the mind's eternal existence, and which conviction, when properly properly developed in the mind, leads to all corresponding truths. A law cannot be different in different parts of the universe, and when you properly understand the cause of gravitation in a small substance or particle visible, you may know that the same cause produces corresponding effects in every other state of material existence. Number. The principles of nature, as now manifest, and the laws and forces of mechanics, are a progression of the inherent properties and essences primitively contained in all things. The true mechanic looks through nature and obtains a conviction of its primitive and original condition, and also, from nature forward and upward, through the spheres of future and eternal progression, and spiritual development. If he has not a comprehension, he has still an irresistible conviction of these things. He observes cause, effect, and end, in all things. He can contemplate the state which the natural progress of all things tends to develop. The original design is not manifested, without means to produce an end. He arrives at the conclusion that there cannot be too much activity nor too much rest, that there cannot be illegitimate or catastrophic productions, as arising from the general law and motions of nature, that he will not take the details and minutiae for general and universal truths. The contemplation, the reflection, the experience, therefore, which the rational mechanic derives from nature, adds one other link to our chain of polyideological science, and to the great circle of universal truth. Asterisk by way of note, it was here observed by the speaker, that although perpetual motion is an inherent principle of nature, yet of necessity man could not imitate it by any mechanical construction or process. It had been already remarked, that no principle contained within itself the power of self-investigation, that spirit, for instance, cannot comprehend spirit. Now man is of himself a perpetual motion, it is this that investigates, and the production of perpetual motion by him, would involve the principle of self-investigation or comprehension. Thus, mathematical and mechanical instruments have been produced, and they have afforded means by which new truths could be developed. The principles of nature give lessons to the searcher. It was here remarked incidentally by the speaker, that catastrophe, or irregular impulses of nature, were by some thought to account for the production of man and other living beings, but that this cannot be true, according to principles previously laid down. The harm existing between the various parts of the organic kingdoms, and their development according to the precise order of a graduated progression, precludes the idea of any irregular or paroxysmal efforts of nature being engaged in their production. The generals of this subject will be understood by perusing the author's theory of creation, as it is progressively unfolded in the sequel into their essential constituents, which are of immense value. Yet there are instruments by which principles have been found to exist, which were before unknown. These have been useful in the investigation of the inherent properties of matter and motion, besides in the developing of mechanical laws, and thus, nature and her general principles are made to yield to man the internal evidence of external truth. He can see an absolute display of nature's laws in every form and particle of material existence. He can observe the close connection and inherent sympathy existing between all particles that compose the fabric of the universe. No being is in a condition or sphere of association with more inherent truth than the true mechanic. He can see the inherent properties of every production of his hand, contained in nature, and when reflecting that his invention is but a mere facsimile of nature, he rejoices in the inward conviction that the fountain of nature is overflowing with truths which are gradually assuming new forms, according to their specific character, in order to present themselves in a more perfect state of progressive existence. He feels the inward conviction, from the evidence of external truths, that nature is inexhaustible, and that what is required is for him to continue his precise and indefatigable researches, not with a previous bias of mind, but with a freedom to receive any conclusions which a reasonable amount of evidence may establish. He sets no limits to the expanse of thought. He establishes no belief until he is forced by the preponderance of evidence impressed upon the internal understanding. He observes all laws as tending to a state of ultimate perfection, and through the same laws he casts reflection back, and contemplates the original, intelligent, organizer of the universe. Such mechanical investigations are of too deep and rational a nature to permit superficial or external appearances to divert the mind from internal and ultimate conclusions. The inductions carry the mind back from each effect to its original cause, and each cause, being an effect of a cause still anterior, the intimations of uninterrupted causation which are seen in all the corresponding sciences, carry the reasoner back to the first, original, positive principle, which he cannot but believe is the very essence of perfect intelligence, and then he can see a design in all forms presented to the senses. But can he confine his belief to these points? And is he not forced to believe that which is to be? For the first and last are constantly demonstrated in nature. Organizations and forms are constantly being reproduced. Disorganization and decay are seemingly the counterpart of life, but in reality, are only the process of metamorphosis from the first sphere to some other state of progression. Hence the disorganized being appears in a new form, is organized in new spheres, but still is a continuation of its previous inherent properties. It is also fitted for a new work, in which there is a manifest design to form some part corresponding to other parts of the whole fabric of nature. Life and death in any particles are not opposite to each other, but the first must exist to produce the last must occur to reproduce and continue the progression of the former. 32 Each form, therefore, is constantly passing through an endless succession of spheres, in order to associate and correspond with the particles and essences that compose its original nature. And when the mechanic observes all these appearances, which are constantly developing themselves with accompanying principles of life and activity, he has the consolation of knowing that these all operate upon eternal mechanical law, and as developments in nature become visible, he observes that all principles which gradually evolved from the internal are manifest in proportion to the perfection of the substance, form, and instrument through which each motion and law is made visible. His experience corresponds with truths established in other sciences, and the whole confirms the propositions that have been established, that there is a constant and universal motion existing in matter, as an essential property of its nature, that it is continually, and must of necessity be, progressive, and that it also reproduces forms by virtue of the inherent properties of its nature, and that each assumes a degree and species and consequent peculiar association, that these are the production of matter, and life and sensation the production of motion, that the continuation and perfection of the two principles conjoined compose man as an ultimate, and that man is composed of particles and essences of all things else existing. Consequently, all below man must, of necessity, enter into the composition of his being, the perfection of his material organization, including all the essences which have originally become refined to associate with the same parts of matter, produces, as a specific ultimate, the principle of intelligence. The ultimate of this, corresponding with all other progression, composes spirit individualized, and according to the eternal impetus which this first received, it ascends through new spheres of existence, corresponding to that which it previously occupied, and also represents the universal perfection and refinement of all parts as becoming unparticled, and which then, like spirit, form a counterpart to material progression. Hence the whole develops the science of correspondence. It proves the concentric movements of all nature. It establishes the fact that the reality of all external things exists in an invisible condition, and that forms are but the constant manifestations of their inward reality, and the mechanic feels these laws to be associated with his mind as truth is associated with nature. Consequently, he can also appreciate and realize the internal truth which nature openly manifests. This all recalls minding the sublime and established truth that the cause is using nature as an effect to produce spirit as an ultimate. The original cause of all things must produce ultimates to correspond with its own nature. If the first is perfect, the end must be also. If the first essence is progressive in its nature, its ultimate must be the same. If the original fountain was supreme intelligence by nature, it must produce intelligence as a legitimate result. If the first was divinely pure, the ultimate must be the same in all its specific qualities. If the first was eternal, the ultimate must be equally so. If the original, positive mind, the germ, the intelligent organizer of material and universal nature, contains within itself all the perfection of beauty and intelligence, infinitely beyond the comprehension of finite beings, must not the ultimate, the spirit of man, of necessity, be in harmony therewith in all its specific essences and qualities? Must it not, as a legitimate offspring of the great omnipotent Protector, be correspondingly pure and divine? If nature, in any of her chains of visible production, contradicts any general principle of this conclusion, then the mind is not called upon to respond to the teachings of her immutable laws as producing from the internal, external effects. If the germ of a plant, of an animal, of any reproducing form or sphere in nature, produces an ultimate unlike itself, then you may reasonably conclude that the seed or ultimate is contaminated in the process of passing from inward to outward spheres. But it is evident that the seed, or ultimate of the original germ, has assumed a more perfect sphere of existence. It has not become purer or refined in its qualities and essences, but it has ascended to an ultimate sphere of nature corresponding to its first, and exists in the beauty and freshness of its newly assumed assumed condition. Hence, though not intrinsically more perfect, it is more beautiful and reproductive. Consequently, spirit, individualized from the germ of an eternal existence, through the instrumentality of nature and man, has become like the primitive essence, only progressed by its internal freshness of beauty and refinement. Hence it bears the impression and contains all the essential properties of the original source. It is divine, pure, intelligent. It of necessity must be so, because it is a legitimate termination, an ultimate, an entity composed of the substance, the particles, the inherent qualities, which were contained in the great spiritual fountain. Therefore, its nature is inexhaustible, perfect, and refined, generating intelligence of a progressive, identical nature, equal to its combined essences as originally contained in the vortex in which existed the great, omnipotent, positive mind. Spirit may be considered as a negative result, but it is no less pure, no less perfect, on that account. It is what the first was, it will be what the first is. And here again the mind is internally impressed with the truthfulness of that eternal chain of cause and effect. 33. The citations and experience of the true artist are too valuable, and of too convincing a nature, to be here disregarded, and by noticing them, there will be no less good done than appealing to his reflections and conveying to him an internal confirmation of the principles heretofore discussed. As his associations are with nature and her developments, deep and truthful impressions must of necessity be made upon his mind thereby. Even the laws of art are in accordance with nature and coincide with all general principles which are correct and infallibly true, and these laws point him to the magnitude and beauty of nature's general and detailed manifestations. His associations are worth more than they are supposed to be by the mass of other researchers in the various departments of science to which we have alluded to. The manifestations of nature are by him constantly intended to be impressed upon the understanding, so that these may answer as symbols and types, shadowing forth to the mind the internal and invisible causes. And as all scientific investigations are based upon the appearances of things, so likewise is the deep meditation of the true and profound artist based upon such appearances, and the innumerable processes by which he has explored the many parts and avenues of nature, bring convictions to his mind corresponding to the conclusions drawn from all polyideological sciences, and as these convictions emanate from the source of all true and correct impressions, they should be, and are received. It is not because his pursuit tends to soften and refine the feelings of his nature, it is not that it has such an overwhelming and subduing influence upon all his actions and internal desires that I here call up his meditations and experience, but it is because it pertains to the source, the fountain, the manifestation of all things in the material landscape of existence, and because his communion with these things convey truths at once subduing and convincing, and which truths are beyond the conception of any class of mankind who does not associate with the same things which he is compelled to associate with. His main desire and effort are to copy or imitate the general appearance of that which is before him. He feels that in doing this, he accomplishes a great work, merely because it is based upon that which is inexhaustible. He feels that nature contains all the variegated scenes and manifestations which he would fain grasp and familiarly develop. He also is impressed with the thought that all his efforts are to develop that which is internally and externally manifest to his senses. He feels also, in recalling the experience of the effect of that which he has previously accomplished, that it is to him like the machine to the mechanic an imitation, an outward development of that which is internally existing. In analyzing the laws of colors, he arrives legitimately at the conclusion that the 5 or 7 original colors can be, and are, evolved from one, that contains within itself the properties and qualities from which all other distinct reflections may be unfolded. The lecturer wished it stated that it was not his intention here to discuss or intimate the actual number of primitive colors. He also is aware that these colors may be produced and reproduced according to instruments, agents, or substances through which they may be manifested. It is owing to the developments which nature is constantly producing and reproducing that these various colors unfold. Light, as originally and universally existing, contained the specific essences and attributes which are contained in the various colors as they are at present distinguished and classified, and each of these colors was revealed according as suitable outward instruments were developed. All of this teaches him the undeniable and important truth that the original contained undeveloped that which exists in present forms, and that all which does thus exist is owing to the progressive principle which is inherent and eternal. Then by these deep, solemn, and irresistible convictions, he perceives the connection which he sustains with all other existences. He also feels the conclusion pressing with redoubled force, that nature, and her manifestations are leading to a higher and corresponding sphere, to which it is his constant desire and aspiration to attain. These correspondences are to him a mediator, a fulcrum upon which his accumulated knowledge and experience performs its various operations, for they are not only established by that which is demonstrated to the senses, but they afford as deep and convincing proof of the invisible and real reality. Back to nature, he silently contemplates the cause which produced this theater of human existence, and with the highest reverence for truths pertaining thereunto, he can almost associate with the first principle of life and activity. His aspirations are purely of an intellectual and moral character, intending his highest and best productions as a familiar development of that which nature so vividly manifests, and when contemplating that which he has produced, there is an exalted and elated thought which forces itself upon his mind, and which is altogether imaginary, that he has created something which nature does not contain. But in observing the many forms and substances which are constantly developing and reflecting new truths to his mind, he recognizes something infinitely surpassing that which he vainly supposed to be created by his skill. Then, again, the draught of nature suggests to his mind that she contains inherent truths, for in viewing his production, the impression is called up that nature nowhere presents a parallel. Thus, on second thought, his picture loses its intrinsic beauty, and the exalted imagination which created it proves to be as evanescent as the colors of the eastern sky when tinged by the innumerable reflections of the horizon. For as his imagination is excited upon subjects distinct from his production, a change, corresponding to the change of thoughts, takes place in the appearance of the latter. For nature, with a renewed reflection, impresses his mind with more intrinsic truth than is represented in his imitation, which is of so shadowy and evanescent a character. 35. All the imitations or types of the appearances and substances existing around him then, are merely a developing of original truth in a familiar manner, so that he may associate more closely with that which it was his constant desire and intention to produce. Being convinced of this truth, he does not strain his mental and physical powers to outdo or misrepresent that which is before him, but he is contented if his production is a facsimile of that which does constantly develop itself to the senses. His occupation also tends to impress his mind with the truth that generals and universals are the only reliable evidence of truth in contemplating the boundless landscape of nature. He finds that in detailing and particularizing, he spoils the grand and sublime effect that it is his intention to reproduce. For the general view presents beauty and perfection, the particular disconnects and disorganizes the grand features of the whole. His experience teaches him that detailing disorganizes and disunites the truth which it is his object to impress, but that generalizing presents one unbroken chain of connected beauty, magnificence, and perfection. And above all the other aspirations to which he is led, is that to have the effect of his production such as will precisely accord with original and eternal truth. He finds that the parts, the lights and shades, the distance and perspective compose the whole, and that the whole is necessary to the parts. The whole combination presents the internal conviction that the effect must, in quality and principle, be like that which originally produced it. Thus, his meditations are impressive, and, like all the others referred to, are irresistibly convincing, for each representation of necessity connects the mind with its antitype, and by this means truth must necessarily be unfolded to the understanding. Likewise, from the invisible to the visible, and from that to the ultimate, he observes a circle, or a series of concentric circles, of corresponding and never-ending truths, and while his thoughts and feelings are thus exalted by a contemplation of the beauties which nature manifests, he also is internally impressed with the proposition before mentioned, that the original, the first organizer of all the concentric and progressive circles of material existence, must of necessity and absolutely, from its inherent nature, produce like ultimates. As the first is positive, the ultimate is negative. As the first is inward, the end is outward, and as the first is eternal, the ultimate must be the same. And as the first, or the omnipotent positive mind, contained all the essential attributes of purity, refinement, and perfection, the grand, sublime, and legitimate result of this first principle cannot be of a less pure and perfect nature. Thus the experience and conviction of every true artist, the impressive lessons which he receives from the various symbols and types of internal beauty and perfection, the subduing effect and controlling and tranquilizing action which these have upon his disposition, the general appearances of things, and the indestructible union which he perceives existing between all particles composing the mass of the material existence, the confidence which he is enabled to repose in nature, and the internal design manifested on the external all go to establish the main truths and conclusions which it is necessary to impress. Consequently, his thoughts and affections are associated with truth. His desires and interests are no less pure and perfect than the lessons which cause them to exist. His reason leads him by connected steps to the truths and inductive conclusions above established, respecting the first and ultimate of existence. When he becomes disconnected from the manifestations of nature, and associates with the innumerable thoughts and feelings which are constantly agitating the external world, when unprincipled and impure interests obtrude upon his feelings and attract his mind from the train of thought and contemplation in which he is naturally engaged while copying nature and her inimitable beauties, and when his mind becomes involved in the pursuit of an individual subsistence and preservation of life, he then forcibly realizes the great extreme of commotion, immorality, and imperfection that pervade the external world of mankind. He then can see that truths cannot be received from man alone, but from nature, and that the truths thus received are irresistible and eternal. The extremes also impress him with the conclusion that the innumerable capacities, powers of perception, and spheres of association, into which mankind are divided, have no foundation in nature or her laws. He is in a condition to perceive the great disconnection between nature's established laws and man's present ignorance, imperfection, and grossness. In the former, he is impressed with the immutable and imperishable harmony and truth which are constantly and openly manifested, and in the latter, he sees general, superficial, and erroneous conceptions of the principles of organic life, and still a greater perversion of the affections, the understanding, and the inward principles, which constitute the spiritual nature of man. The beauty, the magnificence, the degrees of perfection manifested in all external appearances, upon the broad plane of material existence, enforce the conviction of an inner life of corresponding beauty and perfection. Between the lowest and highest conceptions, between the meaner opinions and desires of illiterate persons, and the most brilliant and refined imaginations of the intellectual man, between the lowest germ and the highest sphere of vegetable existence, and between the diminutive and instinctive animal and the highest and most erudite man of science, can be observed a medium, a center, a focus, which is an ultimation of the two extremes. Truth may in this way be manifested and correctly arrived at, for the extremes of 2 points must, of necessity, be poised upon an intermediate point, and this may represent the truth which it is absolutely necessary to impress, that there must exist invisible truths corresponding to all that is seen, known, felt, or desired, for each object of sense must have a cause back of its production. So also, the intellectual and aspiring disposition of mankind is, in reality, a symbol, a type of truth such as correspond to the workings of the mind. Therefore, between the great positive mind and the human spirit, there must be a medium, a type, a symbol, through which may be seen the original design, and the future, ultimate perfection. To the searcher and observer of external manifestations, the universe is a symbol, a type of that which was and is, and of that which must and will be. Hence, taking nature as truth, it carries these convictions, which have been heretofore impressed. Like all other mediums, it must be truth, or it could not be a medium. It answers, as a guide to internal meditation, and as a subject of external contemplation. Therefore, the first and ultimate of all things are rational and irresistible inductions that can be drawn from the prolific, fertile, and truthful experience and meditation of the true artist, and who associates with nature's inimitable beauties. 35. The subject of spirit, or the future individualization of the intellectual powers of man, has never yet been properly demonstrated to the various minds which this work will be submitted to. Opinions, theories, and hypotheses have been formed upon this subject, and also upon the subject of the supreme organizer of the material universe, and as these two subjects are of like nature, though manifestly extremely remote in their connection, especially as they appear to the intellect of man, various thoughts have been in order communicated to the world in reference to the origin of matter and motion, and respecting the formation and organization of the vegetable and animal kingdoms, together with the three powers combined as vitality, and many well-written theories upon the subject of intellectual and spiritual composition have been produced. Each person who has presented these subjects according to his individual perceptions and convictions has set forth some very important truths, and has fallen into as many errors of like magnitude. The persons who have thus presented their impressions to the world have done it under circumstances and conditions exceedingly unfavorable to the communication of truth without disconnection. Nature and their impressions have afforded some deep convictions, which they could not express with sufficient clearness to be familiarly understood. The sphere that they associated with was likewise unfavorable for acute and correct perception, being surrounded by all the interruptions and intrusions of life and activity in the external world, and their senses being too familiarly associated with the same, and the utter impossibility of their rising above the first sphere of intellectual existence, have prevented the full communication of eternal and imperishable truth. It is not strange, therefore, that men thus situated should communicate their thoughts to the beclouded and unstable minds of the world, tinctured with various sophistries and untruths, which, if they might justly be penned as convictions, were nevertheless misconceptions of those internal and ultimate principles which govern the spheres upon which their theories have been founded. It is not strange that men, thus reasoning from nature alone, and the temporal and celestial appearances that she irregularly develops, should arrive at erroneous conclusions, for which they are not condemnable, yet not justifiable. For let it be again impressed, that nature must be the result of an anterior cause, and that the first cause, or organizer, instituted, or, in other words, from its eternal nature, organized the many spheres of material existence that are disseminated universally throughout the broad expanse of unimaginable space. These laws, thus divinely instituted, acting through that mass of nebulous matter which existed from the beginning, have gradually produced and reproduced new forms, and finally have developed just such worlds of material formation as are now manifested. Then why take nature, or rather the small particles of the universe, of which this world is one, as being the primary cause of animal organization, and this as having progressed to man, through chance and change of the elementary particles and compositions of matter, until the necessary particles have philosophically and mutually agreed to perform the specific office which the human organization manifests. That, too, while each function of the system is so perfect, so genuine in all its reproductions, that one effort, one energetic impulse started, and has ever since continued, the whole in motion. For at the very moment the heart contracts and sends forth the blood throughout the indescribable parts and avenues of the human form, the lungs, the brain, the whole system becomes active, and that activity produces intelligence, and the conception which has been formed of the original production of man, is no less groundless as applied to the intellectual principle of his nature. Taking nature as almost containing the laws of her own existence, independently of any coexisting power, vain attempts have been made to account for the production of the principle of mind, and in these attempts there have been thoughts and impressions received into the minds of many, that the first must have been matter, and that man is a production of some energetic and violent effort of nature and her constituent particles, that man thus exists, by an indefinite chance, as the first is the omnipotent, original, positive mind, and the third, spirit individualized and unparticled, constituting a corresponding intelligence, and approximating to higher spheres of intellectual perfection. These theories arise from mistaking the effect, or nature, for the cause. They consequently darken the perception of future and corresponding spheres of intellectual existence, and their adherents take nature as the cause, man as the effect, and mind as a natural result of physical organization. The first is visible, the last is thought to be also, for, taking external appearances for realities, and depending upon them as the only source of undisputable truth as ocular demonstration, man loses sight of all connection between internal reality and temporal substances, and between body and spirit. The connection thus broken cannot be united in a mind thus observing nature. The result has been to throw upon the world theories misconceived and misconstructed, but by observing, through the power of analysis, the invisible, the reality of all things, and taking this as a basis of reasoning, by virtue of a concentration and analogical application of the mind to the subject under consideration, and by tracing distinctively, collectively, generically, progressively, and universally, all things, the conclusion becomes irresistible, that spirit must exist as an absolutely necessary result of the nature, essence, and composition of the supreme and omnipotent productor. I have not brought up theories previously presented to the world, in order to refute, or even to criticize them. I have not presented the subject in such a manner as to cast disparaging reflections on those who have conscientiously penned these theories, but I have briefly spoken of these in order to establish and make plain three inductive conclusions. First, that a man, subjected to the interference of the commotions of the outer world, cannot, by any possible means, fully perceive and comprehend general truth. Secondly, that, instead of legitimate inductions and conclusions, the above theories are unjustifiable assumptions, and illegitimate conclusions drawn drawn therefrom. Thirdly, that the original organizer of the universe has been even forgotten or misconceived of by ill-directed veneration for truth, that spirit has consequently been annihilated from the sanctions of the reasoning powers, and has had no part in the admissible conclusions of such minds, and that, in consequence of receiving the above as the basis of reasoning, the first and ultimate were thus obscured in the minds of men, and shrouded in inextricable and impenetrable mystery. 36. These three are the conclusions I intended should be drawn from the general survey of misdirected reasoning. I do not wish that the above should be considered as a refutation or discussion of any principles referred to, or that it was for this purpose that these theories were called up for present meditation. The intention has not been to show the errors of human judgment, nor even to offset these conclusions by opposite reasonings, but it has rather been to excuse such investigators, and to encourage them to look deeper and further for real producing causes, to justify their impressions so far as they contain truth, and to point out the great distinction between interior truth and the error conveyed by visible and external appearances, though such are still considered as ocular demonstrations of unchanging truth. I would show the impossibility of such theories and hypotheses being true, not in a spirit of exaltation or self-approbation, but to direct the minds of their believers to a deeper and indestructible basis, from which are constantly emanating through the veins and avenues of nature, never-ending truth. Not that the mind should leave its rational resting place, and cleave to that which is miraculous, superstitious, or without demonstration, but the reasoner upon these subjects should be like the chemist, and not base his conclusions upon the visible appearance of the substance or form, but analyze the composition to find its elements and invisible reality. Then the arguments based upon these internal principles will lead synthetically to irresistible conclusions, irrespective of the form or appearance of the substance external, and then the truth will become manifest, and to it, as such, you should respond with the deepest, internal, true affection and veneration. Then may be understood the force and propriety of the expression, which is as true as the laws of nature, that the things which are seen are temporal, but the things which are not seen are eternal. Under whatever circumstances, or by whatever individual, truth may be conceived of, or whenever it may be found or written, it should be duly appreciated. No direct course of reasoning can be entirely barren of truthful conclusions, notwithstanding these may be mingled with errors. All investigations of a scientific and theological character have conducted to some important conclusions. Nevertheless, in these some deductions have been made which are incorrect. The mind should observe a train of connected induction to arrive at truth. A mind not thus concentrated would come far short of correct impressions. The subjects of the first and last, as seen through nature, have been much thought upon, and discussed with pure dispositions and intentions, and in the numerous productions of men upon these subjects, many valuable truths have been set forth. The whole truth could not be conceived of, for the want of a higher sphere of association. No metaphysical research, therefore, has yet established or adequately demonstrated to the comprehension the principle of spirit, or inner life, and if the decisions of minds partially clouded and obstructed by surrounding circumstances have occasionally, and to some extent, been correct, a confirmation will be found in revelation. Those which are not true and have been the result of unjustifiable modes of reasoning, the revelation will also place in their proper light, and whatever truths have entered the minds of investigators, they will see the same reflection, which will be a source of inward gratification. There will also be a consolation derived from the things contained in the revelation, consisting in the reflection that the dross and impurities of systems and theories have become purged off, or rather repulsed by the truth which is positive and eternal. The claims which I would prefer are that the conclusions offered are correctly and instinctively arrived at, inasmuch as I become associated with the various spheres of intellectual development and progression, and by this means am enabled to communicate that which exists in the sphere or state of existence below that in which I am situated. Of this I have spoken before, and the inquiring mind is solicited to venerate the truth as it is herein presented, and as it may be convincing to his understanding. Such truth should be venerated only the same as it would be if it had been conceived of and accumulated by any other process. In speaking incidentally of theories which have been founded on nature and her laws alone, and in explaining the cause of such being produced, the impossibility of their entire incorrectness has been shown, with the intention of calling up these latter contemplations. It has not been the intention to demonstrate the production and substance of spirit, but the intention has been to prove its existence, and by doing this, to establish the idea of a corresponding, yet eternal, omnipotent productor, and these two have been established by indirect and direct appeals to the general and universal manifestations of nature and her inherent laws, and the unchangeable and undeviating connection and progress of all parts that compose the universe being established. The mind is thus led back to the potential laws of causation, and forward to the natural and positive result of material perfection. A definite understanding cannot be had of these two important subjects until they are explained, or rather developed in the progress of revelation. But the first, or the great positive mind, and the ultimate the negative or the spirit of man, have in conclusions irresistibly received from the various appeals made to nature, and the experience of men, are associated with her laws. Her prominent principles, as developed through the received poly-ideological sciences, have been connectively investigated and set forth in this key, in order to convince the mind of the possibility of spiritual existence, and to make the train of argument still more impressive and certain. It was shown that it must of necessity exist, according to the nature and essence of its productor, and the principles and laws which govern all things that are of a like eternal nature. Thus, spirit must of necessity exist, to correspond with all other existences that by these continued operations are constantly being developed. Matter and spirit have heretofore been supposed to constitute two distinct and independent substances, the latter not having any material origin, and minds not being able to comprehend this classification have been driven to extreme and illegitimate conclusions, and this would naturally tend, more than any other classification, to produce a disbelief in the united action of nature. Instead of making material and spiritual existence totally disconnected, the object and intention of the foregoing has been to prove by acknowledged laws and principles of matter, the production of intelligence, the perfection of which is spirit, and to unite the whole operations and mutations of nature's inherent properties of motion, life, and sensation, from the great positive mind through all intermediate things, to man, to show that in man this eternal principle of spiritual nature becomes individualized, and that the first operated through nature as a second, to produce spirit as a third and grand result. The former conclusion, then, may be again repeated, in order to impress the mind still more strongly with the perfect harmony existing in all things, that the organizer and great positive mind uses nature and all things therein, as an effect, to produce spirit as an end and designed ultimate. 37 For a proper comprehension of the qualities and attributes contained in the great fountain of causation, and unfolded in the various stages of material progression, it cannot be inappropriate to appeal to visible and invisible truths and facts in nature and experience, and by receiving almost the whole truth in reference to the first cause, and the various attributes of its nature, the mind would be prepared to enter the higher stages or spheres of the revelation, and this would also prepare the mind, if well constituted and directed, to perceive the close and connected order of development existing between the beginning and the end of all things. Thoughts, feelings, desires, and passions, which are existing in the minds of men, are not appealed to respond to what is herein contained. It can only be properly conceived of, and comprehended, by the reason and the internal light of the love of truth, and reason will respond to this, if properly developed, and disconnected from all improper interest, or interruptive external influences, during the investigation. The rational and well-organized mind has an unquenchable thirst to search and inquire after the first cause, and this is conceived of by observing the causes and effects which are constantly developing themselves and acting in all particles composing the universe. Every effect presented to the mind presupposes an adequate cause for its appearance and development, and the chain of causes and effects which are performing their operations in all parts of nature is to the generalizing mind unbroken. All inductive philosophy, together with all conclusions based upon poly-ideological research, converge to one point, that of the first cause of all things. All nature, in her powerful and energetic movements, operating upon principles which cannot be misinterpreted, proclaims to the mind the truth of the great, positive, omnipotent mind. The mind must of necessity have some foundation whereupon it may rest, as it must investigate from a point established. The indications of nature are of such a character as of themselves to convey a conception of the first cause of all subordinate existences, reasoning from the established axiom that there must be a beginning, or a first cause, to produce corresponding ones. It follows that either matter has existed from all eternity, or else the essence of an intelligent first cause. One or the other of these conclusions must of necessity be drawn from the indications which all external substances and forms present. The idea is indisputable that something must have originally existed to produce that which does now exist, that matter and motion must have existed independently, existing, or that the great cause must have been the product of that which does exist. The mind, therefore, is led back from effect to cause, until it conceives of the first cause, or rather is compelled to admit the existence of such. The conclusion drawn from this reasoning must be irresistible, since nature presents indications which constantly carry the mind through its connected chains of progression to a true conception of a first existence, and of that which is to be produced. There must be a beginning, and also an ultimate, and of this all things afford demonstration to the mind. The mechanical forces which are constantly being developed, and the chemical properties and affinities existing in all things, are manifestly of a corresponding nature. The motive powers and vital energies of the vegetable and animal kingdoms, the perfect exchanging and reproduction of all parts, the decided development of perception and volition, the inherent properties contained in the subtle fluid which is producing these phenomena, and finally the beauty and perfection of the human organization, its power, and the consciousness that the mind is capable of conceiving ideas and thoughts even transcending the power of expression. All these wonderful manifestations and developments move the mind with a deep and solemn veneration for that which first existed. Again, the bone, the flesh, solids, nerves, skin, nails, and hair are composed of elements which no chemical process yet known can fully unfold and demonstrate. All things so refined, so rarefied, as to be beyond the reach of any known process of chemical analysis, and as to exclude the possibility of a full demonstration to the mind of their internal essences and qualities, require some other means besides sciences yet learned, to unfold the interior truths which they contain. Therefore, from original matter and the mechanical powers which it displayed, to the inherent particles and properties composing the human organization, there is presented to the mind one broad and extended field of united action and motion, operating upon the principle of cause and effect, until effects have become so apparently disconnected from the original cause, that the mind has no basis, no cadence, no bounds to its conceptions, and hence it receives or repulses in a hasty and unqualified manner that which should not be quickly either grasped or rejected. Hence, too, it is that belief or disbelief is so imperatively enforced in the intellectual world upon all subjects relating to an inherent, invisible cause of all else existing. It is by such thoughts as the foregoing that a conception of the first cause is forced upon the mind of the investigator, and in reference to this great subject, he argues as follows: some principle, some substance, must have previously existed, or things which do exist could not have existed. He cannot conceive that from nothing, something could have been produced and organized into forms such as are evident to his senses, for effect could not exist without cause. But he finds all beyond this axiom to be clothed in impenetrable darkness and mystery, and therefore, he searches no further. He is convinced of the uselessness of asking nature or his own mind, what was the beginning? What form must the first cause originally and eternally have assumed? Or what motive, desire, and ultimate design, must have determined the action of the eternal mind? All things are affects, ends, and uses, or, in other words, they are instruments and agents to develop externally that which they inherently contain. The internal contemplation of the first cause is of itself a chaos of contemplation. Therefore, we will now take for granted the established and universally admitted axiom of the first cause and speak of the attributes which are constantly flowing from this eternal source through the bodies of the stellar and solar systems, the earth, vegetable, and animal existence, mankind, and intelligence. These attributes are distinctly displayed throughout every department of nature, and in all things therein contained, and uniting, as all other principles invariably and unchangeably do. They form each successive link in the great chain of universal progression and development, and so, in contemplating the first cause, a correct idea is obtained of its nature as an eternal mind. 38. No possible combination of figures would be adequate to present to the human mind the number of spheres contained in the broad ocean of the stellar system. If each particle of matter composing this sphere could be numbered, the whole would not even convey an idea of the number of worlds contained in infinite space. A constant formation is taking place in every part of the universe. Each of these parts is changing and exchanged, and particles are thrown from existing spheres and added to others or unite in forming new ones. There is a universal condensation and consolidation of matter constantly going on, caused by the dissipation or repulsion of that heat and ether which it contained in its fluid state, and consequently, there is a constant reception and rejection of particles taking place between all bodies in the universe. This constant formation, creation, or rather reproduction, is caused by the law originally instituted, and which is perpetually discharging its legitimate office. Besides this, there is no disqualification of the united whole to produce essential and particular results. Also, the universal motion and recreative activity of the whole is caused by the same progressive law that produces the modifications and refinements which are constantly observed in the parts, and hence the whole becomes fitted for different spheres of association. Orbs, planets, spheres, are thus organized, and the whole plane of the solar system is presented in corresponding formations to the mind. Thus are represented the constant, unchangeable action of all things, and the ascending forms which each assumes, and thus is represented the mighty power which eternally acts through the whole. There are therefore centers around which innumerable planets revolve, and planets revolve around these again, and thus, one circle after another is developed. Like the sun and its planets, there is formed one sphere of action, around which subordinate spheres move with undeviating and mathematical precision, until from the center outward there are concentric circles constantly developed from the one circle, until the farthest point of its powerful and controlling influence is attained. Conceive of the sun, its planets, and their satellites, their composition, and the offices which they perform, and you will be able, by the laws of analogy, to indefinitely comprehend the movements of infinite space, and to conceive of the innumerable suns and centers of like motion and activity. For each sphere or orb in boundless space may be conceived of and comprehended by the light of analogy. Contemplate a power so great, so omnipotent, so eternal, as to institute a law in matter which thus produces what is known to be existing. Meditate upon the unimaginable number of spheres that are contained below, around, and above your more transient theater of existence, and let the thoughts which are contemplating the things and powers that are contained in the celestial spheres of existence be no less active, and think of the omnipotent force and power which they manifest in all their united and harmonious motions. You thus have a perfect system of material formation, supported by an invisible power and law, perfect in all its forces and motions which are openly observed and known to exist. There can be no thought profound and expansive enough to comprehend the overwhelming idea of infinite power, for this power is no less perfect in the solar system than it is in all the systems and kingdoms existing upon this earthly sphere which you are associated with. It is manifest in the various divisions of formation, in the general kingdoms which have been progressively developed, and in the perfect and efficacious process by which they are constantly and unchangeably being produced. In every kingdom of the physical and organic formations of the earth, there is evinced an inexhaustible, incomprehensible, and omnipotent force, which actuates them in all their developments and reproductions. So perfect is this force, so harmonious and beautiful is its action, that nothing is destroyed or annihilated, but all things answer the end for which they were originally designed. And both in a minute and general field of observation, the same power may be seen as unchangeably active in the production and purification of particles, as also in causing their association with those of like affinity, until the very substance of sensation is developed into intelligence, and then intelligence, as a refinement of all else existing, can associate with all corresponding intelligence, and thus, the reason is made manifest why the mind is pleased to associate with that of an intellectual nature. It is thus able to conceive of intelligence in omnipotence, the earth and all things therein contained, and the system which is above, below, and occupying all space, unite in all their unspeakable manifestations in impressing the mind with that deep and solemn truth which is the great pillar of all truth, that the great first cause possesses as one attribute, the essence, the quality of unimaginable, incomprehensible, and eternal power. The impressions received from all these manifestations are irresistibly subduing, convincing, and wonderful. The expressions which are used by nature to convey such a conclusion are of such a character that the internal man only can receive and associate with them. The evidence of such cannot be adequately expressed by man, but they are demonstratively convincing and penetrating, as the inward voice of all nature. 39. Thus, the foregoing train of remark establishes the eternal attribute of omnipotence, and while observing the powerful movements of all things contained in the terrestrial and celestial spheres, there cannot but be a conception of divine wisdom legitimately accompanying the former conclusion. The innumerable centers of the stellar system, the many suns, with their accompanying orbs, planets, and satellites, the perfect precision of the general movements of all these bodies, their regular and connected adjustment and unity, the distributive harmony and equilibrium of forces and motions which they constantly display are all manifestations of grandeur, beauty, and order unspeakable. The regular inclinations of orbits and axes, and the definite distances of globes from each other, their constant sameness of motion, and the uniform uniform direction which all take, the apparent sympathy and reciprocation of the spheres and atmospheres of the innumerable and apparently independent bodies, the united and constant action which each of these manifests, all conspire to force upon the mind the irresistible impression that the great and united movements of the universe are all being performed according to a most inconceivably perfect adjustment of mathematical and mechanical laws, and that all things are guided in the very motions of their inherent life and activity by the essence of omnipotent wisdom. Their formation and procreation, their particles and constituent parts manifest in their order and arrangement the perfection of pure wisdom and intelligence, while their numerical extent and diverse modes of development infinitely transcend the highest powers of human calculation and demonstration. No process of analogical reasoning or of mathematical calculation has yet reached that point of perfection by which may be demonstrated and calculated the exact distances at which these spheres revolve, the immensity of space which they occupy, and the harmony of the whole. Again, geological investigators have decided upon the relative eras at which the various formations were gradually produced. Also, that the various strata, from the first to the last, were successively developed, according to the induction received from the internal appearances which they now present. Accompanying each of these developments were corresponding productions of vegetable and animal life, and whether the chain is unbroken from the first development of living species to those which now exist, is a question which has no essential bearing upon the inductions legitimately received, for the generalization of the geological and physiological sciences leads to corresponding universal truths. Therefore, the orderly development of the earth and of accompanying and corresponding organic beings manifests unspeakable wisdom and design. So also, throughout the labyrinths of the many inferior developments up to man, is the same constantly observed. The operation of nature upon the principle of cause and effect, the succession of the four seasons, of day and night, the continued production and reproduction of all things, as determined by the constant and harmonious operations of these last principles in nature, and which cause the fertility of the earth, the constant perfecting and purification of all particles composing the material and organic universe, the comparative repose of the functions of vegetable life during the hours of darkness, so as to produce mature perfection, all these speak decisively and impressively of unbounded wisdom. And there is a time also for human physical repose, in order that the many organs and functions of the body may regain what has been expended during the hours of activity, so that there may be a constant and uniform supply of materials and forces generated hourly and secondly, by the energetic movements of the organization. Contemplation on the structure and mutual adaptation of all the parts of the latter, and the uses therein manifested, on the essential chemical properties and qualities composing the fluids and solids, the regular reaction and transmutation of each particle of the solid and fluid substances of the body, the harmonious and undeviating law upon which the whole is sustained, developing cause, effect, and end, in every motion and particle of its organization. All these, connected with the previous contemplations, carry to the mind the internal and deep conviction that from the planetary system to geological formations and developments, vegetable and animal creations, and man, all things are ordered and arranged by divine wisdom. The law of gravitation, of repulsion, of progression, also the evaporation and refinement of particles existing upon the face of nature, the immense and inconceivable good which is thus constantly being produced, finally, the beauty and harmony of all things, the cause, effect, and end, the design, the uses, the unchangeable and eternal simplicity of movements externally manifested, still which are too immense and powerful to be comprehended, speak only the voice of eternal power and wisdom. And the mind, thus contemplating nature in all her various forces and motions, receives distinct and impressive truths from the universal of existence, that kindle within it an intellectual flame of reverence and adoration, and by steady and profound meditation, this will burn and brighten, and purify the internal principle of organic life, and the field of such meditations is unbounded, inasmuch as thoughts themselves are inadequate to conceive of the high and deep wisdom emanating from the great cause of causation. 40. And while admiring the wisdom as seen and felt in all things around and above, the mind is impressed still more deeply, and with a clearer perception, with an attribute still more perfect, viz., that of goodness. The incalculable number of worlds which the mind has previously contemplated, with their power of action and wise adjustment of motion, display goodness and design in all their various spheres and states of activity. Goodness is manifested in the fact that each law of a positive nature produces effects of a negative nature, and the equilibrium existing between all motions and forces causes the principle of goodness to be displayed from the very center to the circumference of their united actions. And also all the polyideological sciences, when traced to the present time, or retraced to causes anterior, show the constant adaptation and succession of parts serving as agents and instruments to produce future effects, and which produce others still, until the whole, up to the formation of man, presents a united chain of progression, a system of concentric circles of development, and the whole displays beauty, purpose, and design. Each successive circle evinces an infinite amount of power, wisdom, and goodness, until all combined produce man as an ultimate, and that these all were essential principles and operations carried through nature, for the very purpose of producing this sublime result. And as man contains the perfected and refined substances of all else existing, he stands as an emblem of this great attribute. For man, through this principle of goodness, possesses an intellectual composition whereby he exercises power, wisdom, and goodness over all below his exalted state in the vegetable and animal kingdoms, and that the earth might be made useful, and that plants and animals might add to the usefulness thereof, it was positively necessary and good that they should have a lord and governor. If all things below the composition of man were existing without him, there could be no good results seen, known, or appreciated, for then the life of plants, and the sensation and instinct of animals, would have been the highest developments, and there would have been no further perfection of the same principle. Consequently, according to the laws of wisdom and goodness, man, with all his physical powers and his capacities of mind to exercise judgment and justice toward all things, conceives, by the action of his inner principle, the perfect adaptation of all things to him, and also of the perfecting of all things approximating to him, so that he may subsist upon the constant production and refinement of the elements and substances contained in the various inferior kingdoms, and thus he is a controller, inventor, and designer, in respect to all things thus presented for his meditation and use. This perfect adaptation and harmony of all things thus sends forth throughout the universe the unchangeable message of the divine attributes of infinite power, wisdom, and goodness, and in so impressive a manner that expression does not answer as a proper means to convey the thoughts caused thereby. 41 Again, throughout all this vast ocean of organic life, all known laws, forces, and motions, whether in the celestial spheres or on this present globe, are acknowledged to perform their office, unless incidentally obstructed, with the most perfect justice and equity. And again, as the material constituents of all things are combined in the constitution of man, he can exemplify this principle, and thus a true conception of corresponding justice may be obtained. The laws that govern the organic and mental constitution operate, according to their nature, with a steady and undisturbed action. But if any of these laws are interfered with by any incidental or intentional impediment or violation, they bring with them corresponding natural results. If all the ends of the physiological law are not properly and justly obeyed, if this law is in any way interfered with, or violated in any particular or general sense, there must, and of necessity will be, a corresponding result following the violation. Likewise mental law, if violated or disregarded as to its demands upon the subject to it, will in all instances produce a corresponding result, and therefore if physiological and intellectual laws are at any time interrupted in their movements by any cause foreign or immediate, they will illustrate and demonstrate to the mind the perfect harmony that exists in all the motions and laws of nature, that they are equal and just, and that good or evil results must of necessity be produced according as they are obeyed or disobeyed, for all movements must produce natural results. Hence if any law is impeded, it produces as a consequence impure results, but if not interfered with, but obeyed in all its requirements and demands, it will produce pure and happy results. Therefore, there is constantly in operation the law and principle of goodness, to produce pure effects, and, as an opposite or negative manifestation, an interruption of its forces produces impure results. And between the pure and impure, between goodness and its legitimate effects, between harmony and disunion, may be seen still more distinctly the infinite attribute of never-ending justice. Thus power, wisdom, and goodness are combined in the general and specific compositions of all things, from the lowest up to and in man. They point to the united and infinite source from which they emanated, and develop the principle of eternal justice, which is universally displayed among every class and species existing in the terrestrial spheres. and the whole is indicative of higher and more perfect attributes, which will be gradually manifested, directly and indirectly, in the various portions of revelation. The bodies and spheres contained in the immensity of inconceivable space thus follow in order the powerful law by which they are produced and governed, and that with inconceivable precision, uniformity of motion, and reciprocal actions upon each other, the perpetual and mutual intervolutions and revolutions, the strict exactness of the specific forces and motions uniformly existing in each part and particle composing the celestial spheres, the beauty and harmony displayed in these motions with respect to each other, and around their respective centers, and the perfect precision manifested in every line and path in which they travel, throwing off particles and attracting the refined ones of others, the constant, reciprocal, and universal sympathy which they display, manifest in their general indications the divine attribute of meekness, compassion, and mercy. Each motion, action, and force observed in the planetary system is a true and correct signal of distributive justice and infinite mercy. Individual and isolated observations, apparently disconnected with the universal law of motion, will impress still more deeply upon the mind this irresistible conclusion. Still in descending from the general observation to the particular and individual manifestations of this attribute, the mind should not lose sight of its revealment in the great and universal law of nature. The known evidence contained and revealed in the traditional histories of the world, including the many investigations into the material and physical sciences, and the well-established axioms that have been set forth in the many contemplations of nature and art, carry with them conviction of the indestructible attribute under consideration. The natural developments of the earth, from the grosser stages up to animal creation, unfold one united and harmonious chain of progression, and life, sensation, and intelligence have also followed in their respective orders, as the legitimate results of inherent and eternal laws. Throughout the whole vegetable kingdom, there is observed between different forms a constant giving to and taking from each other of particles, in order that one may sustain another, and that thus the kingdom as a whole may be sustained, and thus also is developed the truth of universal reciprocation, kindness, and mercy. This harmony, this universal sympathy, kindness, benevolence, and charity, corresponds to the great and infinite attribute of divine and unspeakable compassion, and must of necessity accompany other eternal attributes that are contained in the great fountain of all existence. The animals display more lenity, more unqualified compassion, and more instinctive justice than are often known to be displayed by the perverted and misdirected principles of mankind. They also display unqualified mercy and instinctive attachment. From the lower to the higher states of animal existence, there is one chain of universal sympathy, justice, and benevolence, corresponding to the harmonious reciprocations observed in the vegetable kingdom, also to the exalted and unperverted morality of universal humanity. The vegetable and animal forms of material production therefore manifest sympathy and mercy, corresponding to what is observed in the planetary worlds, and man, the refined and exalted perfection of all else, the unlimited governor and controller of his own being, possesses the combined refinements of justice, mercy, and benevolence, known as the unspeakable blessing, the faculty of unclouded reason. By this he may understand truth, and subdue all artificial feelings and desires illegitimately evolved from his nature, and be thus stands as a perfect standard and emblem of distributive justice, universal compassion, and mercy. It is his highest attainment, it is his most happy and blessed condition of existence to exercise judgment and justice without distinction, and thus, from man to animals, with their constant mental developments, and from these to vegetables, with their sympathy and equality of action, and from these to the material sphere which contains these all, and thence throughout the immensity of universal space, there is an indestructible impression conveyed of reciprocation, harmony, beauty, and magnificence, justice, mercy, sympathy, and eternal benevolence. 42. The profound meditations on the infinite youth of space induce upon the mind the parallel conception of infinite tiny, for time and space are parallel and synonymous in signification, but as a distinction is made between them, and is universally acknowledged, it will not be disregarded, but we will continue the association of thoughts as thus conceived. The surface of the earth may be compared to infinite space and time, as conceived of by the human mind. The various and innumerable forms, planets, and bodies existing in space may be compared with the forms, bodies, and organizations here existing, for each celestial sphere can be no more than a form that matter has assumed in obedience to its omnipotent law of progression. The forms and entities here existing are no more than modifications and correspondent productions of the material elements composing the universe. All bodies upon the earth are sustained upon its surface by laws acting in connection and correspondence with the universal law law of cause, effect, and end. The atmosphere of this sphere holds to the same the many living beings and entities that exist upon its surface, and each other sphere has, again, its atmosphere, as corresponding to the Earth's atmosphere, governed by the laws of attraction and repulsion, or inspiration and exhalation, influx and reflux, giving to and taking from. And this whole chain performs its specific duties on laws corresponding to those of the most refined and exalted sphere in the regions of infinity. Therefore, a correspondence and positive analogy may be observed as existing between and connecting all things emanating from the great sphere or focus of the great positive mind. There is a perfect and successive gradation and established juxtaposition manifested in all forms and entities, both visible and invisible, terrestrial and celestial, and the whole are governed by the perpetual, uniform action of the former combined attributes, whose law is thus powerful, wise, and good. Justice and mercy are thus legitimate attendants of the former principles combined, and from the first attribute to the last, and from the combination of the whole as forming the conception of infinite perfection, there is developed and expressed in all things, visible and invisible, the unspeakable attribute of eternal truth. Thus, power first existed, further development showed infinite wisdom, still further, unbounded goodness, and again, motion becoming refined and perfected into sensation and life, corresponding to the celestial life of the planetary spheres, shows the great law and attribute of universal justice, and by the constant sympathy, kindness, and benevolence manifested in the imperceptible reciprocation of all their parts and particles, there is developed another attribute, that of eternal and impartial mercy, the contemplation of unlimited space and time, and the recognition of the perfect analogy between space and the surface of this earth, between forms and entities therein contained, and forms and entities existing on the earth give a correct idea, so far as it is possible to conceive of one, of the universal creation and procreation, of all forms and spheres contained in boundless space, as corresponding to those existing on this globe. Compare world with world, space with time, form with form, particles with the whole fabric of existence, cause with effect, effect with ultimate, and that with design. Then investigate the hidden laws of material and organic motion. Keep in view, in this whole train of contemplation, the great original mind, the cause of all things known as effects, and of that which is not visually known, but which does exist, the ultimate of material perfection. Conceive once more of the great archwork of nature, and how it was produced. Contemplate still more deeply the causes which the effects prove to exist, and the conception, the subduing and tranquilizing knowledge will be produced in the mind, that the very perfection, the highest possible refinement, of the former attributes, the very nature and essential quality of the great positive mind, is unchangeable and eternal truth. There is not one feature in nature that presents itself to the general observer, which is not stamped with the impression of its divine origin. The same may be observed on every planet, in every form and sphere of the mineral and vegetable world, in every modification of anatomy and form in the plant. So does the animal creation bear this indestructible impress, by its undeviating and unrestricted harmony, and its production and reorganization that are constantly going on and are manifested throughout all its various spheres up to mankind. And the physical and mental composition of man, his faculties and capacities, are still onward in their progressive tendency to their sublime results, and all these things are expressions of unchangeable truth, of divine perfection, and of an eternal principle of divine intelligence. Thus power, wisdom, goodness, justice, mercy, and truth are the gradual and successive developments of an external and internal principle, constituting the divine, original essence. Thus, then, are established the law of progression, of development, the science of correspondences, the doctrine of concentric circles, the idea of an endless chain of eternal action, motion, and development throughout all nature, the immortality of all things in a purified and perfected state of existence, the unity and harmony of all things, and the impossibility of a positive opposite to exist in nature or any of her apartments or spheres of united and progressive movement. 43. The all-pervading essence contained in nature is of itself an eternal and immortal principle. Every particle of matter at some time during the course of ages passes through, and becomes a part of, animal life. The hardest substance that exists on the earth itself, and all things contained in, below, and above it, will ultimately, and at different periods, compose some parts or particles of animal existence. According to the progression of each part, there is an equal association of the same with that of like affinity, for the substance of the earth progresses to that of mineral and crystallized bodies, then becomes such, and these progress to the substance of the vegetable, and then become vegetable matter, this to animal, and then enters into the composition of animal existence, and then, purified from all lower spheres and states which it has previously occupied, the whole becomes perfected to associate with and compose the organization of mankind. Thence it goes onward to other states of refined and unparticled matter. This demonstrates conclusively to the profound investigator and searcher into nature's inherent qualities and specific laws, that all matter composing orbs and planets, all entities, from the highest in the planetary system to this, that every particle in all these must of necessity become at some time the associate, the quality, the composition, of animal life. This movement and constant refinement and perfection is imperceptible to the senses because it is gradual and eternal, while the senses are finite and evanescent, existing but a moment in comparison to the other existences, and are consequently not capable of palpable and cognizant conviction, for finite and infinite are extremes to the mind seemingly disconnected. Therefore, man cannot be cognizant of the internal movements of the universe. Forms and entities are mere modifications of original matter, which assume states of material association and composition according to its degree of progression. Forms are therefore finite and external, are fleeting and evanescent in comparison to the imperceptible motion of gross matter, for all things are assuming forms, not only as necessary results, but as uses to develop new truths and principles, and for the purification and organization of higher and more perfect forms of life. Man is preeminently beautiful, as he contains all things else in a state of purity, and he, like other results of nature, is a designed instrument, is a use to develop a more sublime ultimate. All forms, therefore, are external effects, and are mortal. They cannot be depended upon as affording proof of immortality, or as demonstrating even the probability of a future life, but there is an internal, invisible quality and essence that may be found by search and analysis to be the truth of all truths, and the real of all realities, the internal principle of the eternal positive mind, the first and last, or the cause and ultimate, which it has been the object to prove and demonstrate to the rational mind, is the existence, the reality, the true conception, of an intelligent first cause, and this has been proved from all the polyideological sciences, and all the philosophical inductions of nature, and the positive individualization of the inner life, or spiritual principle, and the last has been shown from the irresistible conclusions drawn from the physical sciences, together with philosophy, reason, and the approbations of a comprehensive intelligence, to be more than a probable possibility and actually demonstrated to be a real reality, to be the natural result, but still a perfect and eternal one of the material organizations. Therefore, as the first and last have been positively proved, the key has now done its specific duty, by having prepared the mind to contemplate that which is still higher yet connected with all things existing to an inferior degree, and as nature has been proved to be a combined effect of the first cause, and spirit, and ultimate, nature therefore stands as a mediator between disbelief and present conviction, and upon her and her laws, as a foundation, speaking correspondent, ally of all spheres in universal space, shall be based the revelation which will progressively reveal every visible and invisible existence, until it arrives at the highest sphere of perfection, and then will retrace the links of development back to the original cause and foundation of all things. During the delivery of this key, I occupied a sphere second to this in mental refinement and perfection, and to reveal the second sphere, I progress or ascend to the third, thence to the fourth, thence onward and upward to the fifth, sixth, and finally, as an ultimate, to the seventh, in which sphere I shall be able to comprehend all others. Then from this, again, I shall descend to that which I now occupy, and the whole is to be in accordance with the laws of universal truth, as the perfection and ultimate of all the other attributes belonging to the great positive mind. End of the first part, or key.